Later, fools. What up, fools? I am having a whole lot of technical difficulties over here. I didn't even mean to go live. Normally I can just like connect OBS to YouTube and it's all good, but and then I can like wait to go live later, but as soon as I connected OBS to YouTube, it went live. Okay, Google, left lamp off. And I've been using this stupid green screen for like a while now, so I have to adjust like all of my settings to get back. I don't even have my chat open. But yeah, we're going to talk to Mr. Girl in a little bit. I saw some of his conversation with Wick. So yeah, that I think we might review that later. That was interesting. I I don't know if one, it's a little interesting because I never really watch any of Wick's content, but the one time that I've had an interaction with him, the stuff that Mr. Girl was saying to him is literally the stuff that I was saying to him. Like, bro, just stop making statements about like random things. Like, it doesn't matter. Explain it. Like, give an explanation. Tell us what it is. Like in detail. Don't just say like don't just make like broad statements about something just to say like, "Oh, I'm good faith." Like, "Oh, you know, people should have bodily autonomy." Like you can obviously if somebody's past that point, if they're saying that that's not the case, just saying that that's the case is not helpful in any way. And to just keep repeating, well, no, this is the case. That's just like it's just a random statement. And yeah, it's frustrating to listen to. And I yeah, I don't know if everybody else got that, but yeah, I just like I couldn't listen to it for too long. Um, that was rough. You don't want an explanation. Hi, Mr. Girl Orbiter. I actually agree. I I love how like I am an orbiter of everybody now. I'm a Destiny orbiter. I'm a Mr. Girl orbiter. I'm a Lav orbiter. I love this. This is great. I am the one planet that just orbits freaking everybody, dude. I can't I can't stay still. I orbit nobody. Nah, I mean, I'm sure everybody says that. I like all of them. I am not impartial. I am partial to myself, though. Um, I think anybody like I think one of the things that Mr. Girl has a point on is that anybody who's in this space has some sort of pressure on them to be like cool with Mr. Girl and or sorry, with Destiny and like be on good terms with him, or you got to be like his mortal enemy. Like those are like your two options. Either like you guys have to hate each other and you like become like President Sunday or Vaush or Demon Mama or you know all of these other people, you know, Mr. Girl, whatever. Like all of these people, you either have to make a career off of like hating him and railing against him, or you got to make a career off of being an orbiter. Um, Obviously, there are people who don't do either. But so wait, you're gonna talk to the Mr. Girl? Are you gonna be a Mr. Girl white blood cell, Tom? I, hopefully, yeah, yeah. That hope. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still setting my stuff up over here because my chat should be on screen. Oh no, it shouldn't. There we go. And then yeah, let's see. Okay, I think I got everything up. Yeah, I just got home from like a super long day of work, so I'm very tired. As usual. There was somebody complaining in my chat from last night. They were complaining in my comments like, "Dude, you just don't have like the energy that we all want from you." And I'm thinking, "Bro, I don't have the energy that y'all want from me. Like I used to. I only streamed on days off, and so on days off, like yeah, I have a lot more energy, and I'm going in pretty hard. But on days when I get off work, man, I just get on to like chill and watch videos and play some video games, and that's about it. We should change the stream title to Destiny is Racist to see if we can get him to hop in here too. Well, I mean, look, honestly, if there are definitely things that I would like to ask Destiny, and so I might reach out to him as well and see if he wants to come on. Not today, but one day. Because from the article, yeah, there's a lot of things that I would like to hear an explanation of. I didn't see him review it, but I heard that he's not like he didn't like really react to anything, that he wasn't really like reacting or talking about anything. So all right. Yeah, like I said, I was not planning on starting stream right now, so we're gonna hang out for a little bit until Mr. Girl jumps on. I'm gonna grab some caffeine real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Are some words blocked? Yes. Like all cuss words are blocked. Cuss words, slurs, all of that stuff. If your chat doesn't pop up on the screen, it's not gonna pop up. Damn, the viewers jumped in quick. The Dasani water is disgusting. Check the M's. I just did. Thank you. Yeah, I think. Let me see. Like I said, I wasn't planning on going live yet, so I just didn't want to, like, after setting up the stream and everything and then hitting start, like, I just wanted to connect my OBS to YouTube, and then it went live. I think I was planning on going live in like another 30 minutes, so we can hang out for a little bit, but let's see what time he's supposed to be on. Yeah, we agreed to 11:30. I'll see if he can come on earlier than that. Put the time he's coming on in the title. Okay. It's a good idea. Nice Beastie Boys strip? You think this is Beastie Boys strip? This is just the way I dress, so. Tom, can we please watch the Destiny part of the Wick stream? I plan on watching that stuff after. I don't want to. Like I watched some of what Wick was saying to Mr. Girl, but then I decided like not only is it like super hard to watch, but also I didn't want to hear his answers before I could ask him like questions that I wanted to ask. And because if it sounds like somebody's asking the same question, but you would rather word it a different way and have like a different type of back and forth with somebody, then yeah, it would be weird if I like sat there and listened to him answer these things and then thought, okay, that's a bad answer. I'll ask the same question and then see if I can get him on a gotcha or something. Like I just don't want to. I don't want to plan it out that way. So I'd rather just not watch it and then talk to him when he comes on. How much of the article did you read? Well, I don't think much. So the thing is that I already know all of this stuff. Like I can just read like somebody broke it down in the chapters for me, and I can just read the chapter titles and I know literally everything that happened in that stuff. I'm working on a documentary on Destiny and like creating Twitch politics and all of that crap. Mr. Girl's one of the people who helped me with it and worked on it some and did an interview for it. So like I have like dug into all of this crap myself and know it very well. Did anyone else read the Anna section? A sizable amount of Destiny's audience thought the sexting was sus, but reading the messages, Destiny literally lied to her and still called her psycho in private. Now everyone is acting like the stuff on Max's article is nothing burger because they hate him. Destiny may not be what Max is claiming, but he's definitely effed up. I don't know if that's an accurate statement. I think that I haven't watched anybody review it, so I can't make a statement to that. Like I so from a lot of the stuff, like I think that we can easily just say like Destiny did some messed up stuff here. The extent of how messed up time or how messed up each individual action is going to depend, and whether or not these actually link up with one another in some sort of pattern are questionable as well, especially over the course of like what, almost 15 years. Yeah, I'm not sure that it no one has reviewed it unbiasedly. I don't know if you were here last night for when we reviewed it, but I had a lot of criticisms of Destiny when we went over it, and I got into an argument with Sass over some of the stuff that that I thought he did wrong, and that I thought others around him did wrong, and then I had some issues with some of the things were worded by Max, but I think that a lot of that's like kind of irrelevant because the point of it is like, is or isn't he abusive? Is he doing something wrong here? Is he doing something messed up? And if that's the case, like this, I don't think they're wrong in the fact that we should actually be like asking more questions about streamer dynamics, right? And the way that we interact with one another. So we talk a lot about like, I don't think most people would say, hey, you're doing something wrong if you date somebody with a big age gap, right? You're not doing something wrong automatically just by there being an age gap in and of itself. But there's a lot of potential there for you to do something wrong. And I think that most people are going to assume that you're doing those things anyways. Like there's a lot of potential for abuse. And so I think no matter what, I've talked about this before. I had a girlfriend who was 10 years younger than me for a while. And I had to like talk to her about this stuff and tell her like, this is not good. Like this is not a good look for me, no matter like how many Um, no matter how many fail safes I put into place to where I'm like not doing something wrong or trying to make sure that I don't even accidentally do something wrong here, everybody's going to assume that I'm doing something wrong anyways. It doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter. And so that's kind of like the amount of room that there is for abuse in these scenarios. There's a lot. And I think that we should probably have more conversations about what is or is not good streamer ethics in the way that we interact with one another. What are like what are the expectations in these scenarios? Um, so yeah, he also constantly threatens to leak nudes. Wait, who are we talking about now? I know Destiny's done that once with Anna. Um, I'm pretty sure he actually did leak her nudes. I could be wrong. Am I wrong there? Didn't he actually like leak nudes? I remember her saying that, but I don't know if that's actually true. Destiny and Melina have been trying to find a replacement for each other. Yeah, they just got married. The whole couple months they've been married. What the hell? What are you talking about? Mr. Girl is freaking psychotic. He totally exploded on Wick. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I felt similarly to Mr. Girl. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have reacted the same way. I'm a very different person, but I agreed with a lot of his criticisms of Wick and like the things that he was upset about. I thought that he was right. I thought that he was correct in what he was saying, like the assumptions that would come from like, oh, I mean, I think you're lying. I just don't think it's intentional. Dude, what does that even mean? The word lie means that it's intentional. Like like oh, it's okay. I'm being good faith. I'm asking this in good faith. Like you saying that literally means nothing, dude. Like you could. So one way of like actually explaining that. So I saw people in chat when he said that saying like, how could he possibly even explain this? One of the ways you could explain it is like, well, this is why I was asking. This is where I was going to go next. Was like what I was hoping to get out of it. If you said this, I was going to go here. If you said this, I was going to go there. Like this is the reason that I was wondering this. Like there's a lot of ways to explain these sorts of things, but to just say no, I promise I'm being good faith. Like that, who cares? Like, who cares that you think you're being good faith? Nobody thinks they're being bad faith. Wick immediately talked to Destiny after the interview. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll probably go watch some of that stuff later. Wick said he's lying, but it didn't matter. Yeah, that makes no sense, dude. That makes no sense. Thoughts on Destiny stuffing Lauren? Did that happen? A lot of us who talked to Lauren knew about it, but didn't expect Connor to just say it. Wait, Counterpoint said it? Why did he say it? What the hell? Yeah, Lauren's married and has a kid. Like, that's. How did that come out? That's freaking weird, dude. Yeah, just had a kid. No wonder she never appeared on his stream again. I mean, what do you mean again though? Like, what is the timeline on this? How do you know it? How do you know she didn't appear on his stream again? Damn it, Sass, the doc that you sent me keeps freezing. Is there an original link that you can send me? Because this is. Never mind, I got it. Let it load. It's been up since last night. There's nothing to load. She's also living in a separate whole ass Greenwich mean time area than her husband, so what does that mean? I'm so confused. You are giving such like small details that I have no idea. Like, there's so much context missing from everything that you're saying. Is there like a link to this or a timestamp somewhere or anything? A clip? Okay, thank you. Yeah, all of mine, dude, all of my stuff is so screwed up since I've been using that green screen. I gotta change like all of my settings here.
You feel bad for Destiny. What about her husband? I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I thought that this particular person was like well-to-do, married, all that shit. So it is a bit of a shocker. But anyway, it's Lauren Southern. Let's just look. At this point, everyone fucking knows. Okay, let's not. It's Lauren Southern. I've got to be honest with you. I thought that this particular person was like well-to-do, married, all that shit. So it is a bit of a shocker. But anyway,
I don't understand.
do married.
Again,
I've got to be honest with you.
there's so much context missing here.
Publicly, a very private, whatever. You know, I I feel bad for Destiny over it. Like, as much as people will meme about it, and people in my community are gonna say the name and stuff like that. Sure, whatever. You know, it is kind of shit. It is kind of shit that like this what is obviously a very private kind of thing being revealed publicly. I'm not gonna say a name. No, I'm not gonna say a name. You feel bad for Destiny. What about her husband? I mean,
See, how do they all know? Why is everybody spamming her name in chat already? Like, where did all this come from? It, it just does it, like, there's something not adding up here. I knew Kiwi wanted it to be Lauren. Kiwi Farms. It's been leaked for a while, but unconfirmed. What does that mean, leaked? Like, I know that there's been people saying that that's the case, but nobody had, like, if it's unconfirmed, that means it's not leaked. It's just people speculating, right? Chud said that there was a thread on Kiwi Farms. Oh, and they actually have, like, evidence of this? Because other people were making it sound like, I thought you guys were saying that Counterpoints leaked it. Tom, are clipping your fingernails? Yeah, I'm clipping my fingernails. Yeah. I got a trash bin over here and I'm clipping my fingernails real quick. Counterpoints leaked it later. Damn. Connor posted about this in his Discord confirming it. Wow. Destiny told Max straight up, Chud has to know. Yeah, it does all sound like speculation. Yeah, I feel like somebody would send me the evidence of this being the case instead of showing me somebody else said that this was the case. Right? Yeah, I like, it's not that I don't believe you guys, it's just that, yeah, for me, like, this still all sounds like speculation. I like, the people you guys are talking about are people who would know, obviously, but I don't think Connor would lie about it. I mean, yeah, that's what I just said. You got to be kidding us with the fingernails, dude. No, not kidding. They're nice and clipped now. Nice and pretty. Oh, I missed one. You guys got an issue with fingernails being clipped? You guys don't like fingernail clippings? Nail goals, yeah, true. Yeah, clip it. Clip it. I got a whole kit here. I can file my nails and everything. Worst ASMR ever? No, it's good. See, the worst ASMR ever is like somebody brushing their teeth. That would be horrible. Somebody was brushing their teeth on stream. I can't stand the sound of like bristles on somebody's teeth. Anytime it's in like a movie or TV show, I get goosebumps all over my body when it happens. Just don't let Mr. Girl see them or he'll make a potion to ruin your life. What does that mean? Is there a thing with Mr. Girl and in nail clippings? He said he's gonna jump on a bit early, so he'll be here soon. I can't stand crunchy eating. I don't mind crunchy eating. Bro, you look like the spitting image of my brother. It's kind of scary. Really? Send me a DM. I want to see. I won't share it. I won't show everybody your brother, but I want to see. I've never seen anybody who looks this good, so I would like to see somebody else this beautiful. Yeah, everybody take a second, hit those thumbs upsies, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you joining us. I accidentally started stream way too early, but I messaged Max, told him, he said he'll jump on. So link to Tom's Discord. It's in the description. What up, kid not kin? I just heard about you like twice within the last couple weeks. Danabo mentioned you as like the new successful streamer on Twitch in a conversation with DK, and then what was the other one? And then Sick was telling me to go to you with my mic problems. He said to go to you to figure out how to get my Shure to work without buying like a $200 compressor. I gotta turn down the brightness. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. It normally doesn't have the shadow behind me. That's what's bugging me, is the shadow. Max's previous interview was a disaster. You better not sound like someone has ever watched a Destiny video, or you might be in trouble, bud. Trust me. Max knows I would never watch a Destiny video, okay? Everybody knows. Everybody is well aware. I would never. This Mr. Girl Cope stream or Critical Legit Convo? Sorry, I don't know you. This is a Critical Cope stream where I have a convo with Mr. Girl. Later, Z King. Have a good night. Call Mr. Girl a female dog. Oh, are you saying that because you can't say the actual word and I don't know. Maybe. I can see the okay, so the lips and the nose, I think he looks a bit similar. But like the mouth shape, the jaw shape, he's got similar glasses to me as well. But I can see what it is you're talking about. My boy got 58 viewers. I think it's like the third time this week. I think we got up to about 60 a couple days ago. Do you know your daddy Destiny is watching you? Well, how do you think he gets all of those base frickin' takes? Every time I go live, he's like, guys, I gotta go. He calls it the gym. That's what he calls it. Going to the gym. That just means tomfoolery is streaming. I gotta figure out what the hot takes are. Tom, do you think the people get more distracted by how emotional Mr. Girl gets than by the points he makes? Everyone thinks he was unfair to Wick. I don't know about unfair. I like the stuff that he was saying, I don't think he was incorrect, and I thought that Wick was incorrect. And I think it's pretty simple, but like whether or not, let's say, like, we're gonna go back and watch it, so I don't know, but whether or not, Max was possibly using like the meta conversation to avoid parts of the conversation or something like that, I don't know. Found it. Thank you, Sleepy. What's this? What? What?
What's this? What's this?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
What's this? What's this, motherfucker? What's this? All the people saying, oh, chud, chud, chud. Fuck you. Just to demystify this, Lauren was having a tough time with her family. Her and Destiny got close. Mel didn't like it. They backed off, but it still blew up because of how close they got emotionally. What's this? What's this? What's this? Huh? What's this? What's this, motherfucker? What's this? All the people saying, oh, chud, chud, chud. Fuck you. Just to demystify this, Lauren was having a tough time with her family. Her and Destiny got close. Mel didn't like it. They backed off, but it still blew up because of how close they got emotionally.
I don't know that. How much how much confirmation is that really though? Like, how much confirmation is that seriously? That they got close. I think we all knew that they got close. They were literally hanging out, um, doing like IRL streams together. I think that much we already knew. That's not a. So are we supposed to just take that and say, oh, therefore they were having sex with one another? They went to DC together. Right, exactly, yeah. Um what is TFW again? Sorry, I don't know you guys' internet lingo. Uh that feel when. That feel when you hang out with a woman. True. Yeah, you can't hang out with a woman unless you're having sex with them. What what other reason is there to hang out with a woman? I mean, the girl in the article is Mel was upset over another girl that Destiny was closer to and emotionally close to and going places with, etc. So either it's Lauren or someone else he was IRL with. Right. Okay, so I'm not denying that part. I assume that he's talking about Lauren in that clip, okay? In that little screenshot. I assume he's talking about Lauren. Um but do I think that that means that they were having sex? Like, I don't I don't know why I would get that from that. Why would I get sex from this? I Lauren Southern is like a far right considered Nazi, um, you know, internet personality that is in like a ton of drama all the time. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Mel could not want him to be around her. There's uh there's a lot of girls that Mel didn't like. So I don't know that I necessarily assumed that it was sex, but true, Lauren is still listed as a man on her Canadian passport. True. Yeah, she's listed as a man in Canada. Destiny previously said that he tried to leave Melina for a mystery woman, but she turned him down. No one knew for sure who it was, but now we know. No, this happened like a long time ago. This happened like way early in their relationship. That was not that reason. Like I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I could have sworn um when I heard that was like something from a long time ago or something. Wasn't this when Mel went off to Austin because of this? That wasn't that long ago. No, that was a different thing. That was, I believe, over the Anna Lav like sort of stuff. That I'm pretty sure that's what that was over. You're wrong, Tom Fool. He just talked about it. He literally just talked about it the other day, saying that that was over Anna. So I'm saying that the Austin stuff was over Anna. That I'm not saying, sorry, I'm not talking about the other thing. I'm not saying that he was trying to leave Melina for Anna. She shot flares at Melina because Melina is an immigrant, so we know a motive. True. Also, Nomel was talking about a woman who he was seeing around the time of Better Discourse and DC for Tim Pool, etc. you can't really cheat in an open relationship. That's not true. That's not true. You can cheat in any relationship. Like, normally when we think of cheating, we think of like you're breaking the boundaries that you guys have set on the relationship, like the intimate parts that are only supposed to be between the two of you. You are doing that with somebody else. So it's not that Destiny and Melina, I believe, have tons of rules. Like they've talked about this stuff before, that they're um that they have like a bunch of rules and like what they can and can't do, who they can and can't be with, like that sort of stuff. That's, if they break those rules, that's cheating. Like if my girlfriend says, "Hey, you can go have sex with this person," and I go have sex with them, that's not cheating. Nobody would call that cheating. But if she says, "Hey, you can't go have sex with this girl," and I go have sex with that girl, everybody would call that cheating. That is just generally what we would call cheating.
I love you, Tom.
Love you too. Why is it not popping up? Hey, sorry, 1 second. My settings are all changed. Is my stream dropping, guys? It says it's in the red.
In the red? Oh, I'm not watching it. So I don't know.
Sorry, I was asking Chad.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Stream is fine? Okay, thank you. Alright, I'm just gonna get rid of chat. How's it going, man?
Just talked to Wick. Didn't go very well.
Is there F? Now they are saying that there's something wrong with my stream. I'm so sorry about this.
That's fine. I'm not streaming, so I don't care. Oh, my virtual camera.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know. We didn't really talk about what we were going to talk about. So
No.
I reading the article, I didn't get through the whole thing, but I'm aware of most of the things that I read through. Like one of my mods read the entire thing and put chapters and everything, and Yeah, through my research for the documentary, I feel like I know about all of this stuff.
Sure. Yeah, there's probably some there's DMs and stuff you probably haven't seen, but
Oh,
to,
okay.
um yeah. There's evidence that it was not public before, but yeah, if you know Destiny, you probably know about most of these stories.
Yeah.
When I did not know them when I did my interview for your documentary, which I know now not to speak about. I kind of was just like, yeah, he's made this space, and I didn't really know anything about him when I mean, like I knew him like personally, but I shouldn't have done that interview. I didn't know what I was talking about, but now I do. I'm ready now to talk about Destiny.
Did you feel uncomfortable at all? Like back then, like did you think that there was like did
I
you
didn't feel
think that there was
uncomfortable. I just
anything unforth?
I felt like it was kind of okay. I feel like when you become part of Destiny's world, it's pitched to you as he doesn't word things in the best way, always. But that's kind of fun and kind of funny. He triggers people, they get mad, they misinterpret him and misunderstand him, and he kind of has fun with that. That I feel like that's like the narrative that you're told, and like that happens to me all the time. So I think I was kind of primed to see like a kindred spirit, and like, oh, I do that too. I say stuff. People, sometimes intentionally, ambiguously, or provocatively, people interpret it in one way or another, and it's like sometimes the message gets twisted. People get mad about it, and sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's upsetting. So I feel like I was primed to think of him as like similar to me.
Yeah, when you described that, I felt like you were describing yourself. Um,
Yeah.
so I guess the biggest question that I have reading over this, I didn't see it. I even like, control F'd the word and tried to find this. When you say the word abuse, what is it that you mean by that?
Oh, to see if I defined it?
Yeah, yeah, to see if there was a definition. Yeah.
I've just been using a kind of general definition I found by Googling it. In my head, I would say it's have power over somebody and you cause them undue or unnecessary harm with that power.
Yeah, I think that's generally what I see on Google as well.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that's a good way to describe it. You could come up with a counterexample where that happened and that nobody would think was abusive, but I think that's a good ballpark estimation of what it means.
I so because obviously it's hard to like draw a line on abuse, but I think with that sort of thing, like I could call somebody. It's literally impossible, yeah, to draw a hard line and say this is when it stops being just like a mean thing, and this is when it starts being abuse. So,
Yeah, and I think context matters too.
mhm. Yeah. So the sorry, one second. I accidentally turned off streamer mode, and now that was a dumb move. Okay. Um, because yeah, calling somebody stupid at this point could possibly be abuse, right? But when you're saying abuse, you are using it like to say like this is serious, right? So I would, from the way I felt like it was almost like you're saying this is something that could cause some sort of like long-term damage. Would you disagree with that?
I don't want to start narrowing the definition
I'm not using it to like get you later, like, ah, ha, ha, you didn't say this
And
was.
even if you're not the one who gets me later, I just don't want to narrow it. I think the definition we gave is fine. I want to stick with it, but I don't agree that calling someone stupid by itself. Okay, so if you heard me call Shaylin stupid once
Mhm.
in one video, that's not abuse. If I've never said it before and I never say it again, calling someone stupid once isn't abuse. Habitually called starts to get there. If you're calling her stupid when she is in distress or for the purpose of shutting her down or for the purpose of controlling her, then it's definitely abusive. But each individual time isn't abusive. It's the constellation of behaviors. So I also don't abuse is like a there are things you can do that are abusive just once. If you do it just once, it's abuse. And there's things that need other factors in place, or you need to do them over time to be abuse. So I just think there's, and that's just for me. Everybody's got their own definition. Like people are always going to disagree about what abuse is. So when I use the word abuse in the report, I think the main time I use it is just in the title, how Destiny abuses his platform. I don't think I use it again myself. I quote other people using it, but I don't know if I do.
You do one other time, I believe, to say that this is when you started to think that there were abusive tendencies from Destiny, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah. And even in a way, I'm sort of quoting myself. I'm quoting my past thought, but I'm not. Clearly, the entire document, I am saying this is a picture of abuse, but I don't really invoke the concept within it. Again, and everybody's going to have their own definition. So I am hoping to appeal to the reader's definition and say, and just give them the tools that they need to decide for themselves if they think it's abusive. It's not so much trying to convince you. I don't want to do two things at once, you know? Like, I can imagine another essay I could write that's about how our definitions of abuse are too rigid and our bar is too high. We've become too acclimated to people treating each other horribly, and we need to lower our bar for what we think of as abuse to encompass a lot more behavior that's totally normalized to us. I could do that and try to shift your bar for abuse. And then, but I don't want to do that. I think what I want to do is just give you a clear picture of Destiny's behavior. I want to disclose my view. I want to disclose my purpose in writing the report. But really, I am, as much as I can, trying to stay out of it and just say, like, even if you hate me, I want you to feel like you got a pretty clear picture of how Destiny behaves in these various situations, which is why there's so much evidence and it's so dry. So, yeah, I want the reader to decide for themselves based on their own current definition of abuse if they think Destiny meets it, and I obviously do. For me,
I did like a video a while ago called Mr. Girl Hit Piece, where it was about your Dr. K hit piece, and
yeah,
and one of the things that I was talking about is I really appreciated the way in your video about Dr. K, like you just kind of laid out the facts and just allowed everybody to like label it the way that they wanted to. If they wanted to label it abusive, if they wanted to label it irresponsible, like that's on them. You're just telling them what happened.
that's true. But the title is reckless. I mean, I'm still clearly violated ethics guidelines, obviously.
Sure.
But
Well, and
yes,
so that's kind of what I got into in the video is that you had already done like a ton of streams, a ton of other debates where you had already labeled it for us. You had already like convinced us this is what was coming in this video. This is what you were going to prove, or this is what you were going to give us evidence of. And so I felt like that was the same here, where like abuse is a much stronger word than just saying like Destiny has a pattern of doing something wrong, right? And so we're saying like this is a much worse thing than just he does wrong things sometimes. No,
Yeah,
this is a pattern of abuse. Yeah.
abuse needs to be stopped. like by definition.
And so is that what like using the word is supposed to communicate, that it's like more serious, or that it's just
I think so. That it's unacceptable behavior. That's a
Okay.
good thing to add to the definition, really. It's a value judgment. It's an unacceptable harm caused by someone in power. Like you can't the sentence of just like, oh yeah, I have an abusive relationship with my girlfriend. I'm really abusive to her. I abuse my child. That doesn't make any sense. You can't say that sentence because it's an oxymoron. If you say it's ongoing and it's abuse, then you can't say it in that tone or that way. It's unacceptable if it's abuse. So I think that's another thing that I'm trying to get in there.
And so if the pattern is abuse, like what is the pattern exactly? Like what is, so throughout this article, I'm sure there's supposed to be things that we're seeing. And it's not just, like I said, Destiny did bad things. It's like, you know, there's a pattern of abuse. There's some sort of thing here that we see over and over that we want to stop. What do you think that thing is?
I don't think it's just one thing. I think there's a few dynamics. Well, I list them in the beginning. What do you have it in front of you? What did I say?
I do.
Let's see. Jesus, this thing's long. Okay. Unequal sexual relationships. Retaliation. Sadism. And narrative control.
Okay. Would each one of these things you consider to be abusive? Yes. Or you consider there to be a pattern of each one of these things?
There are interweaving patterns of all four. And I think sometimes does rise to the level of abuse on its own, but particularly when they're combined, when all four are firing, when it's, you know, he's in an unequal sexual relationship with somebody, he's retaliating against that person because they said something about him he doesn't like or did something he doesn't like. He is sadistically enjoying that retaliation and encouraging others to sadistically enjoy it as well. And he has narrative control, meaning he is lying about the person, he's smearing the person, or he's enlisted orbiters and other people to help shore up the narrative by saying certain things or not talking to certain people. Once all four of those things are going at the same time, I would say it's highly abusive. Yeah.
Okay. So is there a scenario where somebody, I guess, actually, let me ask this. Do you think there's a problem with like unequal power dynamics within a relationship, or where do you think where do you think problems would come in if not?
A sexual relationship?
Mm-hmm.
I think it is unethical to have sex with somebody I think actually partly it matters how you got there. If I start if let's say when I first started streaming or started YouTube, I started dating another tiny content creator. And then I got huge. We're still having sex. I'm still in a position of power. I sell more money. All those imbalances happen. But that I don't think anybody would think that's abusive or unethical. I think it's when you're using your position of power to obtain sex, then it becomes unethical. So it's not really just the end point of the relationship that you're taking into account. So
So
I don't like your question, is what I'm trying to say, because you're going at it backwards. I think the question is, what is ethical for people in power to do, and what is not ethical? Who is Destiny allowed to have sex with ethically?
okay, good. So then what is it who he can have sex with? Because I was gonna ask, like, I would assume that you would have like steps that you would expect him to take in order to ensure that he is having an ethical relationship. But is it more? But then, yeah, if you say who it's with, that would be a little bit different. Is that one of the steps? Is like figuring out who it is that you're going to have a relationship with, or can you change the steps that you would necessarily need to take based on who it is?
I don't know. This question feels really vague. It feels like you're. I don't know why we don't just talk more specifically about like. It still feels like you're reversing the question and asking backwards again.
Mm-hmm.
You're not asking me what I think is right and wrong. You're asking me how I would decide what is right and wrong before I've even
Um,
told you what it is.
maybe, yeah. So I'm asking like, yeah, what? Because I feel like if I'm talking to somebody who says, "Hey, I'm going to date this woman who's 20 years younger than me," is this wrong? I would probably say it's probably not wrong, but there's like a lot of steps that I would expect you to take in order to make sure that this is an ethical relationship. I would expect you to like do X, Y, and Z, because you are the one who's like in a position of power here, and um, and yeah, I would expect you to do these things to ensure that you're not even accidentally being abusive in some way.
Describing your mental steps or thought process that you would take if one specific person asked you if they should have sex with somebody 20 years younger is a different question than the one you're supposedly asking me about what I think is right and wrong with regards to people in positions of power or stream. It just feels like you're leaving so many back doors for yourself to not actually be talking about Destiny or anything specific that I don't even know. I don't even know what you're asking me.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand. So, one of the things that like when I listen to you talk about streamer dynamics is
Okay.
like, you say that like, yeah, we need to have more discussions about what is ethical between these in these areas and what would be right or wrong. But
Okay.
you are already making the judgment that that like some of these relationships are unethical and abusive. And so I'm trying to understand like what parts of these relationships would make it abusive, and not just for Destiny specifically, but it like streamers in relationships that would have unequal power dynamics. But we can specify it if you'd like.
Yeah, I would like to get more specific because I think I mean, you started out saying like I don't think we can draw a specific line
Hmm.
with what abuse is, but now it feels like you're trying to get me to do that. And there's some things I can say I think you shouldn't do, but like if I say I don't think big streamers above say 500,000 subscribers, I don't think they should have sex with streamers who have less than 50 concurrent viewers. You could probably come up with a situation in which I would say, okay, that's fine. With these two people in this situation, I guess that's an exception. I guess this is ethical. I so I don't. I guess I just don't agree with the way you're trying to approach the conversation.
I think, okay, maybe there's confusion. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to ask like not not for you to tell me what is wrong, but like an expectation that you would have within these relationships to ensure that there wouldn't be uh, some sort of wrongdoing.
Oh, you don't have them. Don't fuck small streamers. If you're a big successful streamer, don't fuck people who may be fucking you because of the career benefit you can give them.
Hmm.
I think that is unethical. I don't think you should use your power for sex.
There's a number of things that come to mind when you say that. Like, immediately I think of like celebrities and the fact that they're just generally like, it's possible that there's always going to be somebody who wants to be with them because of who they are. But then I also think
That's
of
not the
like,
same thing. That's not the same thing. That's not what I
well,
said. I didn't say don't have sex with people who want to have sex with you because of who you are, because of your status. Don't have sex with people who are in the same industry as you, and you have power over them. Well, people want to have sex with other people who have power over others. Like, it's attractive to see that, like, yeah, if you're a general in the army and you go bragging about it, people are gonna want to fucking suck your dick. But
okay.
you shouldn't let them suck your dick if they are underneath you in your chain of command.
Okay. So Destiny like is um starts to date somebody who makes cupcakes on YouTube. Um well, I don't know, because even that they're still on YouTube, so they could possibly still just gain from that just by being on YouTube.
Yeah,
Um
probably less so. Seems a little safer.
Because so the reason I'm asking this is like, in my head, the way that I think about this is, yeah, I don't think it's automatically abuse just because there's a likelihood of abuse. And that's what I feel like you're saying in the article a lot of times, is that there seems like
Bro,
there's
you're
a high
comparing
potential.
you I don't uh I don't like this format of
Okay.
discussion where I say I think something is abusive. You don't
Hmm.
say, well, you don't say, why do you think it's abusive? Okay, what do you think is abusive about this situation? Or what do you think is whatever? What do you think would be best? What would your guidelines be? You're not really saying that. You're kind of challenging me or kind of picking apart my ideas. But the way you do it is by saying, well, what if he had sex with somebody like, okay, we're some somebody who is an orbiter or who is deeply entrenched in his sphere,
Hmm.
where he blacklists people, he threatens people, he threatens to leak your nudes, he directs people to your Kiwi Farms thread, he talks about you, calls you out incessantly on stream, telling you that you're a psychotic person, and that saying in public that he wants to join your therapy session to debate your therapist because your therapist said he was abusive. You're taking that relationship with Anna and then saying like, well, okay, what if he just had sex with somebody who made cupcakes? And it just feels like what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Like
no,
it's just
I immediately took that back because I said that that would still fall into the lines of what you're saying. But the
even
like,
so, it doesn't matter. It seems like an insane way to begin. Like, I keep having these conversations with all
mhm.
these people who like don't ask the obvious, really straightforward questions of like, so what do you think, or like how are you feeling about this, or what would you what do you think makes, if you could draw a line for abuse, how would you do that? What would your guidelines be for streamers if you could make a constitution of ethical guidelines for streamers? What would it be? Like, you have your ethical guidelines for therapists, so what would like, you're not asking anything like that. You're like just asking all these really vague, weird questions that leave you so many outs to not to. It's like you're not taking a stance. You're not even letting me have a position. I just feels like I don't.
Sorry, the last one is kind of what I was trying to ask. Yeah, I was trying to ask for like a list of like expectations. So when you say like, hey, this is like a constitution of what I would put out for
Okay,
streamers, that is what
so
I'm
here.
asking when I'm saying like, what are
Okay.
expectations that you would have of streamers?
Okay, but when you compare Destiny fucking and all the horrible shit he did to Anna,
Mhm.
to being in the same league, or potentially in the same league, as in having sex with somebody who makes cupcakes on YouTube. It feels like you are running a ton of interference for him. And the only way I can stop you from doing it is to catch that happened, which is exhausting, and then list all of the ways that Destiny's treatment of Anna is different from a big streamer fucking somebody who makes cupcakes, lest I start running interference for him too by just being lazy. And it just makes these conversations like so completely exhausting. And I've noticed in Destiny's sphere that he and those who watch him do not like to make normative judgments about anything. And the whole article is a value judgment. They don't like to make value judgments. They don't like to say that's abusive. They like to ask a hypothetical. If you ask Destiny or one of his followers, is X abusive? He'll say it could be. It's possible, but these things are really complicated. So what you have to think about, and then they'll start comparing it to other stuff, and like, yeah, you can have a conversation that way. You can say stuff, and then the other person says stuff back and forth, and then eventually an hour will have elapsed, and I guess you had a conversation. But no one will have ever actually taken a position, and just a million comparisons will be made, and then it'll be like, well, this was really interesting. So like, do you think that Destiny abused Anna?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that some of the things that he was doing were abusive. Yes.
Okay. Is your opinion on the report or Destiny's behavior part of this conversation? Are you like going to be? Are we both taking positions on this, or is it just me and you're interviewing me?
So originally, I'm trying to understand what it is that you consider abusive, so that I can understand where it is that so that I can immediately, yes, think of like situations that I would consider abusive. So almost exactly
By
what you considered
by
or
my,
what
by
you
my,
just mentioned. Yeah, go ahead.
by abusive by my standards or by your standards?
So yes, abusive. Like once you tell me what it is that you think is abusive, I want to understand that, and then I want to think of like similar scenarios in my head, like you said, of like, this is what his orbiters do. They'll make comparisons to this, and what about this? That's the way I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying
Okay.
to think, because this is like a different scenario within
Okay. Is the
streaming.
goal of the conversation to figure out whether why I think he's abusive, or is it also to figure out if you think he's abusive?
Both. Yes. I think if I
Okay.
could understand your thought process better on why you think he's abusive, I think I could better assess whether or not I agree with you.
Okay. I think a lot of my assessment of whether something is abusive is my emotional reaction to it.
Okay.
If you've never had a Kiwi Farms thread made about you, and if you don't know what Kiwi Farms is, and if you grew up with your address being in the phone book, then the concept of doxing, even if you knew it had a word and people really don't like it, might just be meaningless to you. If you're like a 50, 60-year-old guy who's everybody knows where I live, and I leave my door unlocked, and I don't say things that I wouldn't attach my name to, and I don't say things I'm not proud of, and I'm proud of who I am, and I don't understand what any of these people are talking. What are they, just like cowards? I don't get it. You could tell them Destiny directed his audience to go make accounts on Kiwi Farms and post an Anna's Kiwi Farms thread 2 days after sexting her. When she confronted him about it, part of his response was, "You called me sexually abusive, so I think I have a right to do this, or have a right to talk about this." If you speak the language of the internet, and if you've had experiences with any of these things, that's going to strike you completely differently, even if you have all the same facts. But you're just not going to have the same emotional response to it. You're going to be like, So if you, to me, it's clearly abuse. And like Anna's reaction to it in the DMs, she responds to him and she's in all caps, "You ruined my fucking life, you fucking sociopath. What is wrong with you?"
Mhm.
So I think that the way you're approaching this might be overly intellectual. And I know that's on purpose. I know you're trying to figure out, let's intellectualize this and make it like make sense. And I think
Mhm.
for a law or a rule, that makes sense. But some laws do involve like unwanted or causing fear or causing distress is part of the criteria for having broken the law. And by the same token, in assessing abuse, a lot of it is just how I feel hearing about what happened. And then describing why it's abusive comes afterward. So now I've thought about it enough to think about why it's abusive to direct people to someone's docs 2 days after sexting them, and then to claim that there was never any override, never called her a stalker, but like all of that just seems really abusive to me. But and I thought about it enough that I can articulate why, but it doesn't translate to being able to then articulate how I would judge whether anything else was abusive at any time. So I don't think I'm going to be able to reverse engineer it for you
Okay.
in the way that you're asking.
Because yeah, I also defended you when it came to like people who were calling you abusive, and they accused me of overly intellectualizing it. There was a whole video where they added like scary music and all this stupid stuff to make stuff, seem a lot worse.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, like same is I guess my initial like emotional response to that, it was like, yeah, this feels weird, this feels icky. But then yeah, I started like thinking about like, you know intimate relationships that I've had with people, the way that we talk to each other, the way that we interact. And I like you explained, like I end up starting to like compare it to a bunch of other things that
Yeah.
I either know to be abusive or know not to be abusive. And that helps me because this is a weird space. This is like, the internet, the way that we interact with one another. This is a new dimension that I feel like I'm trying to actually like comprehend what even could be abusive here.
Okay. I think a component of defining abuse is how it makes you feel to witness or hear about it. Like I just said, and I think that making comparisons can help you explain why something is abusive to somebody else. But I don't think it's going to help you much with determining for yourself whether something is abusive. If you're having a dinner with like another couple and you see one of the people actively abusing the other in your mind, or treating them in a way that strikes you as like unacceptable, like he's like hitting her repeatedly, like in the face, like you're gonna feel like, I have to do something to stop this. Like I can't sit here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just sit here and watch this. I have to stop it. I think then later when somebody says, "Oh, why'd you have to stop it?" It's not like he was, like break her nose or anything. It was just some hitting. Why? You could answer that question, even though it's like kind of in that situation it's weird because it's like you assume everybody kind of is on the same page about it at this, in this decade in this country. But I think that it gives too much cover to Destiny to try to reverse engineer this. And that's like going back to how I structured it. I want you to read it and I want you to either know it's abusive or not. And I'm not going to be able to convince you one way or another because it's about how you feel. How does it feel to read to read the words that he's saying to these people and see the things he's doing? I think that's what it's like. That's the appeal to like your own sense of what is abusive.
I mean, like I said, we can't draw like hard lines here, but I almost feel like when you say, I can't reverse engineer this because that would give him cover.
Yeah.
And it almost sounds like you're saying, like, I can't be consistent on this line. I can't compare it to other things because if we did that, then it wouldn't sound like abuse anymore. But wouldn't that just mean that it's not abusive then?
If it doesn't sound like abuse, is it not
Yeah, like if
abusive?
we compare it to other things that are similar and we say like, hey, like this is analogous in this way, or we intellectualize it and say like, hey, we'll be consistent on the way that we're judging this. Would we, if we're saying, oh, well, then it's not going to sound abusive anymore, wouldn't that
I
just mean that it's not abusive anymore?
No, I think comparison is a good way to no. I think it's a cult. And endless comparison in lieu of making value judgments is a way that people remain in the cult. That's one way to stay a Destiny fan, is to not make value judgments about things. Not say things are right or wrong. To say, well, what about this other thing? What about when he did this? What about she did? Didn't she deserve it?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't everybody do that? Those shut down value judgments. I want the value judgment to just stand on its own. He's abusive. It doesn't matter who else is abusive, who isn't abusive. It doesn't matter. I just like don't want to talk about it, I guess.
I'm confused. Like, what is the value judgment if there's no consistency there? Like, what is it if it's not compared to other things? How do we know the value of the judgment then? Like, I feel like you're saying, hey,
If the
we just
if
need the
wait,
value judgment, but it
no,
doesn't have any value.
no, all value judgments are anchored in a sense of right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If you anchor them all to each other, which is what happens in Destiny's cult, then everybody feels. This is this is so key to understanding the cult. Everybody feels like they have a rigid system of right and wrong in Destiny's cult, but it's a rigid system of comparison. So it's an interlocking network of knowing relative. Well, where does my take on the Kenosha shooting square with my take on defending yourself in private property? How does that connect to my take on like abortion or gun rights? How does that connect to my take on like racism or policing or race relations? And they can all be really, really in this like crystalline interlocking structure. But then when you try to find, okay, but where's the morality that this is anchored to? Every point is just connected to another take. And it turns out that the entire structure is adrift. And that as long as the debate bro as long as the logic interlocking each piece is sound, and often it is, often it isn't, but often it is, or can appear to be sound or feel sound. I mean, in some ways, it almost helps Destiny when it's not sound, because then his audience can say, "Wait, explain this to me again," because I don't see how they connect. And then he explains, it and they go, "Oh yeah, okay," and so then it becomes it's more than, it goes beyond just his knowing his logic. It's not actually logical, so you are just knowing his framing of it or his words that explain the logic. But the structure is adrift, even though everyone on it feels like it's solid and unmoving, and they hate inconsistency. Most of the ways that you'll see them argue against me or against any critic is going to be, but what about Lav? Didn't she say 4 months ago this thing, and then when she said that, you retweeted it, or you liked it on Twitter, or you agreed with it? So that shows that you're the most disgusting thing on earth, which is hypocritical. You're lost. You don't have this crystalline structure. You don't have the same. And what you're doing now is like, it's almost, I know you're not doing it maliciously, but it's like a hypocrisy test. Hypocrisy is, I just don't think we should be testing for hypocrisy right now, or I don't want to be tested for it. Because the assumption of a hypocrisy test is that I am not a hypocrite. And then if you can show that I am a hypocrite, the assumption that I'm not a hypocrite therefore undermines my abuse claims. But maybe I just am a hypocrite. Maybe I am abusive to my girlfriend. But maybe I'm also right that Destiny is abusive. So showing that I'm abusive or that my evaluation of abuse is inconsistent doesn't actually exonerate him. It only exonerates him if you value the interlocking crystalline structure of the take. Let's call it the take ship. It's a spaceship made of takes, made of arguments and logic bro comparisons. But it's adrift because it is not anchored by morality. Whereas I am more likely to have all of my stances are going to be anchored in a sense of morality, and that sense of morality may be inconsistent. And so then you're gonna find cracks in my structure. You're gonna say, well, you had this take here and you had this take here, but they don't connect because there is no unifying code of morality and logic that all totally makes sense. Eventually, one is going to have to be flexible, and I would fucking much rather my takes and my logic bend to my morality than the other way around.
Okay.
So to just
Go ahead.
I guess my problem with the way you're interrogating this is that I'm making a moral and emotional claim that comparing it to other stuff doesn't really get at what I'm saying, and instead unanchors us and takes us back onto this unanchored system of thinking that allows you to never have to morally condemn anything as long as you can just keep debating and comparing.
So I think that you're right as far as like, yes, like he can be wrong, and
Okay.
and you can do something else and say, well, I didn't do anything wrong there, and be hypocritical while he's still wrong. I completely agree. And I don't actually like care whether or not you yourself are hypocritical. But generally, and I don't know how much of like getting into a meta ethics debate will actually be useful here, but when I'm talking about consistency, it's not necessarily to say that you are a hypocrite. And I know tons of like chatters and everybody wants to do that. They want the owns. They have Mr. Girl derangement syndrome, and like that's all they care about. But more so, it's like I want to, if I work this into my ethical system, I want to know, would it be consistent? And the consistency is important. So if you had an analogous relationship with your girlfriend and you said, oh no, mine isn't abuse, but his is, either yours is abuse or you're wrong about his being abuse. And so
No.
I'm saying if it was analogous,
But it can't really be.
it probably not. Like I
It can't
probably
ever be.
can't have context that would make it analogous. I think you're correct.
If it were identical.
Right.
And it can't be identical.
Well, we could have similar surrounding context that we could consider to be analogous. But yeah, I don't know how much getting into like where our ethics come from, or whether or not we should or shouldn't be consistent is going to be useful. So I think instead, like, I think for a lot of people who are in DGG and they lived through the whole Anna saga, I think for a lot of them, the context meant like of what Destiny was doing in and of itself, in a nutshell, in a vacuum, like he was doing some really messed up stuff. But I think that
I don't hear them saying that. I hear them saying it's... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think that the surrounding context made it seem justified, that they felt like he was also being abused, and that she was chasing him around, saying, hey, the relationship's over, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. But then the next day going on stream and talking about him again, sending all of his friends messages and talking to all of them, while also like coming back and saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done
Okay,
that. I
do you
won't
know
do
that
this anymore.
right now Stardust is doing a stream? Do you know she's doing a stream right now?
No.
Okay, Stardust is doing a stream right now called Completely Unhinged Stardust Rants About Mr. Girl. What?
Star, I think what a lot of chat missed was that you felt like letting up immediately made you look dishonest, and that's what clearly frustrated you the most from what I could tell. Yeah.
Okay, I assume she's saying that she's going back on her. She's unrecanting her claims that I flashed her or tried to make her uncomfortable or something. That's how. I don't know what she's talking about. I assume that's what she meant from that snippet, right?
Yeah.
And the stream's been going on for 2 hours. Do you like? Should I? Like I don't care. It's fine. She can do that. She has a right to do that. Should I send Dan over to her next 5 conversations with people, or to tell people that they shouldn't talk to her because she might say these things about me? Should I threaten to leak damaging information about her, or nude? Not that I don't have nudes of her, but you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If she's gonna keep releasing damaging information about me, like it's fucking insane. It's just like it's just accepted that Destiny is so fucking thin-skinned that it's okay for him to retaliate against people just for criticizing him. So I don't want to approach it this way, man. I just don't agree with the entire approach. I reject the entire line of questioning of like, well, how do we defining abuse exactly? That's what they do.
Well,
that's exactly what they do.
Sure, and I'm trying to get away from that. That's actually
Okay.
why I brought this up. Is to like you said, you wanted to talk about specifics earlier. So instead of outlining abuse and all of this, that's why I'm bringing up. I think that people felt like the surrounding context for Destiny was that he was also abused, that he had somebody stalking him, and that the things that he was doing without surrounding context would have been really messed up stuff, but in reaction to what was happening. So like she says, hey, he stealthed me this one time. He you know, I
Wait, she didn't
thought
say
he was
that.
going to wear a condom, and
She didn't
well,
say
I
that.
think
She said
okay.
he pressured me to not use a condom. She didn't say she didn't say he stealthed her.
Okay.
I don't think.
I think she originally said that, but maybe I'm wrong. I could either way. It doesn't. Yeah. So
Okay.
she's saying
I don't.
like,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So
I
like,
don't know what she did. I can't say for sure what she didn't say because she said a lot of stuff. I will say my understanding is that she said that he pressured her to not use a condom and then later took it back.
okay. But yeah, that seemed to happen a lot where she would make claims about things. And then when Destiny would release something, I don't know all of it, but I feel like I know a good bit of it, where each time, initially, I would hear Destiny release this thing and I would be like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe he did this. This is going to ruin his career. He is an idiot. This was so dumb. And then I would find out why he released it and pretty quickly feel very differently. And I would see the clips of what she said and the claims that she made and, you know, all these things. And I would normally feel differently once I found out why he felt it was necessary to release it. I didn't always feel that way, but fairly regularly. And I did feel like she was, yes, she was just, I'm also diagnosed with OCD, and I had conversations with her in the background and connected with her through this because I had similar things with girlfriends where I had problems with this. And so, yeah, so I understood where she was coming from, and, but I also understood I could imagine what it would be like to be on the other side of that as well, and feel like somebody is making very serious claims about you that you have to disprove in some way.
But you don't have to. Also, he didn't. How does directing people to her Kiwi Farms thread defend him against her claims? It's just straight up retaliating. He's just doxing her in retaliation because she called him abusive.
I feel like saying because she called him abusive is a bit reductive in this scenario. Like, she made very specific claims about him doing things that
She said that he was sexually abusive because he threatened to leak her nudes. And then he mentioned that as part of his justification for doxing her.
what was the justification?
That she had called him sexually abusive.
He was leaking DMs, right? He said that he was going to leak all the DMs, if I remember
She
correctly.
said, if Anna leaks my he said, if Anna leaks my okay, I'll give you the exact quote. Okay. Tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share.
Yeah, that was so earlier when you asked me if I
Do you think
if I
that's
thought that he had done anything abusive. This is exactly the one that I was thinking of. Yes.
Okay. Then, after he told people, okay, you know what, Joan, I'll just read the quote. Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. I'm only doing non-media blackout because I know you fuckers are going to be finding it slowly over the next week or two and then talking about it in chat and getting big bans. So if you're obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want, make accounts there. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay? Anna DM'd him, what the fuck is wrong with you? You just outed that Kiwi Farms thread about me, dude, you are horrible. Destiny's reply was, I have a media blackout related to your stuff and I wanted everyone to get it out before people were talking about it incessantly over the next 2 weeks as more and more people discovered it. Okay, that's half of his response. Do you think that half makes any sense?
He's saying that because he has a media blackout, that he doesn't want people to post it in his community, so he sends them to Kiwi Farms.
I have a media blackout related to your stuff, and I wanted everyone to get it out, meaning out of their systems, I think, before people were talking about it incessantly over the next 2 weeks as more and more people discovered it.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, and then here's the second half of the same DM. You are constantly talking about me on your stream, so I think it's fair for me to bring it up. You went as far as to say I was sexually abusive the last time you mentioned me. Do you agree with my interpretation that he is explaining that he basically doxed her in retaliation for her calling him sexually abusive? Or partly? That was part of his motivation?
Sending people over to her Kiwi Farms if there's a dox there. Yeah,
yes.
That he is sending people to her dox, yeah.
Yes. Okay. She said, because you threatened to leak my nudes, you fucking sociopath. You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger. He replied, you're doing it to yourself, and you're going to keep doing it to yourself. I feel very emotional reading this because I know it's abusive, or that's how I know it's abusive. It's hard to like I could explain it. Like, yeah, we can reverse engineer it. We can explain why it's abusive, but it's hard to think of an exact rule that this breaks. There's so much plausible deniability. There's gonna be fans of his that are like, what do you? There already are. When chudlogic, I tuned into chudlogic's stream when he got to this part because I wanted to see what he'd say, and he said, "Oh, I think I think Mr. Girl has just a really negative impression of this. I don't think that it was anything malicious. He's fucking acknowledging that it's malicious, except he doesn't say it was malicious. So there, I just think with somebody who operates with so much coded language and underhandedness, it's not going to make sense to be like, streamers shouldn't tell their audiences about websites that have the addresses of people that they have sex with or had sex with, but are now their stalkers, but they're still sexting them. It's so convoluted that I would rather just tell you the whole story, and then you'll know if it's abusive. You'll know if you think it's abusive.
Well,
But like
okay.
there's no, like, what possible justification could he have for this interaction with her?
So when you say there's no reason for him to retaliate, like it doesn't matter at all, you
No,
say
I didn't say that. I said it's not a defense. You said, can't Destiny defend himself if people are saying bad things about him?
Mhm.
Do you think that is he even defending himself?
it depends on what exactly is on that Kiwi Farms thing. You're saying that there's a docs. I don't know what else
Yeah,
is all there, but
there's a
I don't.
docs. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Um. Yeah, I like when I look at people like Demon Mama growing over time, vaush growing over time, Hassan growing over time. I watched these people just like disappear from his community because they felt like he did something wrong, and they all siphoned off into other communities. Um, and so when like you say like, oh well, why does he have to? I felt like you said, why does he have to defend himself against claims of like sexual abuse?
I think I said
And
you don't. Uh, I don't think I said that.
okay,
I think I
maybe
said
I'm wrong.
I don't think he has to defend himself against people criticizing him. This time she did say he was sexually abusive, but he did threaten to leak her nudes, and that is
Mhm.
abusive, and you could call it sexually abusive. I'm fine with that label. The way to defend yourself, you could be like, yeah, I threatened to. Yes, he's gonna get out there and say, well, it is true, I did threaten to leak Anna's nudes because I felt that she was harming my reputation, which is a crime, by the way. I want everybody to know that the crime, it's technically not sexual abuse, it's just extortion. That, yes, sure. If he wants to fucking defend himself that way, that's fine. But how is doxing her defending himself and encouraging people to work on her Kiwi Farms thread?
Yeah, sure. It's probably a type of blackmail to say like, hey, I will
Yeah.
leak these if you don't do X.
Yes, it's blackmail.
Sure. Um. So yeah. So okay. So maybe I'm wrong then. So you think it
Blackmailing women
like
that you have sex with is a pretty far cry from having sex with the cupcakes girl. I just don't think these comparisons are going to get us anywhere. Or they're not going to get me where
I
I'm
I don't think
worried
I've
that
made a comparison in a while. I've tried to stop doing that.
okay.
But yeah, okay, so maybe I misunderstood because that's what I was getting at with those questions. I thought you were saying he shouldn't defend himself. Why would he? I thought you said why would he defend himself? And I'm thinking, well, you think it's a cult, so like if people are actually leaving because he's doing something wrong
No,
and
I
he
get
defends
why. I'm
himself.
sorry. I get his
Okay.
justification. I'm saying you said you would hear about things that he did to her. Then you would hear the context and you would say, "Oh, well, that's not that bad." I'm asking you, is this one of those cases? Is there a context that possibly can excuse this behavior?
I don't remember because I do remember going over this and feeling like there was something that excused it. It like so it would depend on what the context is. If there's something there that says like, hey, I'm going to post all of these DMs because you're making a claim that I am saying things in these DMs and we have a type of relationship in these DMs that I do not believe we have. I can just post the DMs as is. I'm not going to edit them, not going to change them so nobody accuses me of cutting stuff out, and I will just post them and then everybody will see
But he didn't
what
say
the
that. He said, "Tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share."
Sure. You said like you're asking me if this is wrong, and I'm saying there is context that could exist, but I don't know exactly.
What?
So
It's fucking
that's
illegal for a reason. The law wouldn't allow it. Like, do you think the law is wrong? Do you think blackmail should be legal in certain situations?
well, again, if somebody's saying, so that's what I was explaining, is if somebody's saying, hey, you sexually abused me in this way, and you did this sort of sexual abuse,
That's not what
and I
happened.
can say,
This is a comparison. You're making up a hypothetical that doesn't address what I just said.
you asked me if there could be a good
Okay,
reason
blackmailing
to
with
do
nudes,
this.
not blackmailing with nudes. Is there is there a context that makes blackmailing with nudes ethical? Like, yes, I understand if somebody's like, I'm gonna blow up a church, but I wouldn't blow up a church if you threatened to release my nudes. Then yes, for sure, it's ethical to blackmail that person. Barring that, realistically, is there a context where you think that Destiny should be blackmailing Anna with her nudes?
Is there a context? Sure, there's probably some type of context, like same thing. Like if they're lying about what the type of relationship is, and you're saying, hey, I can post all of our texts, I can post all of
Nudes?
our logs, the
He didn't
nudes
say
would be there
I'm
as
gonna
well.
post our logs. He said I'm gonna post her nudes.
I understand.
It feels like you don't.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. If I
Is
feel
there a
like you're,
context?
yeah,
Is there a context that you think would justify blackmailing somebody by threatening to release their nudes?
well, no, there's never context where it's okay to blackmail somebody with nudes.
Okay,
I
so
feel
what
like
he
that's
did, so that was wrong.
sure with the context that we have right now. Yes, I would say that is wrong.
Or with
Yes.
any context.
Blackmail is automatically wrong just by like calling it blackmail. Yes, that it is always going to be wrong to blackmail somebody.
Okay, so no matter what else we find out, Destiny threatening to release Anna's nudes to prevent her from releasing damaging information about him is wrong.
So, I feel like you're going to call me Weasley for this, but I'm trying to say that unless those nudes are what it is that is like justifying, so if he's releasing information to say this is not the type of relationship we have, or these are the nudes that show that like she is still having like a sexual relationship with me and she's denying this, or this is I didn't like this is her me supposedly begging for these things.
That's not what happened though. He said, tell Anna if she releases our sexting, if she leaks my sexting,
Mhm.
might have some pics to share. So you keep making up
Okay.
stuff that he didn't say. He didn't say what
In
you're
this
saying.
again, no, hold on. You're asking two different questions. So I'm going to
I'm
answer
asking you
both
one
real
question.
quick so that it
do you
makes
agree
sense.
that okay, yes or no? There is absolutely no context that we could later learn that would make what he did acceptable or non-abusive. It's wrong no matter what else happened. There is no context that excuses that behavior. True or false?
If that is the entire thing, then yes, true. Yes.
What do you mean if that is the entire thing? The question is if we find out more context, which means it is not the entire thing.
Correct. And I've explained a couple of different types of context that I think that I could learn. So where
Okay.
that's what he's saying in that message.
Is this message wrong no matter what? True or false? No matter what else we learn, this was wrong for Destiny to do. True or false? Tell Anna if she leaks my sexting, I might have some pics to share. That's wrong no matter what. Do you agree or disagree?
Yes, if he's talking about her nudes, then yes, I agree.
Do you agree that he's talking about her nudes?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I think that that's what I keep trying to explain is there could be a lot of different types of context.
Do you think he's talking about her nudes?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay. Later, when Anna said, you threatened to leak my nudes, because you threatened to leak my nudes, you fucking sociopath. You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger. At the end of that series of DMs, Destiny said, you're doing it to yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself. Do you think that the lack of saying, what do you mean I threatened to leak your nudes? I don't know what you're talking about, is further evidence that he was in fact threatening to leak her nudes?
Yes.
I've never heard Destiny ever say he wasn't threatening to leak her nudes anywhere.
Right.
Okay. What % confidence do you have that he was threatening to leak her nudes?
Like 85% confidence that he was threatening to leak her news. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's assume for the purpose of this ethical question that he was in fact threatening to leak her nudes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree that no matter what the context is, that was wrong?
I don't like this framing of no matter what the context, because yeah, again,
I know, because you don't want to make a value judgment.
No, I'm willing to make a value judgment with the context, but I feel like
But then you say that we don't know the context. So here's my problem. You'll say, I'll make a value judgment, but we have to say that I'm only 85% confident that this event that I'm judging even occurred. And then if at this point, if you're only 85% confident that he was threatening to leak her nudes, then you're leaving quite a lot of wiggle. I can only imagine the different the variables you have working in your brain for all the other contexts that could have happened. So
well,
then
I
your
already
value,
mentioned like
so then
any
your value,
variable.
but then your value judgment becomes so watered down and meaningless that it's
Is it
like
though? If
because
I
it's like
tell
I don't know
you-
the full context. I'm just saying, yeah, blackmailing this.
I feel like if I'm telling you exactly like the types of things that would change it, and those types of things never come out, then you
No.
and I both know that this is wrong, and that I
It's
still
not a real
feel like this
condemnation.
is wrong,
It's not
and
a real
everybody
condemnation.
else knows
It's
that
not.
this is wrong.
It's not a condemnation. It's just another intellectualized debate, bro, evasion.
Okay, I believe
If you're,
you.
I don't think I can talk about this with you because you're not even willing to condemn this clear case of he blackmails her with her nudes.
Mhm.
She calls it sexually abusive. In retaliation, he doxes her, and then she says, "You ruined my life." And his defense of doing it is that it was retaliatory. And you're still like, well, we don't know for sure that it's abusive.
Yeah, because I said earlier, I remembered this happening and feeling like there was something that that changed this for me. Because I remember initially, yes, I felt exactly how you're talking about it right now. This is exactly how I talked about it on stream. There's evidence of me being super upset about this, and then people sending me other context that I feel like I remember changing things. But I could be wrong, and I have no issue condemning Destiny. Like, there's nothing to
You
stop
do.
me from
You
condemning
are.
Destiny.
I think you're having issues with it right now.
I have the same issue condemning Destiny as I do anybody else.
Well, you shouldn't, because he's more condemnable than most people. Most people don't act like this. To condemn somebody who operates like Destiny, you have to be willing to call a spade a spade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
I
I'm
don't-
saying that
don't think
I condemn
don't-
this behavior. I think that this is wrong, and I think that I can think that Destiny does really messed up stuff sometimes, and I'm willing to say that this is wrong.
I can't even tell you how chillingly terrifying it is to listen to people say things like, I can think bad things about Destiny. I can condemn Destiny. I criticize Destiny all the time. I can
Sure.
say bad things about Destiny. It's terrifying.
Well, I have to
Well-
say the same thing about you a lot, actually. I have to, like, when people tell me that I'm just a Mr. Girl Simp, that I refuse to admit he does anything wrong or that he's ever wrong, I have to say, like, no, I have record of, like, condemning this guy and disagreeing with him and saying, having difference of opinion from him. This is part of the space where It doesn't matter who you are. If you agree with somebody sometimes, now all of a sudden there's this idea that you are this simp, you're part of the cult, you
Did you
believe
okay?
everything they say.
The Orbiter's reluctance to condemn Destiny in public on stream is not because they're simps. Being accused of admiring me too much to criticize me is different from the threat of a dogpile and public humiliation and possibly direct attacks from Destiny himself if you criticize him in public.
Well, I'm
No one's
definitely
afraid to look at Stardust. No one's afraid to criticize me because of what I'm going to do to them. Some people are reluctant to criticize me maybe because they really like me. That's what you're being accused of.
Yes, but also I'm not an Orbiter, and Destiny's audience doesn't care what I think about him, and so I'm capable of disagreeing with him and
Sure,
having a difference of
will,
opinion.
I will buy that. But yes, you saying that wasn't terrifying in itself, but the endless echoing of people trying to convince me that they are able to criticize Destiny is very unsettling. It feels like a cult. I don't know. I guess people think that I have a cult and that you're in my cult too.
I was gonna say your audience is like I'm they can be pretty harsh. Like if I criticize you, they can be pretty harsh and get very upset, and
What do they
it's
say?
not normally the first thing is that I'm that I'm a vaushite or a Destiny simp or one of those sorts of things. But the like videos that I've done about you or streams that I've done about you, yes, they will pop in and not just discredit me, but talk about like how dishonest I am, what a piece of crap I am, that I'm immoral, that I'm the whole line of things that I hear from anybody that I'm going to be critical of, and this is just the way it is on the internet. This is the same for Vosh.
No, I don't.
Demon
I
Mama
don't think that's acceptable. I don't want my audience to do that. I don't think it is just the internet.
I'm saying that your audience is not
Vosh
special in this scenario.
I'm not saying they are special. And also, a lot of them are former Destiny or current Destiny fans. And Vosh's fans, a lot of them are also former or current Destiny fans.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like I'm saying it's not condemnable because it's just the internet. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's just the internet, meaning this is what people do, and it's not specifically your community, nor anybody else's. They're like, well, this is how people act.
Well, I would like you to be able to freely talk as much shit about me as you want. And if somebody has a criticism or disagreement with what you said, then sure, they should. That's what the chat is for. But trying to discredit you or tear you down or make you feel bad, I don't want people to do that.
Well, okay, so that I don't know how much time we have left, but that was actually the second thing that I wanted to talk to you about. I've had this debate actually a couple of times recently. Here, let me go ahead and just tell you what I think so that it's not up in the air. Okay. I enjoy the way that the space exists. I enjoy it when your audience comes in and gets upset with me. I enjoy the criticism. I enjoy the debates. I enjoy the battles. I enjoy the drama. I enjoy the back and forths. I enjoy the the comments, the tweets at one another, and I like how all of that happens, but I feel like sometimes when you're criticizing the space, what I feel like is it sounds like you're saying like somebody could not consent to exist in this way, the way that the space exists.
I think some of the stuff you're talking about is okay, but I think that Destiny's Sphere specifically, there are a lot of things that make it so you can't consent to being part of it. One is that you don't know what it is because you lie so much. Another
Meaning
is
as an
that
orbiter or like a community member?
more an orbiter.
Okay.
Even a community member, though, I have a lot of people who are like, I just realized what a fucking sick thing this is, and I've been like giving them money for a year, and I feel disgusted with myself. So, I think it's both, but especially an orbiter. You don't know what you're getting into because it's purposefully hidden and lied about. And then the punishment for when Destiny was being all friendly and like, oh, you're so funny. Oh, I'll retweet your rap songs. Oh, I'm gonna follow you on Twitter. Oh, you're so cool. He didn't tell me that he was going to encourage people to dox my fucking ex-wife or to dox me or to threaten to kill my girlfriend or encourage other people to kill my girlfriend. He didn't tell me any of that shit when I first met him. And if he had, I regret ever meeting him. 100%. If he had told me any of that, I would have kept my distance. So you can't consent when to all the lies and hidden threats. No.
Wait, did you say he doxed your fiance?
We're not engaged. He didn't. He
Or
told
your girlfriend?
he said he doesn't care if I get doxxed.
Okay.
He said that he wishes he could get a hold of my ex-wife, which I view in the coded language of Destiny's Sphere to be a call for people to try to find her or contact her.
Okay.
He played old videos of Shaylin on stream, which I think encourages people to start looking into her past and trying to figure out more about her. And chudlogic's editor said that he hopes the person who's doxing me and threatening me kills Shaylin, too. And no one has spoken out about, none of the orbiters nor Destiny has spoken out about that publicly. So if I had known that was going to happen, no, I did not consent to this.
Okay. Yeah. I guess like you obviously can't consent to that sort of stuff, or nobody would.
Nobody would consent to it, yeah.
Yeah. I
gotta
guess.
go.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because we went over a little bit. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, I have another thing I have to go to.
It's all right. I appreciate you coming and talking.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, man. Later.
All right, later.
Yeah, there were other things that I wanted to, because that was the main conversation that I wanted to get into, is about the space and whether or not you could. I feel like a lot of his criticisms are that, like, the way the space exists is a little bit too toxic. The way that people interact with each other is too much. But I guess, like, the thing that I was about to say to him or respond to him with is that I think that when you come into this space, you are consenting to somebody doing those things. You are probably consenting, like, when I come on as a public figure, I am likely consenting to somebody trying to dox me. When I go and debate, groypers and and neo-Nazis, I'm probably consenting to, you know, the likelihood of that happening. And I do it anyways. And then I continue to interact with those types of people and continue to interact in the way that I do. Tom is consenting to death threats. Yeah, I think, yes. I think that, yeah, I think people, like, that doesn't mean you can't be upset about it. That doesn't mean that you can't, like, try to stop it in some way. That doesn't mean that you can't try to, like, make it happen as little as possible. But I think you're, yeah, I think you're consenting to, like, it being a, I think you're consenting to it being a likelihood, yeah. Bro, that cupcake girl ruined my life. I had 2 viewers and she had 25. She abused me a lot. Yeah. That's got to be rough. Kind of feels like you just sat there, Tom. I would say I think I wanted to get into the ethical conversation of, like, abuse a bit more. But he's very picky on what kind of conversations he wants to have. And I think that I can just analyze what it is that I think he's saying myself, which I've already done. I've already done these things. You did well, Tom. Thank you. Yeah, I think from an outsider perspective, I can look at all of the information within his video, within his or sorry, not his video, within his article, and I can come to certain conclusions about what it is I think he's going for, what it is he thinks is right and wrong. And yeah, I think we've already done that. So Tom's chat already engaging in white blood cell behavior. Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of the things that, like, obviously we all know this is true. When he talks about white blood cell behavior, that's all freaking true. It's freaking weird, dude. It is weird. This happens for everybody all the time. There are some nutcase viewers who agree with literally everything somebody says. And I don't know that there's anything like Destiny or Mr. Girl or Vaush or any of these people. True, Tom's chat 95%. Alex C, I'm talking about you. When I say that, when I say this about somebody agreeing with, like, everything somebody says, defending literally everything they do, I'm talking about you. I am talking about you. I'm literally picturing Alex C in my head as I'm saying those words. There's a ton of people spamming that he didn't, that there wasn't a dox of Anna. While I'm like going back through the chat. Yeah, I have no idea. I do remember her saying that he doxed her over time. Sorry, over and over, but yeah. You literally got exposed, Tom. Awesome. That is what I was hoping for. We achieved the goal. W's in chat, guys. I got exposed. Being openly deplorable makes it much easier for me to say I don't like Max or Steve. The Kiwi Farms thread later had her doc. Okay. Yeah, well, and again, this is what like, stuff like that, like, again, that's why I'm saying, like, there's context where I feel like a lot of this would change. Yeah, I feel like when he says pics, I don't know what pics are. I think I assume it's nudes, but I don't know. I have no freaking idea. And I would think there might be a reason besides, hey, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm going to leak nudes. That there's a possibility that that would make sense. Tom, you did well. You can't press Mr. Girl. You just have to let him talk and not interrupt, because the more he talks, his insanity and bias shines through. Yeah, I I felt like on the part about ethics, I felt like it didn't make sense much. Like to say, um, it's about your feelings. I just disagree with that. I just wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think that we like logically look at something called harm and say like, hey, does this do we want to stop this thing? And generally, so the reason I wanted to stop from like getting into a meta ethics debate is because i I'm starting to feel like my ethical system and like my axioms and the way that I think morals exist might be different from a lot of people, but I feel like it's also like all pretty uh common knowledge that like, yeah, we create morals so that we can all exist within a society. Like that's kind of the end of it. Like we create rules so that we can all interact with one another within a society, and that all things that we do and say and like, or all things that we do, um as far as like making rules, all things that we say to like um, make something stigmatized, I think that that's all just so that we can exist within a society more so than anything else. The only way to press him on a narrative is if you come with 100 clips and quotes that prove him wrong, and then he would still pivot away from it. Very utilitarian, non-Christian perspective. Yeah, yeah, I went over, I had a video on Anna where like I laid out like everything from it. And the point in the video was to say, hey, like people should probably stop harassing her. Uh she has issues that just kind of makes this more likely. And it's not to excuse her behavior, but to say, if you don't think she should do these things, you are making this more likely in the way that you're engaging with her. And I had a whole video on it. And then I think like the next day, Destiny had her on and had a conversation with her, because the whole video is me talking about like OCD. And in the video, I like lay out like all of their interactions, them talking about not interacting anymore, them promising that they won't message each other anymore, all that sort of stuff. And so I think in that video, like all of this information's there. It's all there. We can like I tried to go over it before I got on and I accidentally started stream. So all right, I'm gonna pull up some of um the super chats, and then we'll go over Wick's conversation with Mr. Grom. I don't know why it's not reading anything. What the hell? It won't play the super chats. All right. First one, 3x3 Nilo. It's not even showing me how much money. What is happening here? This is all an update from OBS. My apologies, everybody. Yeah, I can't see any of this stuff. Okay. At 154:03 of Wick stream, Destiny and Wick claim to know tons of sexual predators they aren't naming. I asked Stardust and she doesn't care. Thoughts? Yeah, I guess we'll listen to it. $5, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think we'll listen to it and see what the hell. Because I think, yeah, we'll listen to it. Ask him if Destiny leaked Lav's new Kiwi farm, if it would be bad for him, and mention it, even though she posted it on Twitter. Sorry about that. Tom, why is it hard to say extortion and dropping nudes is wrong? Why do you need to add the caveat that aliens, magic, or other fiction is involved? I'm not adding the caveat that those things are involved. I'm saying if those things were involved, of course, I would just sit here and say that, if those things were involved, I wouldn't say that it's wrong. But outside of those things being real or true, then I'm willing to say that this is wrong and condemn it. And I feel like that should be enough. I feel like anybody who hears me say that would say, oh, okay, so barring you coming back and saying, hey, I found context that changes things, we're just going to assume that you believe this is wrong. And I'm going to say, yeah, of course. Yeah. You got owned, bro. Well, yeah, Alex, this is what I'm talking about. You are doing the thing that I'm talking about. Because everybody look at Alex when I'm talking about a mindless white blood cell, the simp that I'm always frustrated that I'm accused of being, that all other streamers and everybody else is frustrated that they are accused of being. It is very rare that I think anybody is actually that brain dead and actually just follows somebody mindlessly. But the few times that they show up, this is what they look like. Alex C., that is exactly what they look like. This is not just and I'm not saying because they're defending Max, but because they were in my chat the other day, literally defending everything that Brittany Simon did. Even going as far to say that the level system is not a hierarchy. Yeah. There's levels, but it's not a hierarchy. It's okay. Yeah, this is really frustrating that none of my stuff's here anymore. I can't see the money. I can't get it to play. Huh. Thank you, Mackenzie Carter, for the $20. Thanks for being you. Awesome. Appreciate it. That was a sticker, I believe. Ignore him so he disappears. I'm sorry, but as I explained, this is the part that I enjoy. When they all come and I get to talk to really, really dumb people, it makes me look smart. I enjoy that. That's awesome. Thank you for showing up to make me look smart. Subscribed because of decent interview skills. Well, thank you. Tom Flory Show, if you put straight bi gay on a spectrum, is there a hierarchy? No. Why? There's no levels to being straight, bi, and gay. And you're not grading straight, bi, and gay based on some sort of characteristic that everybody believes is good. Right? The level system is based on being introspective. Nobody would say being introspective is bad. Can there be sometimes can there be, negative consequences from being introspective? Can you be too introspective? Like, yeah, there's all sorts of things that can go wrong. It's like saying, we're going to make a hierarchy of being smart. Sorry. We're going to make a level system of being smart, but it's not a hierarchy. It's not a hierarchy. Well, everybody wants to be smart. But yeah, sometimes you can actually be too smart to where, like, you make everybody around you feel dumb, and then you don't have friends anymore, right? So maybe it's not really always good to be smart, right? This is what they do with the level system, where they say, well, it's not always good to be introspective. Therefore, it's not a hierarchy. It's not a. They're not saying a higher level is better than a lower level. This is their justification for it, and that's dumb. Like you're connecting numbers to introspectiveness, and the more introspective you are, the higher up you get. That is a hierarchy, at least of introspectiveness. It's not saying you are a better person overall. It's not saying, hey, let's forget how smart you are. Let's forget how nice you are. Let's forget all other characteristics that could possibly exist. No, it's not saying that, but it is saying this, how introspective you are. Like this is getting better and better based on your introspectiveness. Get on that like button. How many likes we got? Am I about to be offended? What are you guys doing here? 48 likes. I am offended. We had, what, 300 people in here just a little bit ago? That hurts. That hurts. Only if you assume introspection is the only important quality. No, it's not. I just said that it's not as though you're forgetting all other qualities, right? Other qualities still exist. If I say, hey, here's a system on how smart you are, and the smarter you are, the higher you get, right? And I got a 1 through 10 on how smart you are. And the 10 is the smartest and 1 is the dumbest. This doesn't mean that I'm forgetting like being hot. Doesn't mean that I'm forgetting like, empathy. It doesn't mean that I'm forgetting all other characteristics that could possibly exist, but everybody knows that you're attaching this to a quality that we would all say is good, just like being hot. We would all say, oh, well, if you're a 10, that means you're the hottest, right? Yes, this is a hierarchy. For sure, 100% saying that 10 is the hottest means that this is a hierarchy of how hot you are. I think if Mr. Girl never pursued Brittany running a sex cult, she'd have no problem owning that the level system is a hierarchy. I actually, I don't know if that's true, because she gets into the weeds so much and calls it nuance, right? Where it's not nuance, it's her saying there could be exceptions. And anytime she says there could be exceptions, she calls this nuance. And it's not nuance. It's you having an incapability of engaging with broad general claims and systems and, statistics. The fact that you can't understand the level system just proves Brittany is smarter than you. True. Well done, Alexi. Thank you. You're right. It's proven. That is proof. Tom, weren't you doing that to Mr. Girl? No. No. When did I say anything about nuance? When did I mention nuance once? I don't know what you're talking about. I think Wick almost did a good interview with Destiny, and you kind of had an okay interview with Max as far as those exist, yeah. Yeah, I mean, oh, for sure. As far as Max interviews go, that was top of the line. As far as Max interactions go, we didn't get too, stuck in the weeds. We weren't stuck in the meta conversations. We didn't get like super heated to where neither one of us was making sense anymore. Tom, he tried to pin you down and you were like, well, maybe it's different with context. Yes, but we weren't talking about a generality. We weren't talking about a generality where I'm saying, yeah, but there's exceptions. That's totally different than saying, here's a specific example. Is this bad? And I'm saying, I don't know all of the information from that example. There could be other information attached to that example that would make it not bad. I think Tom does a good job with Mr. Girl because he doesn't get offended and start trying to own Mr. Girl or something. Yeah, I'm not interested in like getting the clips of owning Mr. Girl or like, the dunks in or anything like that. And I don't even think I could. I think that Mr. Girl is smart enough and capable enough and rhetorically efficient enough to make that hard on me. So context, nuance are best friends. That doesn't matter. I don't, you're not understanding. This is totally different. This is totally different. If I say, Jews are disproportionately represented in positions of power, and you come back and say, yeah, but I know a Jewish guy and he isn't in a position of power. That's not nuance. That's just you being retarded. That is not nuance. You did not add nuance to that. You just made a random meaningless statement. That's all you did. Tom, you did better than everyone besides Destiny when Mr. Girl was still with him. Yeah, I was going to say that, like, Destiny definitely understood him really well. I felt like, yeah, most of the time when Destiny would explain things of what Mr. Girl was saying, I've normally felt like that is what I heard from Mr. Girl as well, and it was normally frustrating to hear other people misunderstand him so often. There's one or two times where Destiny was the one misunderstanding Mr. Girl, and that I remember very clearly because it was very frustrating that he was missing the point. But all right, yes, Shill, everybody send me your money. I'm going to pull up the Wick interview now. We will review that. My couple interviews or interactions with Wick are not all that great, but he might be a super great guy. I don't know. I mean, he might be the best guy ever. It's possibly the greatest man who ever lived. He might be the third coming. Okay. Let me pull it up. All right. I'm going to hit play. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. It sucks that like my stream was just going down when we first started talking. And then all of a sudden it just evened out, and I don't know why it evened out. I don't know why it stopped screwing up. I didn't do anything. I didn't change anything. That was really frustrating. But I got it all recorded, so I'll be able to upload the entire thing. So if there are parts that you missed, I have it all in 1080 right here for you. I think Wick panders and coddles too much and calls it genuine and doesn't realize that accommodation to the degree he does it is actually dishonest behavior. Yeah, so, okay, I'll just explain this. It's not like, I don't have a beef with Wick. It's not a big deal, but I will explain. I was on a panel called the map panel. Most of you probably heard of it. I was on there with a bunch of other maps, and I stopped the panel and was like, yo, hold on. There's a freaking 16-year-old on here. I don't want to do this debate if there's a 16-year-old on the panel. I don't want to debate a bunch of pedophiles with a 16-year-old on the panel. I'm not doing this. Before that happened, there would be pedophiles on the panel saying, hey, here's why I think kids can consent. And then it would get to Wick, and there were other people who were doing this as well. It wasn't just him, but it would get to them, and they would say, yeah, but kids can't consent. And after a couple of times of this happening, I was like, guys, please stop with the pearl clutching. Can you just make an argument for why kids can't consent? To just say kids can't consent is a meaningless statement when they've already explained that they are way past that point. This is a meaningless statement to say, yeah, but kids can't consent. If I'm over here explaining why bodily autonomy doesn't matter all that much because you're murdering a baby when you have an abortion, okay? If that's what I say, and then you say, yeah, but women should have bodily autonomy, you are making a pointless statement. So when I talked to him afterwards on Chuds, he got really upset about it. He came and confronted me and told me how upset he was. And he told me that he thinks it's rhetorically efficient to just keep repeating it, that it's really convincing when someone's explaining in detail why they should be allowed to have sex with kids, and then you just respond, yes, but they can't consent, that this is very rhetorically efficient. Not that I'm like an expert or anything, okay? Not that I'm like, you know, a know-it-all, not that I'm the authority here, but I've worked in crap. I'm sorry, Steffi, I don't know why it's not playing, but thank you for the $20. I feel bad that none of these are making noises or anything. But yeah, I forgot where I was. But all right. Where was I in what I was saying? Actually, I feel like I was making a point that I wanted to finish. What was I saying? I don't know. I forgot. But all right, I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Yeah, consent. Consent is good. Everybody, make sure you consent all the time. Always consent. I love consent. Oh no, I'm really crazy, but I'm nice in Tom's chat. You are nice in my chat. Yes, that is true. Yes, the schizo Steffi. I am the medication. You were talking about how Wick was explaining just bashing people over the head with points. Oh yeah, so he came on the Chud stream and he was telling me like, hey man, I think it's really rhetorically efficient and effective, and you can't just convince people with facts and logic all the time. Okay, I worked in what the title of the position was called, linguistic marketing. Okay, my entire job was rhetoric. Okay, studying rhetoric, you know, breaking down rhetoric, and I was a rhetoric coach on stream for a long time as well. I understand rhetoric, and that my issue was the rhetoric. Like, that is what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about just like giving logic. I was saying like, hey, this is not rhetorically effective if you just say the thing that they already argued against. But okay. And then yeah, the one or two times that I watched this stream, he was sitting up there talking about how great he was at rhetoric the entire time. It was a little frustrating, but and so I found it funny that when I tuned into Mr. Girl talking to him, Mr. Girl is literally saying this to him. Mr. Girl is literally saying, bro, you just telling me that you're not bad faith after I've explained why I think you're bad faith. That's not a helpful statement. Like, it's just not, it's not a helpful statement, or whatever it was they were arguing about. And I was just sitting there laughing my butt off. I was driving home, just laughing so hard, thinking, I know. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom. I just like chugged a ton of water before he came on, and now my gut's about to burst, but I'll be right back. Why? Oh, there.
Okay, hi. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? Am I good? Am I coming through clear, crisp, all that? Hope so. Damn. Okay. Mr. Girl will be here any moment, but I wanted to go live a little early to kind of explain a few things, right? Kind of give my thoughts on what I expect to happen, what I want to happen, ideally. So if any...
Okay. But yeah, I thought of this while I walked away. The point that I wanted to get across in the part about abuse is that, like, yes, it's about his feelings. It's not about ethics or consistency or something logical. It is about his feelings. And once he said that, I felt like that was good enough. I understood where he was coming from. It is true that, like, just looking at these things in a nutshell will make you feel bad. It will make you think, hey, like, this is probably weird. This is probably not good. It will make you feel bad, right? So I agreed that is the case, and if that's how you're coming up with your idea of abuse, then that is abusive. That is not how I would come up with my idea of abuse, and so I think most people are going to hear that and say, oh, okay, so yeah, it's just not abuse to us. But abuse is not something that we have some, like, objective line for, and that's what we kept going over. That doesn't mean that it's meaningless. I think we can all pretty rationally come to an agreement on what abuse is or isn't, and I would say a lot of the stuff is abuse and a lot of the stuff isn't. And but yeah, it would take 5 hours for us to go through literally everything. So I went over the parts that I felt were important. I got my points across, and I felt like he got his points across, and I think it went well. No certified therapist would ever classify that as abuse. Sure, I think you're right, but I also don't know if I care what a therapist would say. Like, I think we all can know. I think we can all decide for ourselves what abuse is and what abuse isn't. And I felt like my point was a good point to say, like, somebody shows me a video of you with a bunch of weird creepy music in the background. It makes me feel like it's abuse. Like, it feels freaking weird, dude. To watch you say the stuff and do the stuff, and, like, that feels abusive. But I don't think it is. Like, once I rationalize it and really think about it, I don't think it's abuse.
Anyone here is looking for me to just yell at him and scream at him incessantly, this ain't the stream for you, gang.
Stop fence
this is
sitting.
not how I'm gonna do it. This is not where we're gonna go.
Just yell.
I'm simply not going to
yeah,
this
soy.
isn't the Nuremberg trials, right?
Soy.
I do have questions, right? And we will get to them, right?
Questions are lame. I want statements. Do it like me. I went in hard from the beginning. I didn't let up. I backed him into a corner and said, no. No.
But I want to kind of pick his brain a little bit as well. Everyone else, all the rest of you, can go through and verify all the accuracy and things like that, and the nitpick, like, oh, in paragraph 316 you said X, but then in paragraph 457 you said, okay, fair, right? But I think it's beyond.
Some have good conversations, like Eldrazi is good about working with the fact that Max will make up his mind. And then you deal with everything else besides that in the conversation because irrational. Yeah, well, no, yes, that is what I was doing. Yes, that is. Like, once he has, like, started to avoid something and saying, well, I don't like how you're having this conversation. I don't like how this interview is going. I just start to move and just like, okay, that's fine. I feel like I've already made my point. I can move off. Like, you noticed when we started getting into, like, the Anna specifics, he would say, well, I don't know, man, all the comparisons and everything. And I haven't made a comparison. I haven't done that. But that's okay. We can move off it now.
On the scope of this discussion to nitpick in that way. So I'm not going to.
Tom, how does Lav know about Linus Tech Tips? I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. If anyone ever feels abused viewing content, then click off. It isn't abusing you. At that point, you are abusing you.
I am going to ask some very critical questions, but they will be of a different nature. I'm also going to simply ask questions that you may think are softballs, right? The why. Why did you put this together, right? What do you want to happen afterwards? All these things. And I know he's addressed this in other areas and other formats beforehand, but I want to ask some of these things. So, yeah. So if you're expecting me to be an inquisitor here, you're going to be disappointed. This is not the space for this. I'll let others perform that role if they so will. What we're going to do is try to get some honest conversation, right? And get some honest answers if we can. And just be genuine. And I think that's what my space can be.
Your space is lame. Genuine? This interview was funny. Whick came out as a Destiny agent by the end. Ooh.
The best of times is a genuine place to discuss everything that's going on.
Imagine
it's
being
a lot.
honest in 2023. True.
For this, I read every word. Every single word. All the transcripts. I checked out the links. This was the work of hours.
Yeah, see it. He's going about it all wrong. I didn't read any of it. Just came in and asked Max to read the important parts to me.
And it was difficult. It was very difficult. And thank you to the chat.
I'm glad Tom is critical of Whick. DGG literally sucks off Whick so hard, and that's fine. Oh, DGG likes Whick? I like Whick too. I was just kidding before. I was just kidding about all that stuff before. I like Whick too. I love Whick, actually. I'm a huge Whick fan. I'm a Wikipedia, or what are his fans called?
Everyone who is saying good luck. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for coming in.
Read the second half of my comment. I'm not hating. But Whick has some honest flaws, and it's good to recognize them. No, that's messed up. He doesn't have any flaws. That's messed up. You're hating. You just hate Whick. You're a freaking white blood cell.
I'm glad that the audio sounds good. Thank you for all being here. I hope this goes well. I hope people...
Whick asked Mr. Girl which parts were important, and Mr. Girl said, you can't pick a single part. You have to read the whole thing. Yeah, I know. I was kidding. I agree with that. They're like, when you're laying out a pattern of something, it isn't a pattern unless you see all of the things, right? Like, you have to see enough in order for it to be a pattern. And so if you say, hey, which small part of this is important? Well, there is no small part that's important. It's the pattern that's important. It's the pattern of behavior that you're supposed to look for. You can't find one thing in here and say, oh, this is the, this is the what do you call it? The bullet in the chamber, or the gun in the shell? What is it? What am I thinking of? I'm too tired for this. Ghost in the Shell? No, definitely not. Yeah, I watched the movie, but I don't watch anime, sorry. No, but even in a pattern, you should be able to explain, summarize why each thing is wrong and how they connect together. Yes, that is true, but that's very different than saying, hey, this one part is the most important part. Smoking gun, thank you. Thank you, Gilgamesh. Yes, that is what I was meant. Yeah, so you can't find one part that is the smoking gun if you're laying out a pattern. And so, like, yeah, that wouldn't make sense to say, hey, this is the part that's most important in the pattern. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. That's not a thing. Like, there's just the pattern is the important part.
are not only informed by this discussion, but are entertained as well. I want it to be fun. I want it to be kind of an entertaining chat. But we'll see, right? We'll see how it goes.
I only killed my wife once, so I'm not an abuser based.
Yeah, I am going to ask the tough questions, right?
Boo.
But again, we are not here to this thing is over, I believe, 100,000 words. There is no universe where during the course of this conversation,
it's the power differential that connects everything and is the worst part. Sure, but like when they're talking about the worst part, he's talking about like of the article, like the Anna part or the Lav part or the Cherry part or stuff like that, right? That's what he's talking about. And like I said to him, and I didn't want to like suck him off too much. So, but I agree with him when they talk about like the orbiters. There is this thing where they put him up on this pedestal and say like, you know, they'll all have a conversation. And if Destiny's sitting there quietly, they afterwards all look to him and say, well, so Destiny, what is it? Hey, Destiny, what's the thing? Hey, Destiny, what are we supposed to think? What's the narrative, homie? Let us know. What is it? And it's just weird. It's just a weird freaking thing, dude. Wick. Yes, it does. You have a keystone that holds up the whole pillar. You have supporting examples, but just data dumping. You need keystone or the whole house of cards crumbles. Yeah, but I don't think it is a house of cards. I think it's a pattern. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's a pattern. Like, if his entire point is this is a pattern of behavior, you can't pick out one part and say, this is the important part of the behavior. The important part is the pattern. The important part is that it keeps happening, not that it happened once. Like, we could all look at Destiny and be like, dude, it was 15, 14 freaking years streaming. He's going to have a bunch of screw-ups. He's going to have a bunch of times where he did something wrong. That's fine. Like, pointing out, hey, this guy did things wrong sometimes. Nobody's going to care about that. Nobody would ever care about that. But saying, hey, there's this specific thing that happened here, and it happened here, and it happened here, and it happened there, and it happened there. Like, you're showing the pattern. Not that they did the thing, but that they keep doing the thing. You can and should pick out the worst, showcase it, and support it. Otherwise, it's a problem, and people won't be able to engage with it. Okay. Yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree with that, but I'm just going to end up repeating myself. Also, Tom, you are correct that most orbiters are kind of cringe and look to parrot Destiny, and I won't argue that. Yeah, I like most of his orbiters. I like most of those people. I enjoy all of them as content creators, and I enjoy the way that they interact with them too. But there is this, like, you know, level of like looking up to him, to saying like, you know, how did we do, Dad? Which one of us is right? And I hate most of Destiny's orbiters, so I've always enjoyed the types of people that he interacts with, and even when he says stuff like, I need to draw better boundaries and really need to, you know, have better lines for who I interact with, screw that, dude. Screw that. These people are nuts, and it makes for great content and great conversations, because not only are they crazy, but they are also very smart and articulate people. They can explain very bad positions in a really interesting way. I love that. Most of the time, I end up with arguing with like a griper. I'm arguing with somebody who has a bad position and a bad explanation for it. But these people have bad positions and cool explanations for them. They're like interesting to engage with and think about. And I really enjoy that.
I'm going to get to every single thing that can be discussed about the Destiny report. I just am not. We do not have the time to go over that. I have him for about 2 hours, so we're going to make the best use of the time that we can. And again, I think that there are so many others who are covering this. How do I accept redirects? How do I do that?
You can disagree, but this is a journalism thing. Be brief as possible, avoid ambiguity and obscurity. Sure, as far as criticizing him as a journalist, sure, I would agree.
I don't even know. Enable raise from Chud. How do I do that? Customization. Live chat, message delay, redirect, add. Okay. What's his hopefully Wickers
my
in
camera's-
chat can see you.
Yeah. Hello.
We got the OBS.
Oh, that.
You.
Now.
See me. So there's double trouble with here. Looks like
Oh,
you're
I
getting spit roasted by Wick right now. That's all.
Okay. What about now?
Ah, there we go. No spit roast anymore. So.
Is Mr. Girl a journalist? I think that was like the intent, was for this to be an article where he is like an investigatory journalist, critically looking at the aspects of a scenario and then just giving the information.
I guess let's just start this off. So do you think, right, that we should show the YouTube admin team 21 Jump Street so that they unban you from YouTube?
Yeah, I saw Kanye's tweet about that. No comment.
Fair enough.
If you're waiting for an
I
answer.
wanted to keep it light at least at first, right?
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that, but I appreciate the attempts.
An attempt was made, as I say.
Yes.
So first of all, let me say thank you for agreeing to come on and talk to me and kind of discuss this from a little bit different angle than I think most people are going to take this. Like, I know I've seen, or I've not seen this, I've tried to avoid this, but I know of many streamers who've gone through the article line by line, looking for inconsistencies, looking for errors, looking for assertions you made that aren't true. And that's fine and all, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this, right? I wanted to kind of pick your brain about why you've made the choices you have in the article. Maybe if there was any inspiration, like when you decided to make the article, all sorts of things. But we'll just get into it.
Okay.
I guess that's the first question I have for you. When did you decide that this was a necessary thing? That, okay, I want to make an article and this has to happen.
I first created a Destiny folder on my computer, I think, when Rose Wrist was debating.
Yeah, a couple of people DM'd me and were like, Tom, ask him why he didn't have links in his article. I can tell you guys. So I got a buddy. I'm doing documentaries. The next one is supposed to be on like the alt-right, Richard Spencer, Nick Fuentes sort of people. But the first one is on Destiny, Twitch politics, the space being created, a genre being created, all of that. And I've interviewed a ton of people for it, a ton of streamers, a lot of different people. And one of the tools that I asked somebody to create for me was this right here. Oh, you can't see it. This right here. It is a tool so that I can search Destiny's entire channel for transcripts. And so I can just type in a word and say like communism. When I type in communism, it will show me every single video that he's ever said the word communism is and give me the timestamp of where he said it. And so, yes, this is the ultimate tool that helps me with my doc. And could have helped him if he needed it for his thing. But yeah, sourcing support, I messaged him and I just said, hey, this is what I need. If you guys know sourcing support, awesome dude, very helpful, didn't charge me. I offered to pay for it, didn't, refuse to take my money. He will get credits in the documentary instead, but he made it all I did is I just told him, hey, this is what I need. This is what I'm looking for in order for me to make my documentary. I can't watch everything he's ever done and timestamp it. I need a way to just scroll through like all of his content at once and just find what I'm looking for. And he made it. The Destiny vault is hurting us right now. That entire channel being privated really hurt bad, but yeah, hopefully we'll get what we need out of VODs. Is the tool public? That's really cool. Yeah, I think so. This is what it looks like. I don't know how to link it to you, but join my Discord and send me a DM and I'll try to send it to you later. But sourcing support, awesome guy. He's the one who created this for me. You can do it on any channel for public videos. It is super sick, dude. He's on Twitch. Go follow him.
Him about Fuentes.
Okay.
And Rose Wrist asked him if it was an anti-Semitic comment to say that Jews are in charge of the world or secretly run the world. And Destiny said,
are you talking about the Know Your Streamer? No. I did tell freaking August about this. He asked for the link. I sent it to him. And then like a week later, they come out with the Know Your Streamer thing. Oh my goodness. Know Your Streamer is the Reddit thing for Destiny, right? Is that what it is? Why is it privated? I think they got too many copyright claims from Destiny. But yeah, they went and created their own thing, but that was dependent on the Destiny Vault. And so when they took down the Destiny Vault, they couldn't use it anymore. Later, Slum.
assuming it's not true.
You changed your name, right? Same profile picture, different name.
I think that was the moment I was like, I was like, I feel like I am gonna need to lay all this out at some point in the future. Maybe I'll make a documentary. Or
I missed it. What was the moment?
I think when Rose Wrist was debating him about Fuentes.
Okay.
And Rose Wrist asked him if it was an anti-Semitic comment to say that Jews are in charge of the world or secretly run the world. And Destiny said, assuming it's not true. I think that was the moment I was like, I was like, I feel like I am gonna need to lay all this out at some point in the future. Maybe I'll make a documentary or a video about our Fuentes debates and how I just think that he was kind of giving Fuentes free passage into YouTube land.
Okay.
But the whole piece, just saying like I think everything should be investigated, was definitely it was as soon as Lav told me that he was still sexting Anna, which was right after our stream, November.
Somebody sent me a message saying, Tom, what about Mr. Girl contacting all of Destiny's previous partners? They did not consent to that. You don't need to consent to being contacted. That's ridiculous. You cannot consent to being contacted. How can I find out if you consent to something before I've contacted you? That doesn't make sense. Why would I ask something like that? Tom, are you making this your career? No. Not currently. I have a job. I work most of the day. I guess if for anybody who doesn't know who I am, I do video essays as well. I recently had like a pretty big video essay right here. Vaush and Friends slander shoe on head. I had one about Kanye West and Ben Shapiro. This is the Mr. Girl hit piece that I was referencing earlier. He's going to pick up on that and be friends with the guy.
So the main questions that Vaush could be a fascist. I don't know where he's sitting right now.
And that blows his career up. The guy was already a YouTuber, but... So yeah. I got a bunch of other content in there. But I'm working on a video essay right now about video essayists.
Or something.
Okay.
Seventh or something.
And so you had been wanting to do something on him since the Rose Risk conversation. You decided, okay, I'm going to need to talk about him in some capacity. But it was a conversation with Lav. And when Lav informed you about the sexting of Anna, that you decided, oh, this needs to be a, for lack of a better word, a manifesto. All right.
Well, a report is a better word. I don't think we are. I think article, report, really anything is a better word than manifesto. Because manifesto implies, while it is emotional for me, it gives a picture of somebody in a shack.
Yeah, I guess for anybody who's DMing me, there's a bunch of people who DM me about the link for the thing. I will stop talking about this and just get to the video. But he also created another extension that will search Twitch chats. And so when you go into the Twitch chat, you are, let's say Bad Bunny is talking about Destiny. Okay, you want to know, well, what time did she talk about Destiny? You can use this extension and it will search their entire chat and give you timestamps of the time that they said the word Destiny in chat, assuming that the streamer also said Destiny at the same time. That's not necessarily true. We can't search transcripts on Twitch, so we can't do the same thing. So instead we search the chat for when, and it'll tell you the most times it was said, like Destiny was said 100 times within 2 minutes here. And so you can like, oh, okay, they're probably talking about Destiny within those 2 minutes. So yeah. Asking anyone is fine, but asking anyone for a story, but then bluffing that several people are coming out with you sounds pretty malicious. Yeah, I mean, again, that's very different from like saying that they didn't consent to being approached. But I'm not saying like this was all perfectly done and there's no problems there. I'm saying the question in and of itself is just a ridiculous question.
In the middle of nowhere, losing their mind.
We can call it a report if you'd like.
That's my preferred pronoun.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I read it, all of it.
Nice.
Nice.
I guess I would consider myself, and this might not be what you intended, but I consider myself kind of the target audience for this report. Someone who isn't familiar with all the lore of all the streamers. I'm not very big into the drama scene in this space. I don't like a lot of the criticism I've heard of the report was that it treaded over old ground, but most of it was new to me because again I'm not familiar with the lore of this space. So I guess I would start by asking, is that the intended audience for this report, or if not that, then who?
I think the intended audience is you stand to.
There we
Steffi tipped
go.
$20.
I refreshed the whole thing. So yes, thank you, Steffi. Thank you for subscribing, Chasely Platts and Moondoggy. Thank you.
To gain financially by aligning yourself with Destiny. So you're part of the intended audience for sure, but it's not you're already entangled.
Am I an orbiter?
You are approaching becoming one. It seems like I don't see you coming onto his stream to talk to him, so I don't know much about your relationship. My understanding though is that you're kind of taking a kind of similar to Prime Kai's role.
Oh,
where...
I mean, it would be pretty fair to call myself a Prime Kai orbiter. He's how I got my start.
So it seems like you're doing a similar thing to that.
Tom, I'm only hard on you because I want you to improve. I can see you becoming a good streamer. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. But your bias towards Destiny is too much. Ah, you ruined it. Oh, man. We were having a moment, Alex. We were having a moment. I was feeling the love there for a second. I was getting a little horny as well. But I was feeling the love, and you had to ruin it, didn't you?
And I don't think I'd ever call Primekai an orbiter of Destiny either. So, but still, you're entangled for sure. You're in the system. Obviously, you're
Yeah.
doing streams with him, with people adjacent to him. So, I mean, I think the audience for the report is probably
That is like, it's one of the issues. You can't. So, I think I said earlier, like, you can't have a. I don't know how to say this. You can. It's hard to interact within this space with while like completely ignoring Destiny. I don't think you can do that, and I don't even know if you're like even in this space if you ignore Destiny and all of his orbiters and everybody who comes with him. Like, I don't know if we would even consider you in this space anymore, right? Because like somebody like Hassan, I don't think we would even consider him in Twitch politics or in the debate sphere, right? We wouldn't consider him in our space because he doesn't interact with any of us, right? He doesn't talk to any of us or even the big streamers. So yeah, I think that like it's hard to run panels, especially how like even if you hate Destiny, you can't really like run panels or debates while ignoring Destiny and his orbiters when they end up being a lot of the biggest people in the space.
people who don't know anything about streaming. Parents of people who watch streams and who want to understand what their why their 14-year-old son hates women now. Reporters. People
Have
who want to
any
write.
reporters reached out to you about this?
No comment.
Fair enough. I guess that kind of leads into something I was thinking about when reading this. Like, are you familiar with Snowden and his whistleblower of the three-letter organizations that were allegedly collecting information on private citizens, et cetera, et cetera? How familiar are you with that?
I don't know.
Fair enough. So basically, Edward Snowden was a whistleblower.
No, yeah, sorry, I know who Edward Snowden is. I just don't know. I don't know that. I met you. There's a depth of familiarity that one could have that I don't, but I can imagine you could go quite deep into it. So
Even if you didn't interact with Destiny, if that's a goal, imagine excluding only Destiny to avoid his abuse. Someone else will just fill the void in your stead. Sure, but if we do agree that Destiny is abusive, that's not really a good excuse, right? Like, somebody else is going to do bad, therefore it's okay for me to do bad, right? That's
you could just ask the question and I'll
Sure.
tell you
No.
if there's something I need to know.
I was trying to kind of frame it a little bit for you, but fair enough. I guess I'll ask. Do you consider yourself a whistleblower? And do you, if so, right? Did you take any inspiration from other people who have blown the whistle, quote unquote, before? Did you take any lessons from them or anything like that?
I feel like this is like really small behind. I don't know if it's small or if I'm just zoomed. Maybe I'm zoomed out too much. There we go. That's better. Okay.
Yeah, I consider myself a whistleblower. No, I don't think it's nearly as I mean, comparing it to Snowden, I think would be a little grandiose. But I I think anybody's a whistleblower if you are part of a system, especially if you're complicit in that system, and then you think there's something. The whistleblower always to me implies that the person blowing the whistle is partly guilty of wrongdoing themselves.
Are you? Do you consider yourself complicit in some of Destiny's?
Michael, I'm saying like in order to engage with what Six said, I would have to assume the abuse in order to, like, he's assuming the abuse in what he said, so I'm saying, yeah.
Alleged abuse that you lay out in the report?
Yes.
How so?
I mean, it's in there, but let's see, in chronological order, probably the first thing I did was not listen to Anna when she wanted to talk to me. Or wanted to stream with me. I didn't, and other people suggested I talk to her, and I just kind of ignored it. People said that she was a stalker. I believed them with no evidence. People told me Destiny would be very upset if I spoke to her. That didn't raise any red flags when normally it would and should. I did a mediation between the two of them, taking both of their stories at face value, which, given his power over her, was not fair or smart. I spoke harshly to and about not so erudite, leading to some dogpiling and harassment that she received as a direct result of my actions. I spoke to and about Brittany Simon harshly, which led to dogpiling and harassment as a direct result of my actions. There's probably more.
Sure, we don't have to go through like a list of all the sins, right? Like, I get it, but I was just curious if you felt yourself because you said that people in the space are entangled, and you mentioned complicity, and I wanted to know if you can identified yourself in that group, and so now I know. So fair enough, fair enough. Would you consider other people in your report to also be complicit in their own abuse? And what I mean by that, right, do you think that some of the stories you mentioned run cover for Destiny, or ran cover for Destiny in his abuse or alleged abuse of other people?
Can you be more specific about what you're asking me?
Tom, can you put the speed at 1.5x? Sure, but I'll tell you, all of the drunk and high people in my chat are about to get pissed off. So if you guys need me to slow it down again, just let me know.
Sure. So I don't know if you saw White Nervosa's response to your manifesto. Did you?
No comment.
Fair enough. So in it, she claims that you misrepresented her story in order to get Anna to be more forthcoming for your manifesto. So do you consider that running cover for Destiny?
Would I consider what White Nervosa said as running cover for Destiny?
Yes, and in the response that she gave after your manifesto.
Oh, yep. Sick lost it. He can't hear it anymore.
She released it. It's very brief. It's very small.
I don't want to comment on.
Okay.
I think I don't want to comment on any reaction from anyone who I am calling a victim.
Okay, that's fair.
Tom, I don't see a problem with Destiny threatening to release nudes if Anna threatened to release private messages first. Just sounds like tit for tat. Private messages, depending on what those messages are compared to nudes, like revenge porn is considered like one of the worst things you could possibly do. It's like it is a horrible thing. Turning somebody into a porn star against their will is very messed up. And putting things on the internet like that, where it's just going to last forever, is very, very, very different from here's some words that you said that could last forever. Yeah, being able to see somebody's naked body, that's a very intimate thing, and when you send that to somebody, you are sending it with the assumption that they are not going to show this to anybody else. This is a very private thing. You trust them, and yeah, just saying words to somebody doesn't really have the same connotations with it. If I send you a DM and we're talking about stuff, that is very different than if you start sending me dick pics. You would assume when you send me the dick pics that I will never tell anybody about that or show anybody. Whereas you and I just having a conversation, we don't, it doesn't come with the same weight.
Going into it, I wanted to set it up so that anybody can disavow without any reprisal or even comment from me. So if she doesn't like the document, she doesn't like what I wrote about her or anybody else, that's okay. I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay. There were a few others that also came out with statements, but if we don't want to go down this line of questioning, we don't want to go down this line of questioning.
I mean, you're welcome. We can do the congressional thing where you say it and then I say I have no comment.
Yeah,
That's
fair
fine.
enough, fair enough. The other person I saw that claims that you misconstrued wasn't mentioned as a victim in the report, but Aristocracy did mention that she feels that you took her out of context. I also know that Madam Genevieve, has also said that she was not pleased with your handling of the information that you gave her, or that she gave you. I apologize. So that's fair, but we don't have to call it out, or not call it out, but to discuss it or go in depth if you don't want to. So let me ask you this then. Let's pivot a little bit.
Okay.
Do you think that Destiny is redeemable at this point in your eyes? Is there anything?
Wow, look at Wick pivoting. Wow. Wick pivoting. My goodness. Breaking ankles out here. What the hell?
Thing he can do, any action he can take in order to change course, to become better enough that you would consider him okay to listen to, watch, have on their shows, etc.
Yeah, sure. I don't think anybody's irredeemable. I don't I assume you're not asking me the likelihood of that happening. You're asking me.
No,
that's-
no.
that's-
Yeah, likelihood. I'm more asking what,
Sure.
if you know what specifically would have to change. For him.
There are things you can do, like if you like murder a little kid, that at that point it doesn't really matter like what you do after that. To me, where I'm just like I don't, you're at that point you're not someone whose content I would consume no matter what. Like emotional abuse and coercion and sexual misconduct and smearing and retaliation, doxing, threats, that kind of stuff. I don't think any of that's irredeemable now.
Fair enough. Do you think that Destiny is the worst actor in this space when it comes to those kinds of behaviors? So, like a good thesis statement, because on the
Aristocracy has made 4 videos about Anna. It's her most watched videos. Yeah, I think some of my videos about Anna are some of my most watched videos as well. Yeah.
technical side, one criticism I would have of the report is
She got popular off painting Anna as a crazy stalker. Look at her thumbnail. Okay, that's just not true. That's not true. That is not true. I've known Eris since before she was like, since before she was Twitch streaming, and I can promise you that is not the case. Aristocracy ran a massive Discord. Massive. I'm telling you. Like, it's in competition with the politics server. Okay. It's I forget the name of it. You guys probably know the name of the server. But Eris was running that server. Then when she started streaming, she did interviews with Destiny, with vaush, with damn, I'm blanking on names now. But she talked to tons of big content creators. She had tons of people watching these videos on YouTube, on Twitch. She was doing just fine before Anna came around. She did not need Anna, and she was friends with Anna before those videos. Like, she knew Anna before she started streaming as well. So yeah, it's a little bit odd to paint it like that. Popular to main public. First time I saw her was because of that. Okay.
it's too dense. It's very hard to get through in a timely manner. But this is what I, in reading it, understood as your thesis statement. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Destiny abused.
How is she part of your Jewish circle of friends? Yeah. She's the head of the cabal. Congrats on getting 30 plus subs. Do I have more than 30 subs? Oh my goodness. I'm on my way to 100. I have more than 30 subs.
People through capitalizing on unequal power dynamics and relationships. He engaged in retaliation for criticisms and also sadistic attacks on his guests, orbiters, and other creators in order for content and spite. Would that be a fair recap of what you consider a thesis statement for your document?
I think you're leaving out the sexual misconduct.
Would that not be unequal power dynamics and relationships? Maybe.
I think I need the word sex in there somewhere for it to be.
Okay, unequal
a
power
thesis,
dynamics in sexual relationships. How about that?
Yeah, and combinations thereof. Retaliating is one thing. Unequal sexual relationships is another thing. Retaliating against people who you have unequal sexual relationships with is, I would say, probably worse than either one. Maybe even worse than the sum of the two.
But again, to the question, do you think Destiny is the worst in the space when it comes?
Why did Aristocracy quit making content? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how much she's talked about publicly, but I know that there is a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
These behaviors?
I don't think it matters.
Why not? Like, I guess what I mean by this, to clarify, right, is if there's a flood, it does no good to, put your finger in the dike, right, and to kind of like stop the little flow when behind you there's a river raging over its bounds and just destroying everything. So I guess the reason I'm asking you why, if you consider him one of the worst in
I
the
don't
space,
think that's a good. I don't think that's a good metaphor.
well, whatever metaphor you'd like to use, right? My reason.
No.
Well, whatever metaphor you want to use, right? And then just continue. The metaphor is like doing the work for that statement.
Do you think Destiny is the worst in the space when it comes to these behaviors?
I don't think it matters.
Why not? Like, I guess what I mean by this, to clarify, right, is if there's a flood, it does no good to, put your finger in the dike, right, and to kind of like stop the little flow when behind you there's a river raging over its bounds and just destroying everything. So I guess.
Yeah, I don't know that matters. Like, it is literally a whataboutism. It is literally a whataboutism to say, like, hey. So earlier, that's what he was talking about when I was asking him questions. He's like, hey, all of these people are doing these whataboutisms. And I was like, wait, I'm not doing whataboutisms. I'm talking about your consistency. I agree, other people are doing whataboutisms. But when I'm asking you these questions, it's obvious I'm talking about consistency here.
The reason I'm asking you why, if you consider him one of the worst in the space.
I don't think that's a good metaphor.
Well, whatever metaphor you'd like to use, right? My reason.
No. That metaphor is wrong.
Explain. Elaborate, please.
Well, if you put your finger in a dike, as you so unfortunately worded it, the water that is diverted by your finger will pass around your finger totally unimpeded. So it actually will make no difference if you do that. I think a better metaphor would be like if there were a bunch of zombies attacking a city, and you shot 3 of them, but there were still 3 million attacking the city. So in one, you're still making a difference if you shoot 3 zombies, but it may not make much of a difference to anybody else. Maybe nobody will notice the difference. You still materially made a difference. Whereas with the dike analogy, it literally makes no difference. So I think
Okay.
I don't think water is a good analogy.
Let's go with the zombie thing. Let's go with the zombie thing. So you have a bomb, a grenade, right, that you're going to throw, and instead of throwing it into the horde, you've thrown it to the 3 standing over there, right? Like that. Yeah, you made a material difference, but do you think you could have made a more of a material difference if you chose a different target? That's what I'm asking, right?
If everybody who has a computer with a word processor, in your analogy, has a grenade, where'd you throw yours?
I haven't thrown any grenades. I'm not a very good grenade thrower.
So my point is that it's just still, I just don't really understand the question or the criticism that I could have written something different or better or more impactful.
Right. Yes, that's why I'm saying it's a whataboutism. You're saying like, hey, you're condemning this person for their actions, but what about those people who could be doing the same thing? So who cares? I'm talking about Destiny. Like, I know Destiny. I engaged with Destiny. I was in his circle. I feel like I'm one of his victims. Like, this is what if all of a sudden we find out, like, who's the guy who did the big drama show for a long time, with like millions of subscribers? Ethan, from H3 made a bunch of videos about him. I'm blanking on his name right now. Keemstar, yes, thank you, Sick. Like, if all of a sudden we find out Keemstar is doing the same thing, but it's even worse, I don't think that would change literally anything. Like, it wouldn't change anything. Like, if Destiny still did something bad, we would still condemn Destiny.
That's literally probably true of everything anybody's ever written.
Sure, I understand that. But I guess, like, the reason I ask is, after you've done this, do you have someone else in mind that needs to be exposed? Who's next on the list of Mr. Girl?
I don't have a list.
Oh, that's fair. So no one. I guess I'm just asking what comes next for Mr. Girl, right? Like, you've done this, you've shot the missile, right? The arrow has flown the quiver. Okay. So what are you looking to do next? What in the aftermath? What does the aftermath look like?
Probably me emailing a bunch of reporters and stuff, reaching out to as many people as I can to try to get some wise eyes on this. Maybe people who have influence and power, stuff like that.
If you could pick any reporter to cover this, any news organization or newspaper or journalistic institution to present this, if you lived in this ideal world where you could just pick and choose, who would you like to carry the banner forward on this article?
The Washington Post.
The Washington Post. Fair enough.
My favorite newspaper. Maybe the New York Times would probably be the more correct choice though. But my personal choice would be the Washington Post.
Fair enough. Do you and just be honest with me here, do you think they will?
Thanks,
I
Matthew.
have no idea. I think that there's probably a market for stories like this. I don't know if this is the one that would connect to it. I don't know if there's a reporter who thinks it would connect or who would think it was newsworthy. But I think that there's sooner or later, I think eventually something like this will become. I think that all gas no brake stuff had some mainstream media traction.
Okay.
So I do think there's a market for discussions of power dynamics with content creators that your kids watch, and sexual misconduct in streamer world, and then I think there's other conversations about money and content creation and copyright and how that all shakes out, and just like where the
In context of the streamer world, to be clear, correct?
yeah, the like reaction videos using to dogpile people and using your own content against you. I think there's a lot of ethical and legal and moral issues that are really not settled.
With React streamers, to be so can you give me an example of this?
No.
No. Okay. Fair.
No.
One of the instances I've heard people bring up in regards to this, and just tell me if I'm on the wrong track here. But things like using quote tweets to dunk on smaller Twitter users and to gain clout that way. Like take someone's take, you quote tweet it, they have like 20 followers, you have 20,000, and then just using them to farm content. Do you think that that's unethical?
I think it depends on if they said that they were raped and you're doing it to call them a retard, then probably. But I think it depends on the context.
Okay, fair enough. And what well, you already gave me an example of the context where you'd find it not unethical. Do you consider the people who have reacted to not just the report but the whole situation? Do you consider them complicit in your abuse? I'm talking people like, if I'm going to drop some names, people like Chudlogic, people like Cherry, people like Sick Unchained, various other streamers, both big and small, who have been very critical of your relationships in these spaces and just critical of your engagement. Do you consider them abusive too?
Yeah, I would call them complicit. I mean, the same way in a family, if the father's sexually abusing the kids, and I don't know, the oldest sibling knows about it but doesn't say anything, or the mother knows about it, doesn't say anything, the stepmother knows about it, doesn't say anything, or says, oh, it'll tear the family apart. You can be complicit and be a victim at the same time.
Yeah, so I think if I was Max, I would continue answering these questions, but I would feel like these people, or like it would feel like Wick is trying to draw lines for me so that somebody can come later and say, whoa, that line moved. Hey. Whoa. You can't move the lines. I love you too, Michael. Thank you for the sub. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's all up. Yeah, like it would feel like you're looking for like an inconsistency. You're trying to like put me in a box so that you can find the hypocrisy, say, oh wait, this person did that, but this person did this too, and now you didn't call them abusive, but you did call them abusive. You can't do that. Like that's what it sounds like. And I think that Wick is just asking questions, just random questions, just to like get more information. But I think anybody would feel that way, based on the line of questioning. Yeah.
I think that, like me, I think we're all.
Destiny literally watched Chud read the whole thing. My chat last night when we were watching it, they said that he didn't. They said that he just watched him read part of it and didn't really comment, didn't really say anything, and that was it.
Somewhat complicit. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. I guess I'll ask this then, because you mentioned I was entangled, and I don't really do reaction. I really don't. But I am curious. In what ways do you think I've been complicit in your abuse? And it's fine. Like, just be honest. I can take it. It's okay.
You're asking me questions to try to set me up to appear unhinged, like a conspiracy theorist, crazy person. You're doing it right now.
Do you think that's intentional on my part?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, okay. So I was about to say, I think again, this is a reasonable thing to assume, just not that it's intentional. But if he's going to bite the bullet and say yes, it's intentional, I think he's wrong. But I think that that's a reasonable conclusion to come to when somebody asks a question like that. Yeah.
I think your tone of voice is so good faith, bro.
Yes, I'm calm, and I'm going to be super calm while you say really messed up, disagreeable things about me. And my fans, my audience are all going to think, what? That is so not true. But Wick is going to be super chill and calm, and hey, just give it to me, man. I'm here to be criticized. Just tell me. I need to hear it, right? But then the guy who's saying like, well, you're bad. You do bad, you do the bad things. That guy starts to come off as like you're putting them in a spot where they have to look like this this almost like SJW like figure being condemnatory of another person.
So intensely, thickly layering it on that I think it is very likely.
Chud isn't happy and feels betrayed by Max. Yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine so. Okay, Google. Lights on.
That you are intentionally trying to make me look insane right now. Yeah.
Well,
That's the impression I'm getting.
It won't help to say that I'm not, but the reason
No.
I am being very cautious with my tone is because I want to help make you feel as comfortable as you can. And one of the ways I signal that I'm trying to do that is through my tone.
I don't think signaling that you're trying to make someone comfortable is the same as making them comfortable.
I'm not very good at this, so it's very probably true. I guess
that's my answer to your question.
No, that's fine. Was there anything you wanted to include in the article that you just didn't get a chance to? Anything that you had to leave on the cutting room for, so to speak?
No. I mean, some petty things I thought about including that I.
Where can I find this video to watch by myself? This analysis is stupid. You can go look it up. There's this really cool thing on YouTube called a search bar. It's brand new too. It's an extension that you can get for YouTube where you can search things.
Decided not to, but no.
Just pet.
Like, no, nobody cares if you think the analysis is stupid. If there's something you actually disagree with, that's the thing. This is the thing. This is how you find out very quickly if somebody actually is a white blood cell. And truly, like anytime you see this, this is how you know. So when they say you're wrong, instead of saying why you're wrong, or if they say this is dumb, instead of saying why it's dumb, or if they say, this is immoral, instead of saying why it's immoral. Like if they just give you a label to let you know how unhappy with you they are, instead of saying like what the problem is, then yeah, it means that there's likely not really a thought process there. They're just
petty things. Okay, so I guess what was your bar here? What in your mind transcended something from just petty beef to something worthy of including in the article? Like, was there a?
Sorry, I want to go back to your previous question more specifically. Okay, so specific things you're doing to run interference for Destiny right now. Trying to bait me into comparing myself to Edward Snowden, and then I have to say, oh, that would be really grandiose if I did that, and I have to that was a path that I could have gone down to seem insane. Asking me which newspaper it would be featured, then I could have gone. That's another trap. So I said the Washington Post as a way to kind of gig at chat and say, one of the biggest papers who exposes the most people who expose Trump should be talking about Destiny. And then you say, well, do you think that's likely? Because you're trying to lock me into having said something grandiose and insane. And then I avert that and say, well, you're not asking me what's likely. That's the dream. And then I said, blah, blah. And then I think there was another, asking me, trying to trap me into using the same word, abusive, that I'm using to describe Destiny directing someone, his audience to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread while he's fucking sexting her. You want me to use the same word to describe just any 20,000 follower Twitter account dunking on any 200 or 20 follower Twitter account? That's of course running interference for Destiny if I fall into that trap. So I don't think that you are intentionally setting those traps. I think that's just sort of like an automatic, oh, do you think Destiny's the worst person? Like what the fuck kind of question is that? I read a report about a system I was involved in, about the person that I was pretty close to in the system, and all the stuff that I witnessed, all the evidence I was able to gather through my relationships that I formed well in that system, kind of excoriating myself in the process, and some of the just making everybody just look kind of bad, but for the purpose of doing what I see as like an act of good to try to stop somebody from being abusive. And you're in the first fucking question you really asking me about the report is, do you think he's the worst person? Which is, again, is like, how the fuck do I know? I'm not in any other streamers community. I don't even like streaming.
Well, what are the
like I'm not.
reasons?
Wait, stop. I'm just saying, like, I don't have that kind of insider knowledge about all these other streamers. So it'd be,
If I'm Wick, I respond to this by saying, I'm not even asking this question. I just feel like this is something that people would want to know. That's what I would say. I would just be like, yeah, I honestly, I don't care one way or the other, bro. I really don't care what your answer is. I'm here to just ask the questions that the people want to know. That's it.
insane for me to say he's the worst. And then you get, of course, you or whoever wants to then gets to come out with examples of this. Oh, so he thinks Destiny doing this is worse than this other thing. I know how the Destiny sphere thinks. It is a constant, endless game of whataboutism and shifting frames and perspectives, and a zero-sum game that you can't call out Destiny for being abusive unless he's the most abusive. And then if you can find somebody who's more abusive or more dishonest, more of a liar, more threatening, more
So
controlling,
I'm
more
not doing
retaliatory.
The issue with saying why Max is wrong is that it would imply he made an argument in his article, and he didn't. Right, well, he doesn't necessarily have to. So we already know, before we even read the article, that he is characterizing this as abuse. And then he is just giving you the details to say, this is why I believe Destiny is abusive. So he doesn't have to actually make an argument in there. His title is the argument. His title is telling you that he believes Destiny is abusive. And then the rest of the article is him just explaining why he thinks he's abusive. No, he has to. It isn't self-evident. No, duh, it's not self-evident. That's why he's giving you the details, right? Like, if I want to know if somebody is abusive, I'm not looking for you to lay out like premise, conclusion here. I'm looking for details. I'm looking for markers. I'm looking for characteristics, right? There's going to be specific types of characteristics that I would say, oh, wow, this has X, Y, and Z. I would consider that abusive, right? So all he has to do is say, I think this is abusive, and then give you the details so that you can decide whether or not X, Y, and Z are actually there, right?
And that's something. Oh, and I am not doing any of this. Again, that's just another.
You're incredibly biased in Max's favor. He done tons of objectionable things, like painting Destiny as a sexual assaulted to get other girls to talk to him. Why do you think that I think that Mr. Girl hasn't done objectionable things? I have entire videos. I have tons of streams of me talking about Max doing objectionable things. Again, just telling me you think I'm biased is not helpful. If you tell me, hey, I think you're biased because you said this, and this is obviously wrong. It's so obvious that this is wrong, and you agreeing with this, that you are blind to everything else, right? This is what you would have to say in order to explain that. But saying, Tom, you're so obviously biased, here's something that you never denied that I'm going to tell you about now, as though this has something to do with you being biased. That's a bit odd, right?
Another It's just more bullshit. So anyway, to answer your question from before,
He doesn't define abuse. Right. I mean, that's what I just talked to him about. Obviously, yeah.
how do I think you're complicit? Those are just some of the things that you've done in this short interview so far that I would say are traps, setups, and dishonest reframings of what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying is really straightforward. You haven't really asked any genuine questions about it that I don't think so far. What I'm saying is Destiny abuses his platform, and here's a list of the ways and times that he did it, and here's all the evidence. If you need to see relationships played out and established, here's all the evidence. And I've presented it to you, and yeah, it's long, but it's I don't know, it's covering 10 years of bad behavior.
This is and I am frustrated right now, and I want to talk to you about that because
Okay.
I do want to engage as good faith as possible. I'm really trying here to give my honest thoughts on this, my honest read.
Empaths are on the personality disorder train. I don't think Max is an empath. I don't think he's an empath. The reason that I would say that is not because he doesn't seem empathetic, but because I don't think that he can read people very well. But I don't know. But I just see, yeah, he doesn't. Not on the personality train. Oh, personality disorder train. Did I say personality train? Whoops, my bad. Max may be BPD, but he is no empath. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about BPD. Looking objectively at an article told from a biased point of view is impossible. He didn't leak the clips or include any of the context that would paint Destiny in a more positive light. Well, I mean, yeah, I wish that he included those, because even at points during the article, he characterizes the tone of voice that things are being said in. But I would like to hear the tone of voice myself. I know from past interactions watching Max talk to people that he doesn't categorize people's tone of voice correctly. Like I know that he regularly misunderstands what it is that people are communicating emotionally. So I will give a quote from a philosopher on why arguments are important. Oh my goodness. In most cases, ideas that are worth discussing. I never said arguments aren't important, by the way. Just want to get that out there before I read this. I never said arguments are not important. I've been making arguments this entire time, but that's okay. In most cases, ideas that are worth discussing are not so self-evident that readers can be assumed to see their truth immediately upon their being stated. Usually, one's main thesis is something that other smart people would disagree with. Sure. So, if he said, look, you and I might disagree on what abuse is. And if I tell you this is what I think abuse is, and you disagree with me, it's all kind of pointless now. And I might have tainted my own article, because you might now say, okay, well, therefore, if I disagree with his definition of abuse, therefore, everything from here forward is not abuse. Whereas actually, you could disagree with his definition of abuse and all of the stuff in the article still be abuse. Both of those things can still be true. And so he was saying earlier that he wants you to say, I know what abuse is, and I'm going to read this article and decide whether or not this is abuse. And he thinks that most people, regardless of how they define abuse, would read this and define it or and categorize it as abuse, right?
Totally meaningless. All you're doing is throwing me under the bus when you say that. I know it's a
So
really common.
how could I? Can you demonstrate, please? How can I ask you these questions? Because I want to know the answers. I think there's substantive discussion to be had here.
Saying you're being good faith is not good faith. Saying you're being charitable to somebody is not charitable itself. All you're doing is defending yourself to the audience and saying that anybody who's annoyed with you and
What
saying
I'm
that your
doing
questions.
right now is asking.
No, stop saying what you're doing. If you want me to think you're doing something, you have to do it. You can't tell me you're doing it. That doesn't make any sense.
What should I be asking that I'm not? What question should I be asking you right now about your manifesto, or about the report? Sorry,
it's a report.
Apologies about the report that I am not asking that you would like me to ask, that you think no one has asked, that you.
So if he says, hey, I think you're being bad faith, we talked about this earlier. If you come back with, no, I'm not being bad faith, that's not a helpful statement. It's just not. It's not helpful. It's not useful in any way. It just doesn't say anything. But if instead you say, hey, look, this is why I'm asking these questions. This is where I'm going with this. This is my intent behind this. This is what I'm hoping to get out of you. This is what I'm hoping to get out of the conversation. Then you're just explaining that you are not bad faith. But just making the statement, yes, I am not bad faith. It doesn't. To me, personally, it comes off really bad. Like it sounds like you probably are just incapable of explaining it instead. So like earlier when I was talking about like, oh, well, these are white blood cells. How you know is because they're just going to categorize what you're doing and give you the label. This is dumb. This is bad. This is stupid. Crap like that. Whereas like if instead they were like, hey, you did X, Y, and Z. That's why I think this is bad. Or that you did, you said these things and I think that's wrong. Or this is why I think this is wrong. And explaining it, right? So to say, this is how I know I'm not being bad faith. This is why you're misreading this situation. This is why, like, I didn't say this, or I did say that, but this is what I meant by it, or this is where I'm going with this. These are all like better ways of explaining where you're going. Shouldn't the article be held to the same standard? Yeah, I would think so.
You want to tell people, and you haven't been able to do so yet. Can you give me a few of those?
If I were you, what would I ask?
What do you wish people were asking you that they haven't asked you yet?
I don't know, because if there was something I wanted to be asked, I would just say it. I guess that still doesn't really get at my criticism of what that's not what I just. It doesn't really make sense as a response to what I just said. You asked me if you're complicit. I listed all the ways that I think you're running interference for Destiny. Your response is to say that's not true. That didn't happen. You didn't really engage with any.
Well,
of the,
what I'm
of
doing
the,
now is I will.
what you're doing now is interrupting me. You're not actually listening to what I'm saying. You're pulling these maneuvers that take a while. So the reason the report is 100,000 words because it takes a while to explain these little sleights of hand. So again, it's fine if you don't want to respond to them.
The only way to respond to a bad faith accusation is by saying, I hope I can demonstrate the opposite, and then continue with the conversation. Yes, I mean, that's what I would, like, literally, that's almost exactly what I would say is, well, if you wait a minute, you can decide once we get to the point where I'm actually leading you there, or we've actually gotten there, whether or not I've done that. But for you to tell me ahead of time that this is where I'm going, or this is what I'm doing, it's just not helpful. It's not useful. Just like, yeah.
I just want to point out that you didn't respond. You have not really responded to my criticisms of your questions. Then what you did say in response was, that's not happening, Max. I'm just asking questions. That's not happening. I want to know the answers to the questions. I'm doing the best that I can to make you comfortable. And the implication is for no reason, for some wacky reason. You're just freaking out. I have no idea why. Anyway, and then it takes a while to explain that you did that.
I think that I understand why.
Yeah, Mr. Girl said that the orbiters are white blood cells. I really like that term. I do. I think that is such a great term. Like, I'm definitely going to be calling people white blood cells from now on. That is freaking great.
Oh yeah, then your question is what would you want me to ask? That's not asking me what I would want you to
respond to that first before we go on to
I
other
don't want
criticisms.
I don't want you to do that. Asking no, because there's just too many maneuvers. I just can't take it.
I'm not
Your
maneuvering.
response is
I
to
think like,
I'm not
look,
maneuvering.
I understand that this has happened to you a lot. I understand that people have treated
I'm
you
not
this way.
maneuvering.
I get
I'm
it.
not maneuvering. I get it. I'm not maneuvering. I'm just asking questions. I'm not maneuvering.
This is how conversations
Stop
work.
saying what you're doing. It doesn't mean anything. It's a maneuver to say you're not maneuvering. Okay, anyway, so then after I listed the things that I thought were like bullshit questions that were traps, your response is not to engage with the criticism that they're traps. Your response is to say, okay, fine. What do you want me to ask? But that's a nonsensical reaction. That doesn't make any sense.
When I responded to your criticisms, you called it maneuvering. So because you didn't like that and it wasn't
No, you
working,
didn't.
I have shifted direction.
It's not because you responded. It's because you were maneuvering. I think you're being manipulative. That's why I said that, not because you responded. You didn't respond.
Orbiters tend to not be critical or adjective. Tom didn't do that. He was pretty objective. Oh, sorry. I thought you were. Thank you, Sarah. Nice to see.
Anyway, it just feels like another zero-sum game question, where is there a person who's more abusive than Destiny? Is there somebody else? Who's next on your list? Those all seem very similar to the question of what should I have asked? It doesn't feel like a substantive engagement with the criticisms.
Well, if the reason
But
I
it's-
asked originally, and let me please give me a chance to explain, right? The reason I asked about this Destiny, why Destiny in particular, the reason I
can't-
asked was
you-
because I
I-
see that
there's
these
no-
behaviors
stop,
that you
don't-
outlined are not uncommon in this space, right?
Yeah, I know why you asked.
I don't think you do.
Okay, let's pretend that I'm a rape victim. Okay,
Well,
I'm a rape victim.
Yeah, it is whataboutism again to say. Well, it's not uncommon. Like, okay, like if I'm like saying, "Hey, bro, you should stop being a gangster and stop shooting up a bunch of random people in drive-bys. That's messed up." And they're like, "Whoa, everybody does drive-bys around here, dude. Come on. That guy did a drive-by the other day. What the hell? Come on. It's cool." Like, yeah, don't really care.
Victim in a larger creator got me drunk, and I fell asleep, and I woke up and he was raping me, and I make this essay about how I got raped, and you're going to interview me about the essay. The first thing
How'd the convo go? I think it went well. It's 3 different things I wanted to talk to him about. Each one kind of got cut a little short because we were short on time. So I think based on like the time restraints that were on the conversation, I think it went really well. Yeah, but what's the end game here? Should Destiny be deleted from the internet? Should they just leave each other alone? Should they box for millions?
thing you asked me is, do you think there's quite a lot of rapes happening in the streaming world, aren't there?
He cut you short on time. We had already agreed ahead of time. I said, "Hey, we can start at 11:30," and he said, "Okay, but then I'll only have 45 minutes." I said, "Okay, cool." Instead, we started at 11. So I got an extra 30 minutes in there. And then if he only has 45 minutes, that means that he has to stop at 12:15, but we stopped at 12:30. So even I went over even more so. So yeah. Tomfoolery, if Max doesn't like the question, he's going to call you bad faith, even if you're not being bad faith. What do you do then? Like I just said, literally everything that I just explained is that, like, you can kind of lay out like a pattern and say like, well, this is what I was saying, this is where I'm going, this is what I was doing, this is what I'm getting at, this is the reason. And then you can even just say, okay, well then fine. Like if they don't accept all of that, then you okay, fine, just answer anyways, and we'll see. Like, you make sure you label my stuff bad faith as we go. Just keep moving. Good luck doing that when he cuts you off every 2 seconds. He didn't cut me off every 2 seconds.
And I'm like, I guess so. And you're like, well,
I think he accused me of like 2 or 3 different things in the conversation, and each time I was like, no, this is a misunderstanding. This is what happened, or this is what I'm doing, or I never did that. And I would explain each time, and then we would move on past it.
you wrote about just one rape, yours. Don't you think that it might have made a bigger difference if you had thrown your grenade into like a horde of rapes? Why are you writing about this rape?
So I don't think this is a good metaphor.
Hold on.
I'll
I want
explain
to
why.
go through some of your other questions. Do you think that this is the worst rape that has ever occurred, Max? I can think of a lot worse rape. I've heard of a lot worse rape.
Tom, did you tell him you're my friend? If so, what did he say? No, I'm sorry. It did not come up. Yeah, but from the part of the interview I saw, you were pretty soft on him. I don't care. Like, what I wanted to say, the points that I wanted to get across, they all got across in the way that I wanted them to, and I was able to challenge him on the things that I wanted to challenge him on, and I think that I did so in a way that would make sense. And I think like the highlight of it for me is him saying, "Yeah, it's just about your feelings, and you just it's just all about your feelings. You know if it's abusive, if you feel like it's abusive, and then me explaining why that doesn't make sense and why it can't be the case, and then that's that. Yeah, that I think was an important part to get across and for him to say. I think anybody who read his article is thinking, what the hell is abuse? What is he talking about? What is he getting at? And so I think, like, yeah, we talked about abuse. We got him to lay out what he thinks abuse is. And then I challenged him on it and explained, like, and then he said, well, yeah, but they're gonna do all these whataboutisms where they're like, oh, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that, and what about this person? What about that person? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. He's like, well, then they're gonna say, oh, well, you weren't consistent here, and now you're a hypocrite. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. I'm gonna challenge you in those ways, but I don't care if you're a hypocrite. I care if you are consistent, though. I do care about that. And if you say, hey, I did something that's just like this, and Destiny did the same thing, but I call it abusive when he does it, and I don't call it abusive when I do it, that's an important point for me to make, because then you're telling me that you don't think it's abusive, or you think you're both abusive, and it is only one of those two things. So, yeah.
Rape
You
is
were
very common.
misrepresenting my questions, sir.
You just said that this behavior is very common. So
When we talk about maneuvers, right? Are you familiar with psychological projection? That concept.
Wick. I've already decided that I'm never going to talk to you publicly again, but I will finish this stream. But if you don't let me finish what I'm saying, I'm going to leave.
Ouch.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. If you transposed all of your questions, the questions of, do you think there's a worse person who did X? Oh, this behavior is very common. So how does that affect your the legitimacy of your presentation of it? Who's the next person you're going to accuse?
Tom Fuller Show, do you think it's productive for Mr. Girl to consciously call out a conversational mistake? He seems intent on labeling them all bad faith and not moving past them. Yeah, I don't like that. And this is like, I like that he explains it afterwards and he tells you, like, this is why I think this is what you said that's giving me these sorts of vibes. And in a lot of what he's saying here, I just agree with it. He's just right. Like, he is correct. That is what he's, that is what, like, that is true. A lot of these things are whataboutisms. A lot of the questions don't make sense. A lot of like the directions that they're going, just like, I think that most anybody would read these as bad faith and start to wonder. I'm not saying that that's what Wick is doing, but I am saying I think it's reasonable to come to that conclusion based on what's being said, and I explained why. But I think it's annoying to point it out. I do. I don't, like, if I think you're being bad faith, I'm not going to tell you I think you're being bad faith, because I don't freaking care to tell you that you're being bad faith. I'd rather walk you through a thought process to, like, prove that you're being bad faith and make it obvious to everybody else, right? So, like, labeling things in a debate is helpful if you don't think that it's obvious enough for everybody else. And I think that, like, lots of times it can be rhetorically effective to say, hey, you're being bad faith. This is why, this is how you're doing it. But in this case, I don't think that it is helpful. And I think that if Mr. Girl does believe that, I think that he needs to hold off and wait for a couple more questions to know where this is going to make those sorts of claims.
All these questions.
But I think it sounds a bit white blood celly, I guess.
In that context, would be transparently fucking disgusting. Now, I agree that Destiny's abuse of me is not as serious as rape, and it's harder to explain. Emotional abuse and psychological abuse and these power dynamics are complex, and it takes a while to explain what happened. But
I don't think Wick is being so obviously bad faith that most would agree. He seems to be asking reasonable questions that most would have, like why Destiny instead of others. First off, I think that is an insane question. Secondly, I didn't say most would agree that he's being bad faith. If he thinks Destiny is being abusive, and you say, well, why did you do this about Destiny and not somebody else? Who freaking cares? Like, if I say, I want to debate Lav on gender because I think Lav is wrong, and somebody's like, well, why didn't you try to debate Thomas Bogardus? Because you also think that he's wrong on gender. So why didn't you debate him instead? Like, well, I don't know. If I debated him instead, you'd be asking me why I didn't debate Lav. Like, who freaking cares? I'm just telling you that she's wrong. Like, that's it. That's all that I care to get across, is that she's wrong. All he cares to get across is that Destiny's abusive. That's it. If you say, well, why didn't you write about other people being abusive? That is a whataboutism. That is irrelevant. It's not helpful. It doesn't like actually get any points across. It's just a whataboutism.
given that I am coming forward as a victim, I do think that the zero-sum game sleights of hand are quite slimy. I don't like it.
Fair. I do not think it is a zero-sum game. I do not think.
But you seem to be casting the context out the window. Mr. Girl has been harping about changing streaming ethics for months, so obviously other streamers are relevant. Yeah? He made them relevant in his document, right? He talked about a ton of other streamers. He talked about white blood cell behavior. But that still doesn't matter. It's still a whataboutism. Either way. He talked about Destiny. Yes, the whole thing was about Destiny. Yes. Like, the overall thing is about Destiny. But he talks about other people being complicit in Destiny's behavior. And again, it's still a whataboutism. So I don't understand, like, why. And why not more dangerous streamers? This is literally whataboutism. You have to realize this is just whataboutism. It doesn't matter. Destiny's the one that he interacts with. Destiny's the one that's in his sphere. Destiny's the one who he knows. Destiny is the person who he considers himself to be a victim of. Like, seems pretty obvious why it would be Destiny over anybody else, but even if it wasn't obvious, it's still just a whataboutism. It isn't whataboutism. I am not saying Destiny didn't do wrong. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's a whataboutism. Whataboutism is saying, yeah, but why didn't you do X thing when there's no relevance there? So when they give you the answer, you're not getting anything useful there. You're not getting any useful information when they tell you why they chose one over the other. What about whataboutism? That is a good one. The technique or practice of responding to an accusation or difficult question by making a counter accusation or raising a different issue. Yeah? I am doing that. You are literally doing all of that. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be joking me right now. If he is making an accusation of Destiny, saying that he is abusive, and you're saying, well, why isn't he calling these other people abusive? That is literally what you're doing. The explanation, the definition that you just gave me is what you are doing. I don't know how, this cannot be any more blatant. It's like getting raped by Harvey Weinstein and everyone's like, yeah, but there's other rapists like Bill Cosby still free too. Exactly. Yes, exactly. He is talking about streaming ethics. Why focus on Destiny over other streamers on the issue of streamer ethics? He's not talking about streamer ethics. He's talking about Destiny being abusive And this is a problem within streamer ethics. This is like saying, well, if I'm going to write an article about how this person raped me, you're going to turn around and be like, well, you're writing an article about rape, so why not write it about other rapists? Well, I'm not writing an article about rape. I'm writing an article about this person raping me. It's not about rape. It's about this person doing the rape.
That your analogy is fair. Yes. When you put questions into an entirely different context, it will change how people feel about that questions and the appropriateness of the questions. Obviously, if you were a victim of rape or abuse in this, I would not be sitting you down questioning about that. But this is not what this is. We're talking about the Destiny Report, which was an article that you wrote, which outlined what the person you were accusing of doing all this did to other people, not just you. There are
my eye is all swollen and red. It's driving me crazy. I had to take my glasses off. It's killing me. Tom, did you see my video I tweeted out? No? You got a link? You got a linky dink? Yeah, you always tell me to watch the intros to your videos while I'm streaming. So last night I was like, I'm going to make her watch my intros now while she's streaming. I'm going to get some payback. I'm going to get some comeuppance. Steffi, what the hell does this even mean? I post that I'm talking to Mr. Girl. She posts language, all caps, why I'm still allowed in chat. What the hell does this mean? I cannot even begin to wonder what the hell you're talking about here. Fair enough. Thank you.
Insane
Welcome
shit.
to
I looked her up. I was like, who the fuck is this? Do I know this person? And I looked and I found that we had DMs, okay? Like that she had DM'd me. And I'm saying like, impressive, what other hidden skills you have? I'm like, little flirtatious. I have the power to get random men and I DM from the bath to flirt with me.
Oh, sorry. I gotta change this a little.
With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you're using it for good. Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm very reckless with this power. So far, so good, to be honest.
No
Good to hear I'm not
way.
fucking this up. I think we accidentally met in 2018 while you were on a FaceTime with bleep. I feel like I'm not making this up. It was brief. I haven't even an ounce as hot as then I am now. So you're off the hook if you don't remember.
She texts me out of nowhere.
That is such a weird thing to say, by the way. That is such a weird thing to say, by the way. I am so much hotter now, also, just so you know. I am super hot now. And I was kind of hot then, but now I am so hot. Oh my goodness.
December 14th, 2021. Watching her stream feels like I'm watching my history teacher teach a lesson in a very naughty way. Or maybe like a really passionate government teacher. Either way, I'm wet. That was her first form of text message to me on December 14th, 2021. She's clearly hitting on me.
Totally not. Alex, please tell me you are not saying that's not a weird thing to say. Please tell me that is not a weird thing to say. You got to be kidding me. Do not tell me that you are saying this right now. That is a weird freaking thing to say. Come on. Come on. Just so it shows how insecure she is without the makeup, lip filler, dyed hair, and camera angles.
Oh, and then I type out,
I don't know about all that, but it's a weird thing to say.
even doing this?
Like, I say that sort of stuff super ironically. Like, if anybody ever wasn't talking about that, okay. All right, thank you. That's why I asked. Tell me you're not saying this. Okay, thank you. But yeah, I joke like pretty consistently about how hot I am. Like, yeah, it'd be weird if people were saying this stuff seriously.
Some older person using leverage. Oh my God, what a weird foreshadowing of everything. What a strange text. I'm sorry. She said,
she's a cute little thing that's undeniable. She is a cute little thing. It is undeniable, yes. Must not objectify women. You are in the wrong chat, homie. Damn, I also talk about how hot Tom is. This join the club, get in line. We got too many gay guys in chat already. She is gross to me. Nah. She's got all the Jewish in the face and all the Latina everywhere else. Well done.
We can fight on a call or voice memo. I say, ah ha ha, fuck you. If some older person is using leverage or their position of power to get with some younger person who doesn't know better, then obviously that's a yikesy
Not
situation.
really.
She says, maybe. I say, I just want someone to take advantage of and abuse me. Okay, is that too much to ask for? Where's my sex fairy? Smiley face. She says, I just know that I've been 16 and talked my way into a lot of older men's pants.
Sassafras super chatted $1.21.
Thank you for the peach, Sassafras. Sass with her peaches and her cakes.
That's like a big thing for me, is I need to make men obsessed with me. I need to have that power over them. No matter how many men I make obsessed with me, the hole will not fucking fill. It won't.
If you need one more, laugh. I will be obsessed with you. I got you. Add a couple more to the pile.
It's always there's always another guy that I have to make my project. There's always another person I need to make obsessed with me. It will not fill. My whole life I'd spent, being like, oh, if I find the perfect man who loves me, everything will be okay. He'll save me from myself. And then I found the perfect man, and I'm like, oh fuck, I still feel it. So what that tells me is it's an internal issue. And so I'm just sublimating it.
I mean, I appreciate how honest she is about these things. I appreciate how she's like capable of looking at herself in this way and being able to put it into words. I do appreciate that part of this, but it is yeah, these are not good qualities to have. Wait, what happened to my screen? Oh, there we go. And it just, yeah, it seems a bit odd when like you're approaching the people who are eventually abusive, but you're like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't mean they're not abusive, but yeah.
Many other people that you outlined, the DDoS kid, right? You talked about Mia, you talked about Denims, you talked about Anna, you talked about White Nervosa, you talked about vaush. You listed quite a few, right? And given the fact that we want, and I hope you want this too, not just to stop, if Destiny's doing it, not just to stop Destiny, but to stop everyone who does this, I think it's perfectly fair and
you know what? Tom is right when my brother. When my committee asks why I used framework A over framework B or C in my dissertation, I will respond by telling them that is a whataboutism and a logical fallacy. That you have to know how different that is. There's actually like utility to understanding why you use one framework over the other. There is no utility to asking him, hey, why did you write an article about the guy who you say abused you instead of somebody else who didn't abuse you? Why didn't you write about somebody that you don't know of instead of somebody that you do know and have known personally for a long time? Like, it's no utility. I've asked you, what utility would it bring? You haven't answered it. Yeah, I can see absolutely no utility in understanding why he wouldn't write an article about somebody else.
perfectly valid to extend the conversation in a wider lens, right? To talk about this problem
My
in a
problem is not
wider
that-
context. Is that not?
Okay, again, let's go back to the rape analogy. If I told you I was raped by a content creator, you could extend that conversation to the wider lens and say,
Yes, and you should.
wait, let me finish my response. You could extend that conversation to the wider lens by saying something like, another thing that's really horrible about this is it's not just you. You know, this
If he wants to cause change, then a larger streamer would generate more attention. You keep doing this. You keep doing this. His intent is not to change the space and get more attention, or change the internet and get more attention. He says in the thing that it's about, he literally talked about changing the space. Yes, he talks about it. He does. But the point in the article is to let people know what Destiny is doing, right?
I think this is actually really, really common, and I think it's really important that you were saw that it was the right thing to do, or you're willing to make the sacrifices, or that you were brave enough under the immense pressure and retaliation that you experienced to come forward and talk about this. I think you've done a good.
It's like Six said earlier. It's literally like a rape victim of, Harvey Weinstein coming out and being like, hey guys, I got raped by Harvey Weinstein, and here's my story. And you guys saying, why aren't you telling us stories about other people raping other folks? If you want to stop rape, why don't you tell us about bigger people than Harvey Weinstein? Don't you know that Donald Trump raped some people? Why didn't you talk about Donald Trump raping people instead of how you got raped by Harvey Weinstein? This is literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. He is talking about his own personal story and his own interactions with a specific person. And you're saying, tell us about the other people who didn't interact with you. Tell us about the people that you're not accusing of abusing you. Tell us about them. It literally isn't, but you can feel that way. Okay.
Good thing, not just for yourself, but for all the other people that this is that this is happening to, that your attempt to start a broader conversation, like there's ways you could say that I obviously wouldn't object to. My objection is not that you're expanding it to a broader conversation. My problem is that you are bringing up, I think twice now, the existence of other abusers and other abuses of power in the streaming world as though it is somehow a defense for Destiny. Or
I'm not here to defend Destiny or anyone.
That doesn't mean anything. Or a criticism of my report. That somehow if you literally said if your report is throwing a grenade.
It's more like someone got raped by Weinstein, come out and then says Weinstein does this to others, but no one backs them up. What? No, it's what? No, what? It's not. What are you talking about? It's nothing like that. They're not talking about him writing articles about her abusing other people, or him abusing other people. Annadele's asking why he wrote it about Destiny. Destiny is Harvey Weinstein. But you're saying, well, why didn't you talk about Weinstein raping other people? That would mean Destiny abusing other people. That's not what they're asking. Except nobody agrees it's rape, and you're not allowed to ask why they think it is rape. Yeah, that's totally different. I agree with that. And I asked why it's rape. That is the conversation. I don't know if you were here for it, but I asked that question, and I had that conversation with him. So I don't know, and we got to the bottom of that. So maybe you missed that. That's fine. I don't expect everybody to see everything, but I asked why it was abuse and what abuse is and all of these things, and we definitely got to the bottom of why he calls it abuse. But that is still a very different question than why didn't you write it about somebody else?
Or it's sticking your finger worthlessly in a flood.
Wick wasn't allowed to ask that question, though. Yeah, it sounds like they agreed upon that, or agreed to that before the conversation. I did not.
I'm not asking you because I know the answer.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. By saying that
It is weird to have an interview with somebody and continue to interrupt them. Like, if you frame it as an interview, so it's a bit odd. Bruh, if anything, the novel he wrote made Destiny look better. I think, like, especially the part about Lav, I I felt like a lot of that says like how hard he tries to engage ethically with people. I think some parts of it definitely definitely vindicate Destiny in some ways, but yeah, there's more questions to it than that, and I like that's a bit of an oversimplification, but I do think that yeah, a lot of parts made Destiny look good.
And throwing a grenade away from a horde of zombies and only attacking one, you are clearly making a criticism of the report and saying that it should have been about the broader thing. That's different from contextualizing the report in a broader conversation. You're obviously criticizing it. And if you go back to the rape analogy, you can see why that would come across as a fucking insane.
No, it isn't. Interviewers interject all the time. Is this you're joking now, right? This is a joke now. You're doing it to joke, right?
Say.
When
That's
I
clearly
criticize,
clearly
and I understand
clearly
you
a
don't know me.
defensive.
I
That's
understand
clearly
you
a,
aren't familiar with me.
it's
When
clearly
I
a defense.
criticize,
It is clearly a defense of Destiny and a criticism of the report.
when I criticize,
I say people shouldn't do this, and you say, but other people do it. Yeah, this is.
I make
And a
sure that I
normalization
don't.
of the behavior. The whole reason I wrote the
Also,
report is to
when I ask you a
unnormalize it.
When I ask you a question, it's because I don't know the answer, and I'm trying to get your opinion on it. I'm trying to get your perspective on it, and you may not
don't-
like the tone I'm using. You may not like the questions I have asked, but these are not, and I take offense at this, sir. That I am not
Wick,
trying to
I
trap
don't
you,
give a
trick
shit.
you, manipulate you, or
I don't-
anything. This
okay.
isn't for you. This is for everyone watching because I take my reputation seriously, sir. And
Okay.
please, I am not a white blood cell. I'm not an order.
Well, then why do you
I'm
talk
not
to them?
an
Stop pretending.
entity.
Don't stop pretending you're talking to me and just address them directly then. And then
Because
I'll-
I'm trying to talk
Oh
to
no!
you.
Wait a second. You know what? I don't even want to wait in the middle of my interview to watch you give a speech to the audience to try to repair your
That was
reputation.
10 seconds.
I don't even want to watch it for 10 seconds.
You just did. But anyway, I have more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Well, I have something I want to say. Early on in my streaming career, I had a bunch of conversations like this with a bunch of people who communicate like you, and I got a reputation for all these meta conversations. It was. I guess it still is common practice for a streamer to say something like, "I am not being slippery. I am not defending Destiny." To just instead of engaging with the criticism being made of you, to just make a flat announcement of your supposed intention, not even your intention, of actually what you are doing in the conversation. But as Shaylin so often likes to say, or as she said on that call with Stardust and Zonia, saying you're doing something is not the same as doing it. So when I criticize,
He did a dog effing panel. His reputation, that's a different kind of reputation. Whether or not he does panels about gross things or bad things or edgy things or whatever, however you want to characterize that, that is very different from whether or not he's like being manipulative or bad faith or, you know, any of these other tactics he's being accused of. That's a very different thing.
your questions, or if I criticize you for being defensive, possibly you may not even know you're doing it. It is not you can't address that criticism by looking at me and saying, I am not doing X. I am not manipulative.
I think
that
I
on
disagree.
its face, saying the sentence "I am not manipulative" literally makes no sense. It's actually meaningless.
I
And
disagree. I think it's important,
well, I
right,
don't
when
think you should.
talking and having a conversation to establish, right, genuineness in any way
Saying
possible.
you are genuine does not establish genuineness.
Not in and of itself, but when someone
No,
is
not
misunderstanding
at
you,
all.
it can
I'm
help
not-
to repair the
I
bridge.
don't-
It has before, it will again. This is just not true. It's just factually untrue.
I don't. Okay, if dear audience, if anybody ever tells you they're not manipulative,
Oh yeah, I don't. Why did you clip that part? I felt like that was weird. Why? I thought you were so the part with Big Tech, where he started reading his own like stuff about him. That would have made a lot more sense as like the narrator, but I guess you wanted to get like the end where everybody claps. I guess this is us going over it last night.
Anyone who thinks there's depth, an enemy.
Oh, are we back to doing this slam poetry now?
This is Sassafras and Big Tech on my stream last night. Reading the Destiny lines and the Lav lines. I know everybody's going to be super... Doesn't matter if you're a Mr. Girl white blood cell or a Destiny white blood cell, you are going to be upset that Big Tech was on here reading the lines. But yeah, he came on and started reading lines for Lav, and part of what he was reading ended up being about him, where Destiny's upset, saying, why would you tell a groiper about our sexual interactions? Those does sound like slam
Yeah.
poetry.
Do you think that hurts me?
My words ignored, my feelings decided for me. Nothing I say means anything. Nothing I do is good enough. There's only one way to explain this. I must be talking to Lev again.
I am literally a songwriter as a job. It's a union for years. I write like that. Sorry? Anyone who thinks there's depth, and
Yeah, that was good stuff. Okay.
And it makes you think that they're less manipulative just because they said that. You may still be getting manipulated.
You may. That's a key word. You may. It is not
It's
indicated. It
meaningless.
is not binary as you're making it out to be.
No, it's actually meaningless.
I disagree.
If the charge is that you're a liar, you can't say I'm not a liar.
Yeah, so Wick is saying, hey, it might not be manipulative, right? You might not be getting manipulated. And Mr. Girl's like, yeah, so what? Like, the point is that the statement is meaningless, right? That, like, somebody just saying I'm not manipulating you doesn't mean that they're not manipulating you. So it's a meaningless statement. Like, it doesn't, you get nothing out of that statement.
That doesn't mean anything.
I think asserting it is important.
I see that. That is what I'm disagreeing with.
Fair enough. We have a fundamental disagreement with this.
Okay.
If I may go back to the report, because I do have a couple more questions that I want to get through, if you're okay with it.
Sure.
What do you think the strongest element of the report is? The one, if people were only to read one single story or one single portion of that, what would you direct them to read to say, this is what I mean when I say Destiny is abusive, etc.?
I don't think you should do that.
I understand, but you understand that, like, due to the length of the report, that's how many are going to be engaging with this, right?
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think that's a good idea. It won't tell you much of anything. The thing about I don't want to say subtle, because Destiny's abuse is not subtle. So it's clear, but it's there's a lot of plausible deniability worked into all of his interactions with people. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And he also speaks and behaves in a kind of coded way, which is part of why it had to be so long. So each individual story, it can be bad, but can also be explained away or minimized. But the explanations will start to fall apart the more you read. And taken in total, once you get to know him, things that you thought were just negligent or accidental or mistakes come into focus as intentional.
I will admit, if I may just interject real quick, I will admit I do not have the breadth of knowledge on Destiny that you do. I do not have the interaction or the experiences that you do.
Oh, Jesus, Wick, just stop. There's no reason to interject. If this is actually an interview where you're trying to get my thoughts, you should just let me. No, you're not. You're just, that's plausible deniability. This is what I'm talking about. You're giving yourself plausible deniability.
What I'm trying to do is direct it and so that people can digest what you're saying.
You're not helping them digest what I'm saying.
You're
derailing it by being like, by the way, guys, I know I just got accused of running interference for like a mass abuser, but I just want you guys to know that I don't have the same amount of knowledge as what Max does. But anyway,
I'm prefacing it to say this.
I just don't.
To say that this is frustrating because I had a point, but you've derailed me, sir, and now I no longer have it in my head. Let me try to get back to it, if I might. The reason I think that is important because I wonder, right? Yeah. I wonder if that you're hurt from this, that the betrayal that you feel from Destiny colors these previous experiences of you. Do you think that this bias, right? It's a fair question to ask. I'm giving you the chance to answer. Do you think that you may have bias that colors your experience that makes things sinister that otherwise would not be? If it's no, then just say no. It's easy.
Okay. So let me just, because I think you're maneuvering again. I just want to lay out what I think just happened, and then I'm going to decide how to proceed. Right? A lot of people warn me that I should be careful in this conversation with you, so I want to take their advice. The question is, the report's really long, so if there's one part of it that you think I think encapsulates, it's kind of what you were getting at.
Yes.
Destiny's abuse. What would that part be?
Yes.
And then my response was, I was starting to say that because of the coded way that Destiny operates, and the layers of subterfuge, you reading one part of it, it's a lot more than the sum of its parts. So reading one part of it won't give you, there's 15. I think there's 15 sections. Reading one section doesn't give you a 15th of the picture. It'll give you maybe 1% of the picture. As you speak the language of Destiny and get to know how he moves and operates, then it will come into focus exactly what you're dealing with. But you kind of interrupted me laying that out to ask me, so first to announce that you don't know a lot about Destiny. You don't know as much about him as I do. And then that was a preface for you to say, do I think that
your experiences?
Wait, I stop talking, please, for the love of God, please, because you're gonna do it again, and then I'm gonna have to lay that out. Just please, I'm getting better at it, but I'm not that fast at it. Okay, then you interrupted me saying that to preface that you don't have the same knowledge, and then to ask me if I think that my sense of betrayal
Mhm.
colored my perception.
Yes.
Okay, and my choices there are to say either I don't see how that's related to the question at all.
It
First of all,
absolutely goes to the
stop, let me.
part.
I just want to lay out what I'm thinking before I decide like how
I'm
to.
trying to let you, buddy.
Well, just be quiet. Will you just be quiet for a second? Okay. So, I don't see. It's not. It isn't. And I will let you can respond and explain this in a minute. But I don't see how is it related to the question of what is either the topic of what is the most damning part of the report, or the question of kind of what does it mean that the report is a key to itself, that to understand any part of it, you kind of have to read the whole thing and see that it's not just a report about Destiny being abusive. It's a report about the fact that the abuse is normalized and that everyone's kind of just accepted that he's going to be abusive, and they come up with excuses like, oh, other people are more abusive, or we already knew all that, or whatever. I don't see how the question of is my view of the other stories colored by my own story. I don't see how that's related. But
Because
also,
it's not related to either of those things. What it is
Okay.
related to, is you mentioned that in order to understand Destiny is being abusive, he speaks in coded language. He creates a lot
Freddie.
of plausible deniability. So in response
Yeah.
to that, I asked the question: do you think maybe that your hurt, your sense of betrayal, your past
Oh,
experiences,
okay. I get
colored-
it.
does that make more sense?
Okay, I totally get it. It's another Max is a paranoid schizophrenic trap where I get what you're saying now.
No, I don't.
Wait, what was that?
That in order to understand Destiny is being abusive, he speaks in coded language. He creates a lot of plausible deniability. So in response to that, I asked the question: do you think maybe that your hurt, your sense of betrayal, your past
Oh,
experiences,
okay. I
colored-
get it.
does that make more sense?
Okay, I totally get it. It's another Max is a paranoid schizophrenic trap where I get what you're saying now.
No, I don't think you do. I think that
Well,
you have
wait, stop.
decided.
I want
you
to say
made
This is part of my frustration when like people go into interactions with Max, they know that he's going to do this crap, right? They already know ahead of time that this is how he interacts with people. When he gives those characterizations, you don't have to argue against them. He's like, sometimes he can just say, hey, this is what I think, and you're just like, oh, cool, and then you move on. And like, you can make him look bad or wrong for making those claims later on down the road if you are like continuing to be consistent and continuing to be good faith and continuing to be charitable and all of this other stuff. But if you argue against him on it, he's fairly good at painting a picture that you're doing the thing that he's accusing you of anyways. And now you're like boxed into this trap where you're having to argue that you're not doing a thing, which is really hard. Like, it's much easier to say, I am doing X. Obviously, here's the evidence that I'm doing X. But it's really hard to say, I'm not doing X, because if you're not doing it, then there won't be evidence. So yeah, it's just like you're kind of getting yourself stuck into a corner.
your decision on what this article. You've made a decision on how this interview is going to
Okay,
go and who I am as a person, and you are coloring all of your
Okay.
responses are colored by that. You have made a decision, and you will be damned before anything changes your mind, and that is frustrating.
I'm sure it is. I want to lay out what I'm thinking now. Just
Okay, but why should the person who isn't socially R-worded be forced to change their conversation style instead of Mr. Girl adapting to the majority? I don't understand the question. Like, I don't think either one of them should adjust their speaking styles.
just in real time. So now you're saying that your question about whether my personal experience colored or impeded, let's face it, my ability to accurately assess other people's stories or situations or Destiny's treatment of people in different situations. Yes. Your decision, please don't say anything. Just let me lay this out. Your question, all right, 1 second. You decided to ask me that, not because.
So basically give him enough rope to hang himself in the conversation. Yes, exactly. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if he's making claims, right, that you're bad faith, right? So let's say he says, you're being bad faith right now. Well, that isn't normally going to be, like, true in a statement in and of itself. Normally, that statement has to, like... So, if I'm saying, hey, why did you do this, right? Me just asking the question isn't me being bad faith. It's where I'm going with that question, or if I'm going anywhere, right? If I just ask the question and then move on and let it hang, yeah, I could paint you in a bad light and I could be pretty bad faith in that way. So instead, if I say, like, if I'm like, he says, you're being bad faith. And I just say, oh, okay, we'll see. And then I keep moving on and asking questions. And it's obvious that the question that I ask that he thinks is bad faith is actually leading to a reasonable end that would make sense. And now all of a sudden the context that was supposedly bad faith is actually very important to what it is that I ended up at. Then yeah, I would say, like, you're making it out like he's the one who's up against the ropes then, because now you've gotten there and it's obvious that you weren't being bad faith. But if instead now you're saying, well, no, I'm not being bad faith, now it's very unlikely that you will ever get to the point that shows that you are being good faith, that you aren't being bad faith. It's very hard to get there now because you're stuck in the meta conversation. You were saying that people know how Mr. Girl does conversations and to adjust to that when it seems more reasonable for Mr. Girl to adapt since he knows he is a deviation from the norm. I wasn't saying, I don't think I said adjust to that. Like, everybody adapts to everybody that they talk to. Nobody's like always consistent in the way that they talk all the time. Like, everybody changes based on the person that they talk to. Both people are going to change based on the person that they're talking to and the conversation style and things like that. I'm saying when you go into a conversation with Max, there are ways for you to come out optically on top and do better. Okay, but clearly people are more put off by Mr. Girl than they are by others. Okay? I don't know how you would argue against that. I wouldn't argue against that.
Because it was related to the question you had just asked. And not because it was actually related to the point I was making, that you really need to read the whole thing to kind of like get it. It was you heard me say something I said coded.
I'm sure,
Ramesh. As sort of a aside or just like a brick into kind of the point I was making. And then that sounded paranoid to you. And so then you thought you would ask a question. Really, it's not really a question. Really, you're saying you think that I am unfairly or harshly judging Destiny because of my feelings of betrayal. And so you asked a question to set me up there. And here's the setup. Here are my two choices after you ask that question. I can either say, no, I was not I was not thrown off so much by my feelings of betrayal and my own abuse. It did not affect my ability to accurately and impartially judge other situations. In which case, it makes it sound like maybe my betrayal wasn't that bad or my abuse wasn't that bad, because we're all human. We don't know what it's like if you feel deeply betrayed by somebody. Of course, it's going to change your view of them. That's just how like our minds work. So I would be denying kind of the obvious. And I've already included a lot of stuff in the report that sort of undermines my own voice as a impartial observer. I'm all over the fucking thing. I've already said I'm complicit. I'm an abuser in the report. The report is also about my own abuse of other people, in part. And actually, it's not just even other people there, because I knew of some of these stories, or I had heard about some of these stories. I didn't look into them, and still, even then, I'm retroactively complicit. So I'm all over the fucking thing. I was Destiny's #1 orbiter, his not really his right hand man, but his definitely his top orbiter. I would say in terms of viewership and clout for a year. So for me to say no to that would be fucking insane. I would sound completely delusional insane if I said it didn't affect.
This Mr. Girl sign looks odd because it looks like it says NR Girl. That doesn't look like an M, because an M should have the loop from up top. But instead it comes down here in loops. And I know it's because it's a neon sign that it has to loop from the bottom. It would be really hard to loop it from up here because it has to be like one consistent string, but it makes it look like an N.
My perception of him or these other situations. And then if I say it did affect my perception of him in these other situations, then Yeah. So again, it's like, do you think that
It can
do you
affect
think
it,
this?
but you're
You've said some
completely
negative
true.
things about this content creator
So-
who raped you. Do you think him raping you colored your
did not-
ability to?
Again, you keep using this rape analogy,
Yeah, I just want to show.
but the
well, 'cause
context changes in that case. So yes,
Okay.
how I treat the conversation is much different if
Here's
you were
what you asked
accusing
me
him of rape.
before when we made this agreement to have this
Yes.
conversation. You said, anything you want me to focus on in particular? Are there any lines of questioning you'd like me to avoid? I said, I don't want to be challenged on whether or
Leaking
not I
DMs.
or
Oh my
Lav or Anna were
goodness.
abused. So basically,
have
can we
not
keep
done
it?
so.
Stop. Basically, can we keep it to an interview format and not a debate at all? And your response was, yeah, I'm not here to put you on trial.
I'm not.
So you don't think that you have challenged me?
Do you not think that people ask critical questions in interviews? Do you think that doesn't happen?
It does happen. That's why I sent you this DM saying I don't want you to do that about
What
certain
you
topics.
asked me not to do was abuse to say that you were not abused or to debate
no,
you
I said
on
I
whether or
don't
not you
want.
were abused. And
I
we're not
said
here to do that. We're here to talk about
I
your
said
report.
I said I don't want to be challenged on whether I or Lav or Anna were abused.
And I have
think
not done so.
I think being generally unwilling to let me, and I know some of my answers are long-winded, but still, I think I don't have the sense that I can speak freely, which I don't like. I think to do an interview on a topic like this, I really need a lot of latitude to pretty much say whatever I want unimpeded. And then second, I would characterize you.
Yeah, see, this is there were points in our conversation where he would talk for a long time, and then as soon as he would finish, I had like my notes here where the important points that he made all got addressed. One of some of the things that he said though is like, Destiny saying, I wish I could get in touch with Shaylin is automatically him like implicitly sending people to go find Shaylin so that he could get in touch with her. I don't know that I disagree with that. I think that might like make sense in some way, but I think it's such a throwaway statement that it's like it's hard to like hold everybody accountable for all statements that they make like that. Like that's one that I feel like anybody would just say thinking like, yeah, I wish I could talk to this person, and not thinking if I say I wish I could talk to somebody, all of my chatters are going to run off and try to dox them. Mr. Girl has more rare people than you. Who are you talking to? I request not a debate, not an interview, but specifically a softball interview. I mean, you can request that. You can. Lots of people do. They say, hey, yeah, I'll do your interview. You're going to get a lot of views from it if I do. So sure, I'll do your interview. But you can't ask me about any of the important things that everybody wants to know about, right? People do that all the time. Like I said earlier, him and I didn't we did not agree that I would not ask him about the abuse stuff. Because I would not have agreed to that. You are leeching Mr. Girl base takes and slandering him, Mr. Base. What did I say? What? This is so frustrating. See, this is what I'm talking about, where I get it from both sides. Now I have somebody saying that I'm slandering him, where before I'm slandering frickin' Destiny. I'm too biased and I'm too much on Mr. Girl's side this whole freaking stream. Now we got the people who are saying I'm against him too much. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It never stops, man. I'm always going to get it from both sides because you're all freaking white blood cells.
Asking me if my view of other stories were impeded by my own feelings of betrayal.
Tom is too much on Wick's side. True. That one I'll take. That one's actually true. I understand some things being off limits, but it's weird to say, I want to talk about these things, but you cannot challenge me on them. I don't know. I don't so talking about abuse and Destiny abusing people versus whether or not Lav or Anna were abused, these are like two very specific parts of that, right? Whereas there's a bunch of other like types of abuse within that article that you can talk about. You can talk about why it was abused. But yeah, like I said, I would not agree to that, because I think, yeah, like your entire article is like mostly about those two. Those are like the biggest parts that I think even lots of people would agree with, especially with the Anna stuff, right? I was telling him, like, yeah, I think a lot of this would probably be considered wrong, be considered abuse. But I also think Destiny was abused. Like, I think that Destiny is an abuse victim in this scenario. So it's like, it's hard to explain, you know, this abuse victim abused their abuser and now they're wrong for it. Like, it is a very hard thing to go over. No, he wasn't. Destiny is the abuser. Reread the article. Who are you talking to, bro? Who the hell are you talking to? He abused Anna. You are freaking retarded. Okay.
Betrayal, which even referring to it as, you're not calling it abuse. You're calling it feelings of betrayal, which I of course makes.
I'm pretty sure I literally just said he abused Anna. I'm pretty sure I literally just said this. I am almost positive those words just came out of my mouth right before you're turning around saying, no, you're wrong. He abused Anna. I just said that. I said that. You are repeating me when you say that. Okay? Don't take my takes and act like you're freaking cool afterwards. That is my freaking take.
Makes me sound like a jealous ex-girlfriend.
He didn't get abused at all, though. Would you like to see some clips? Would you like... I think... Would you like to come on and we can watch some stuff together? You interested? You interested in... Yeah, show me your clips. Says this is...
So the real parting words.
Okay,
no additional conversations, no memes,
Dan.
right? I'm just being clear, because I don't think everyone has it on the same page here. You get what this is, right, Anna? This is the end of the road. The right-click block.
Yeah. We were just saying that she's agreed that she's going to respect the boundaries of no private and public communication and moderation of her community.
I'm really...
So this is them. They have a moderator here, and I think he's also a therapist here saying, hey, you should stop contacting him. We all agree that you are no longer going to contact him, no longer going to talk about him publicly, no longer going to make accusations about him, all of these things, right? This is a therapist here. Her friend that she brought in to moderate the conversation, okay?
Like, I'm still like, I don't like the no contact thing.
She's still doing it, Drew. Do you understand?
Okay.
What?
You don't like it. So when you say you don't like it, but you're still willing to commit to it, correct?
Kind of. I mean, I have
No,
to.
we cannot, Anna, we
Why
cannot
are you
do it kind of.
laughing?
Because this is what
It's
you
because
do,
it's
man.
frustrating
We've
and
established a
okay.
pattern of behavior, and we're watching it unfold in real time.
Stop. Okay.
What do you
Okay.
know? I mean,
Just
literally
ignore
no.
him. No, we're not doing this again. All right.
I'm
we're
literally
ignoring it.
just expressing how I feel about like the no
Okay.
contact
Hiding behind
thing.
I feel statements? Oh my
Stop.
god, it's a rerun.
Okay. All right, Anna. This
I mean,
is why
obviously, I have to.
Wow, Destiny sounds so abused. This is victim blaming right here.
Because like I don't have a choice.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Men can't be abused, guys. Men can't be. Women cannot abuse men. It's impossible. It can't happen, guys. It's impossible.
Just expressing how I feel about it. Okay. Oh my god.
I hear you. We have to have a verbal, strong commitment to it for this to work.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Okay, yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
So you strongly commit to no private and public communication and moderation.
He's literally laughing and making content out of it. It's okay. It's okay. This is just one. This is just one.
Of your community such that it honors those boundaries, correct?
Yes. But
okay. Destiny.
like
Right? No, Anna.
Ready? I'm a horrible person. I let Anna on the entire time. I'm a horrible manipulator, and I stonewalled the fuck out of her. I'm a bad person.
Remember
okay?
to click
I admit this.
the link.
I'm a horrible person.
If you want to
Now,
give me a view.
I've admitted that I'm a horrible, horrible, horrible person. Can we please fucking move on? Okay? I accept. Hold on. More. I want to go further. I accept full responsibility. I've lied to my fiance. I've lied to my son. Okay? I've lied to my community. Okay? I am a horrible manipulating person, and I'm just ready to tell Anna I'm sorry.
Tomfoolery show. His point is that since Destiny is in power in this relationship, Anna abusing him shouldn't have more effect on him. Destiny shouldn't have the same level of retribution. Yeah, sure. That is a different conversation, though, right?
Remember
the pain and
to
abuse that
click
I
the
put her
follow
through,
button.
I'm ready to move on. A changed man. Okay, I'm moving on. I'm sorry for everything. All of this was my fault. Every part of this was my fault. And now I'm moving on, and I never want to talk about this publicly again. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great. I think Anna's gonna. It's closure time, Anna.
yeah, I mean, so hateful, and
We've
I
made
didn't know
peace.
what else you would leak about me because you just leaked so many things.
we've
You leaked
made
them to
peace.
BGG and
You guys
stuff,
think that
and
this
like
is
that's
moving
you
on?
said you want to be friends with me.
Okay, publicly.
Why are
with
you
God as
acting
my,
like you don't?
Anna, publicly with God as my witness, okay, and all the world.
You're an
around us,
atheist.
whole-
You're an atheist.
the whole Twitch community, okay? We should not be friends, okay? We should not talk privately. We should not talk publicly, and we can both move on from this, okay? Is that an okay thing?
I mean, sure, but it's like, you know, I mean, I thought you wanted, you wanted to be friends. I asked you if you didn't want to be friends, let me know, and you said, yeah, I know I could say that.
Anna,
Like,
Anna,
I thought
but
that's...
now, Anna, Frogan has made me see the light, okay? It can't happen, okay? We must move on. We have to move on from this. We both need to grow as beautiful human beings in our separate worlds that do not
why
interact
are
with
you
one
treating
another.
this like it's funny when I'm distressed? When I'm in
Anna, because you have fucking cat ears on, okay? I can't help myself, okay? Please, okay? We are moving on from this. It is better for the health of both of us.
I don't
if we move on.
understand why
And we
you're
both
so
know what happened,
cold,
right?
though. Why don't
Sometimes
you
things are,
care?
things are,
It was
we never
literally
talk
for
about
like 10 minutes. Like,
This
you
is
never
my bad.
told
I
me.
misinterpreted this. I accept full responsibility. That was my fault, and I leaked DMs for no
Thank you.
reason, or I leaked. That's right. You did. We didn't
Thank
talk
you.
about that. You're absolutely right. Okay.
Stephen, we didn't talk about it, though.
I know we did it. I'm agreeing with you.
Why?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're. I don't know. Are you being serious though? Because like honestly, I'm not gonna do something as insane as like secretly like stream you. Like that's.
Do you think you're 100% guilty or?
Every time he says, hey, we should no longer talk. We should no longer speak about each other publicly. This is it, right? You guys are saying, oh, well, behind the scenes, every time they talk about this and they make an agreement, it's about public. It's about what's happening publicly every freaking time. Engage with my comments, little buddy. Well, down here, you have not posted a paragraph. It hasn't popped up. It's not there, okay? It won't be on my screen if it's not down here, all right? There is no paragraph. It's just you coping super hard. Ignoring because I'm right. Okay. There's nothing here. Then he talks to her behind the scenes. He loves this. It's fun for him. I literally just addressed this. So yeah. It's talking about doing this. Wait, what happened with Aiko? I don't know. What happened with Aiko? Ah, crap. DGG is brainwashing you, sadly. See, this is what I'm talking about. Here it is, guys. This is it. This is that white blood cell behavior. Just keep making claims, keep saying stuff, can't explain it, can't talk about it, can't be rational, can't be objective. Just keep saying stuff, just keep labeling it over and over and over. That's all right, buddy. That's okay. There's a lot of you. You're not alone. There's a lot of you guys.
So I'm going to say that you did, well, subtly break our agreement. So
You are literally censoring people. Some of my comments aren't coming on your stream because of your filters. Correct. Yes, I censor people. It happens.
I'm on the edge here, Wick. I don't think talking to you anymore is a good idea.
Okay.
But I.
That's how you feel.
Oh,
You're not a prisoner.
do you want me to leave? You want me
It's
to leave? You want me to leave, I'll
literally
leave.
I'm just saying you're not a prisoner
1984.
here. You're free to go at any time.
Yeah,
You're under no
okay.
contractual obligation to be here. Right?
I don't think anybody thought that I was.
I understand. Well, some people do. Like when I deal with people, sometimes they make a show like, "Hey, man, I gave up, family time to be here." And I'm like, "Don't do that, please." Right? Like, if something comes up, just bow out, and that's fine. It's a point I make to all my guests, right? But I did not turn this into a debate. I was not the one.
Well, you didn't. I didn't turn this into a debate. You did, Max. I get it. Just for are there people who are watching this who are actually so fucking dumb that you can just tell them what's happening and they'll believe you? Everybody already has their own opinion about what happened. You don't telling them that doesn't do anything.
I find it. I like to say things sometimes, whether it's useful or not. Whether there's
If I'm Wick, I'm gonna be like, well, then why do you keep saying that I did something bad faith? Why do you keep saying that I did something manipulative? You don't have to say it. Just saying it is manipulative.
efficacy in doing it is not. But Max,
it just feels good.
Yes, sometimes. Sometimes I do shit because I like to. Okay, because I want to. Because it feels good to do.
Giga
I don't
Chad.
need a gain.
Do you think just because you say it's manipulative, everybody's gonna believe you? You want Chad to be unbiased, yet you censor people? Very based. What a Destiny thing to do. You probably have his posters on your wall. I do. You're not wrong. You probably have tier 5. I have tier 6. I'm the only one. I'm the real Stan. You're being one-manned. You said this a couple of times now. I have no idea what that means.
I don't need to get anything out of it. I do it because I want to. Max, is there anything else you would like to say about your article? This went terrible. I am not happy right now. I think that you have treated me.
Tom, I am very happy to finally see you responding to chat for once. This is amazing. Keep up the good work. You can go screw yourself, Sonia. How about that? How about that?
Very unfairly. I think that you have been. I came in here.
Good faith. I've been super charitable.
Tom, I thought Alex was secretly Pascal, but now Spider-Boy is looking like Pascal, or maybe both are Weo. I don't know who Pascal is, but I don't think this is the first time you've accused random people of being somebody named Pascal. But just because you're schizophrenic does not mean Pascal is not actually chasing you, okay? So I will not throw away everything.
I've been extremely good faith.
What's your favorite color, Tom? The color blue in the DGG logo.
I've been extremely polite.
I was in the Destiny logo.
It's not manipulative. I did not set up a ton of traps. I was open to feedback. I let you answer my questions. I did everything right, and I just don't understand why you would be so rude to poor old me.
No, I think I do understand, unfortunately. But
Well,
I don't know. I don't know for sure. So
what does
I'm not
that
gonna say
mean?
out loud. What I think is that
I could think something. I have a thing I could say
Well,
about you, but I'm not.
will-
One guy in chat is stun locking you because you keep fighting with him. I mean, you guys can call it stun locking. This is what I stream for. This is the point. This is what I'm here for.
But if you really want me to say it, then I will. But I just have it.
I will
Yeah, go ahead.
elucidate my suspicions. Is that you decided that the pushback I gave you, as small and little as it was evidence of my complicitness with Destiny. That I am somehow part of this grand scheme to take you down and to minimize the things that happened to you. That's what I think is going on. And I didn't think that at the beginning of the conversation, right? I didn't think that at the beginning of the conversation. I thought, okay, we're gonna have a productive discussion. I'm gonna figure out like some of the questions I have. I thought that was going to happen. I thought we were going to at least come to maybe an understanding, and I could.
Watch the video. Ignore Spider-Boy. The video is just a. It is just the vehicle in which I use to get schizos in here to argue with. That's it. That is the whole point. Is not the video. The point is the schizos.
Understand. Okay, well, why did he choose to include this but didn't include this? Why did sometimes he
I enjoy these people because they make me look a whole lot smarter than I actually am.
Put in the links to the VODs of things, and sometimes he didn't. And I was very like, I wanted to ask that, but we never got
I would
there.
stop. I would like to respond to the criticism you just
please.
levied. Okay. I don't think that there is a grand scheme. I say this partly because as I said, I was complicit myself. My decision to not talk to Anna when she was DMing me saying that Destiny was abusing her was not a calculated decision. I never asked Destiny if I should talk to her.
No, I'm not putting Spider-Boy in VC. That would be the biggest waste of time.
He never told me not to. He never told me to discredit her. He never told me to mock or ridicule Erudite and Brittany Simon.
Just so you guys know, though, Spider-Boy, Mr. Girl denounced you earlier. If you watched the conversation with him, and no, I'm not kidding. No, I'm not joking. He literally denounced you and said, people are coming in and acting crazy and saying that you're wrong and being white blood cells for me. I don't want that. I don't like that. Tom, what do you think about Muslims? I don't think about Muslims.
I just kind of did it automatically. I was picking up on the cues from the people around me of how it would be good to act and what would be acceptable to act without even knowing I was picking up on those cues. To go against that takes a lot of, I don't know, bravery and strength that I didn't have. And I didn't go against it until it started happening to me. I didn't go against it until I did feel betrayed, and I did feel I didn't go against it until I couldn't stand being part of it anymore. And you're not in that position. You're not being dogpiled. You're not being humiliated. You're not. Other people are not directly accusing you of leading to their dogpiling and their humiliation. You don't have somebody, I guess, other than me. You have me now telling you that.
What about religion in general? You don't form opinions on things that will get you in trouble. Very brave. I just don't care about. I don't have a. You asking what do you think about Muslims is a dumb question. You're not even asking me anything. I don't know what. It's a religion. That's what I think about it. Like, you're not asking me a question specific enough for me to give you an answer.
I've been abused, and you are not really listening to me. But I'm out of the system anyway, so it's probably an easy automatic choice for you to do that. And then there's immense pressure on you. Destiny is watching, or people who watch him are watching and reporting back to him.
Yes, it's such a stupid take on them. Yeah, that, like, I am the last person that is not taking stances that will get me in trouble. That you might think Destiny and Mr. Girl bite bullets, but those bullets are not moving fast enough.
His eyes are on you. And if you do or say the wrong thing, you just read 100,000 words about the things that might be done to you or might happen to you. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I'm not saying it's a calculated scheme. I'm saying that you, like me and everyone else who's complicit, you're probably just doing what comes naturally to you. And in an abusive system and a cult, what comes naturally to you is going to be something awful. I've painted Erudite and Chudlogic and Stardust and Zonia and Ahrelevant and a lot of the orbiters. I painted them in a really negative light in this document. In a different situation, I really doubt that they have extensive histories of colluding in or being complicit in abuse. I really doubt it.
Do you think it's the space itself that does this, in your opinion? Do you think it's the incentive structures in this space, separate from Destiny, right?
No.
Or do you think it's Destiny specifically?
What I'm talking about is Destiny specifically.
Okay.
I don't think you could make a 100,000-page report or word report spanning 10 years about probably any of the orbiters and find them behaving consistently in doing the same things over and over and over and over again. So yeah, abusive systems normalize abusive behavior. So when I say you're complicit, I'm not saying that I think that you are intentionally being abusive or intentionally running cover for an abuser. That's not what complicity is. Complicity usually is just following social norms, and the norms around you have become so distorted and horrible. But they're to you they're norms, so you don't realize what you're doing.
Well, I think we've kind of run the gamut here. I disagree. But I can't think of any kind of a way I can tackle this that will result in a productive conversation. I think you've decided that I'm going to manipulate and that I'm going to dodge or maneuver. And so any kind of question I can think of simply will be called that. And that.
Tom, what do you gain from watching this? I already said. I literally just finished explaining it. Spider-Boy, are you freaking retarded, dude? I just said it gets schizos like you into my chat that make me look smart. I just explained this.
Sucks, because I really wanted to ask a lot of questions. It is what it is, gang. It is what it is.
This is a perfect example of you making me look smart when you can't remember what happened 3 seconds ago.
Well, you shouldn't have talked to me in the first place, because the report clearly identifies bystanders as complicit, and you are not willing to tolerate that.
I think you could do a 100,000 word report on Vaush or Demon Mama being abusive. Demon Mama is more impressive since she's only been streaming for a few years. I just made that. I just did that report. Dang, Tom seems really smart tonight. I know. I know. Yeah, sure, but what is the purpose beyond that? Like, the purpose of this channel. Have you gave it any thought, or is the purpose to look smarter? It's in my bio. It's at the beginning of every stream. It is the mission statement is posted all over the place all the time.
You decided you have to defend yourself. And so, therefore, you have turned it into a debate, because the debate is not about whether I was abused or not. I mean, and by association.
Yeah, the point in this channel is to get really big so that I can use my fame to get hot chicks to try to sleep with me, especially streams.
It kind of has been that too. But the debate is about whether you, now that you've read it, whether you can keep taking the money.
Yes, I see you, Lou.
And if you're not willing to just keep your fucking mouth shut about that for the sake of the interview, which you clearly are not, then I don't think you should have done it in the first place, because now you've engaged, and now you have to take a stand. You have to take a public stance now about, are you taking blood money or not? And if you're not, then of course you have to disavow the report, which is
kind of like Destiny. I literally am trying to be Destiny. I am doing everything in my power to be Destiny.
Basically what you're doing. In your
soft stand on whether the report is accurate or not.
You are clearly signaling.
I know that's
what are you talking about? That's what anybody is going to believe who watches this. Nobody was going to believe this thinking that you think that this is a bombshell expose of mass abuse.
There's obviously a wide spectrum between it's a nothing burger and it's a bombshell.
I understand that you're going to try to, at any given moment, keep your position on the report blurry so that you can adjust it to whatever is expedient in the immediate moment. But generally, I think your position is a critical one.
I'm a critical person, both of you and Destiny. I think that you have outlined behaviors that I did not know about. Like I said, there are things in the report that, as someone who is not up with the lore, I didn't know about the Mia situation. I didn't know about the gun stuff. I didn't know about any of this, right?
Okay. Yeah. What do you think?
It's concerning. There are some concerning things said in there, right? I want, but the problem with the report, and
no.
This is my
What do you think is concerning?
Sure.
What's your criticism after reading the report? What is your criticism?
A streamer on his stream, he groped someone in 2012 on his stream. That's shitty behavior. Okay, I didn't know about that. That sucks.
Okay.
Is that?
You groped Hassan too. I don't think that part. They might have been there, but I didn't see that part in there. He groped Hassan.
Good, right?
I don't know. I'm asking you what your criticism. You said you're critical of me and critical of Destiny. What are your criticisms of Destiny?
I think Destiny's an asshole in a lot of cases. To be clear, I think that the way he engages with people when it comes to spitefulness, I think that is a big problem that he has. He's very spiteful in a lot of ways. Yes, so that's bad. That's a criticism I have of Destiny.
Okay, so he groped a woman in 2012, who said that it wasn't a huge deal.
Yeah, but it's still bad. It doesn't matter what she said. Like, if you do this behavior, it's still not good. Right?
Yeah, sure. So he was drunk and 23, and he groped a woman who he had a sexual relationship with, and then she said it wasn't that big of a deal publicly afterward. That's one criticism. And then 2 is that he's an asshole. Anything else?
You know what? Probably, but we don't have the time to go over it right now.
We don't?
We don't, because again, I want to be accurate with my words, and I have read the report,
Oh.
but I do not know, after this conversation, I do not know the accuracy of this report, because you've so misconstrued our conversation right now that it's impossible to believe you.
So if I view you as...
No, it's when someone actively lies, then I can understand that they can probably have lied before.
Okay, so me calling you spineless is a lie?
Me saying that I've been maneuvering, yes, that is a lie.
Is that you don't think that's just
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. That. It hurts. It hurts. It's like if I call somebody stupid and they're like, you lied about me. That is a lie. You can't call me stupid. Like, what? I can't call you stupid? That's a lie?
an interpretation? That's a lie? Do you think I think that you're maneuvering?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it?
It is yes. It is a lie. Wait. So you think I'm lying? No.
Wouldn't I just be wrong? How's it? Well, even if it's not true, wouldn't I just be wrong? You think I'm lying? You think I?
Are we going to debate about what lying is and what's not?
Well, you just called me a liar, so yeah. I think
that you've lied about my.
You've
misrepresented. Is that better? You've misrepresented what I've said in
no,
this conversation.
No, misrepresentation is clearly just means.
I think you've misrepresented what the intent of this conversation. I think you misrepresented how I thought about this conversation. I think you misrepresented the intent of my questions.
So this is a really simple question. You can answer this question.
Also, due to the fact that other people who were involved in the report have said you've.
Are you gish galloping me, interviewer?
I'm absolutely misrepresented because the interview's over, and now we're just addressing some of these situations we're talking about, right? The fact that Whitener votes in,
I just have one question.
Then I think that yes, it's likely that you misrepresented the others. Maybe perhaps.
Wick, please. Do you think, A, I think you're being manipulative because you are spinelessly going along with whatever the system is pressuring you to do, or B, I don't think that, but I'm just saying that.
I think that you believe this because you've decided this. It's very kind of
okay,
you've made the decision that I'm manipulative, and so everything I do becomes manipulative.
Okay,
which is a lie. It's not true. It's misrepresentation. Whatever word you want to use. You can pick the word, right?
Well,
but it's factually inaccurate. Okay?
Wait a second.
See, what Wick should have said right here, okay? I got the perfect freaking answer for him. What he should have said was, you are purposefully being dishonest with yourself so that you can believe that I am maneuvering. Oh. 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 Damn. You are choosing to be dishonest with yourself so that you can accuse me of maneuvering because you want to believe that I'm maneuvering. You have to believe that I'm maneuvering. That's where you lied. You are intentionally dishonest with yourself. That is a lie, good sir.
The point of this question is to differentiate between two words. One is lie.
No, that is not the point of this conversation. The point of this conversation right now is to say, am I being manipulative? And so it's
that's not what I'm asking. Oh, sorry.
I don't care what you're asking.
If you don't care what I'm asking, then why are you... Okay, so I can't...
Mr. Girl is lying about Wick's take on this. He's misrepresenting everything Wick is saying from a lens of somebody who started out antagonistic and anti-Mr. Girl. I don't... Wait, how is Mr. Girl lying about Wick's take? What?
I can't ask you this question because
you can absolutely ask, but I'm going to correct you if you misrepresent me.
Great.
I'm going to do it in real time.
Great, that's fine. That's totally acceptable. So here's the question. Do you think that I, A, genuinely believe, for whatever reason, even if it's based on a paranoid delusion, A, I genuinely believe that you are a spineless, manipulative person who is going along with whatever the system's pressuring you to do? That's A. That means I'm genuine. Maybe I'm wrong from your perspective, but I genuinely believe what I'm saying. Or B, I don't think you're spineless, but I'm just saying it anyway.
What I think, right?
Are you willing to answer this question?
Yes, it's A, but it doesn't matter. Your intent does not matter. What you are doing is still misrepresenting me, whether it's purposely or not. Intent does not matter in this.
It matters if you're going to call it a lie. So, like, saying you are misrepresenting me is not a moral statement. You're not saying you are doing something wrong here. You did something bad. That just saying this is a misrepresentation. Nobody's going to condemn that person, right? But if you say you are lying, this means they are purposefully misrepresenting you, which now, yes, like we would all be like, oh my goodness, that's pretty messed up. Like you are purposely being dishonest here. Wick does at some point say he thinks Mr. Girl is doing it on purpose. but he can't be sure, so he prefers to be agnostic towards the intent. Well, that just means that he thinks Mr. Girl is lying, and he's not owning it. I don't know if you know this, but YouTube's chat character limit is like less than half of Twitch's, so it's incredibly hard to write arguments out in sufficient detail. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It is frustrating.
So instead of using the agnostic misrepresent, I would like us to use something like I'm lying, which requires intent, I think. Or I'm mistaken, I'm wrong, I'm delusional. You could call me stupid.
Whatever
but
what you want to use.
No, I want you to pick a word that falls
Misrepresent.
into.
That's what I'm using.
No, misrepresent is agnostic because it doesn't state whether I'm intentionally misrepresenting.
Because the intent isn't. It's purposely agnostic because the intent doesn't matter to what you're doing here.
I'm sorry. Let me back up. This question is about my intent. So the only question I'm asking you is, do you think the things I'm saying about you that you view to not be true are intentionally not true or unintentionally?
They're probably unintentionally not true. Let's say that. I'll give you that grade.
Okay. Wait, when you say...
Tom, did you guys watch Pearl's apology video? No. You should rate it after this. Damn. I don't think I'm gonna be up much longer, but I am definitely interested in that. Yeah, you linked it in content suggestions. Dope. All right, thank you. Yeah, for anybody who wants to, join the Discord. Link is in the description. You can link stuff for me to watch in the Discord. Unfortunately, YouTube does not allow people to put links in the chat. So anytime you want to post something or want to get me to watch it or get my thoughts on something, Radical Coder, what it do? Pearl apology is worth your time. Okay. Okay. Are you gonna watch Destiny's response or nah? To this, I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. We'll see.
Say I'm going to give you that grace.
Because I don't know. Because I don't know.
Wait. Hold on. No, stop. Let me. I have a new question. When you say I'm going to give you that grace after your answer, that comes across to me like doublespeak. Like you're.
Yes, it is. I'm going to give you that grace. Is me saying? It is him saying. I am. It doesn't seem like that's necessarily the case, but I'm going to lean on the charitable side, and that's that like it is saying like. It's like a dog whistle to the chat to say like, this is what I'm saying, but I obviously don't believe it.
You're saying, when you say you're giving me grace, doesn't that imply that you actually do think it's intentional, but you're saying it's not because you're being polite? Why would you add that otherwise?
Because I don't know, but it feels like it is. It feels like it's intentional, but I don't know. And so because I don't know know whether or not it is or is.
Tom, you have to listen to Destiny. It's really good. Okay.
Not. I said, you know what? Intent doesn't matter. So whether it is or is not is the
no. Sorry.
I'm
sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait. I'm so sorry. Wait. I'm so sorry. The question is about my intent, so it does matter. Unless you don't want to answer the question.
It doesn't matter to me. Let's say that.
Oh, it doesn't matter to you whether I'm maliciously saying you're manipulative.
Why someone beats the shit out of me or rapes me doesn't matter. It does.
That. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh. Oh, it hurts. Tom probably touches minors. He likes the party. Tom likes R. Kelly. These are all true statements. It doesn't matter because the outcome is the same whether Mr. Girl is purposefully misrepresenting the truth or not. His worldview is still skewed. Sure, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter when we're talking about like a moral condemnation. A lie is a moral condemnation. A lie entails that you are doing something immoral, right? So when we're talking about somebody hitting you or raping you, like we're talking about people doing immoral things to you, probably even illegal things to you. And he's saying, well, either way, I still hurt. It's like, wait, no, dude, come on. That's ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous. Like, if somebody intentionally punches you in the face versus they just swing their hand around and accidentally hit you, like, your condemnation of that person is completely different. And this is the issue that Mr. Girl is talking about, and it's being avoided right now, where he is saying, hey, like, you are giving this condemnatory language and then not really like owning it, and then he's giving like more language to not own it afterwards.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so it does. So if somebody beat the shit out of you because they were blind and
Versus
hit you in the
whether
wait,
they
sorry,
had
no, just
whether
let me,
they thought it was
sorry.
someone else,
Wait,
whether they were
I'm sorry.
blind, whether it was an accident, I'm still beat up, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I agree that you're.
See, I'm still beat up, so it doesn't matter. That nobody's talking about you though.
Beat up, but Wick, let me just ask you this: if a blind person trips and flails their cane, a really old blind person flails their cane and breaks your nose with it, that has the same effect on you as if a perfectly healthy 25-year-old says, "Hey, it's Wick. I'm going to hit him with my cane," and then hits you in the face with the same cane, same injury.
Yep.
It doesn't matter to you either way.
The hospital bill don't change, brother. Like the hospital
True.
bill don't change. Now,
True.
if I was going to
Wait,
enact some
I'm sorry.
kind of justice,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait,
not
I'm so
done with
sorry.
my answer.
I'm so sorry.
If I
In my
was going
question,
to-
in my
if I was
question,
going
did you
to
think I was
enact-
asking about the
if
price
I
of the
was going
hospital
to
bill?
enact- If I was going to enact any kind
Seriously, what the hell with the hospital bill? What is he talking about?
of retribution, right? If I wanted justice done, then intent would matter. But I'm not
Okay.
here to hold you accountable. I'm not here to give.
Wait, I'm
justice
sorry,
to
Wick.
whether
I'm
or
so
not
sorry.
you're
I'm not asking about what you're here. I'm
right?
so sorry. I'm asking about what you're here
I understand
for.
you're not asking, but you should
No,
be.
I'm so sorry, Wick. I'm so sorry. I thought you said that you doubt. Let me backtrack. You said I have a ton of criticisms of Destiny, and then I asked you what they were, and then you immediately you made one criticism of him groping a woman on stream, which he himself agreed was a sexual assault over a decade ago, and which the woman said was not too serious. And then you said he was an asshole, which to me seems like a party line accepted thing to say about Destiny. I asked you for more specifics or to elaborate more. You refused to. One of the reasons you said you refused to elaborate is because I'm a liar. So even if you read, you said, wait, you're gonna give me so much. You're gonna give me so much more work to do. Please stop. I don't want to do it. Okay, so I'm just explaining where my head's at right now. So you gave a kind of triple. What was your reason for not? You said I've read the whole thing, but I don't really remember it. But also,
no, it's 100,000 words. I've read it in like yeah.
Wick, please,
Wick,
please. I can't. Okay, so you said I've read it, but I don't remember the whole thing. So that was one reason why you can't criticize Destiny. And then reason 2 why you can't criticize Destiny is that you doubt the veracity of the report because I'm a liar.
You've misrepresented me. So whether
no,
you
stop.
intentionally
Wick,
or unintentionally,
stop.
you keep you're bouncing around.
We're gonna get there. No, we're gonna get.
Oh, this is painful. This is actually painful. Spider Boy, stop spamming. You gotta chill.
There. Oh no, this is linear. We're gonna get there. Don't worry. I know you're excited to get to the next part, but we're gonna get there. You said I lied. You used the word lie. So then I was like, well, dude, bro, what do you mean by lie? Like, are you implying that I'm like just making stuff up in the report? Like that I'm intentionally and maliciously saying things that are not true in the report? Like I'm like a liar? Like that's what the word liar means to me. Or are you doubting my ability to interpret situations? And if it's the second one, I would really like you to clarify that. You're saying because that seems like I thought that was the tack you were taking from. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you a question right now. I'm explaining the questions I had in my head 5 minutes ago. Let me just please. I just want to walk you through this. So, I was like, is he saying I'm crazy? Because that seems to be the tack that he's taking for most of the conversation, like paranoid or overly emotional or vengeful or just or stupid. Like I'm bad at interpreting situations. And it was like a stubbornness thing. You said you've decided this. Deciding to be wrong about something is awfully close to lying, but whatever. I'll still give you the chance to decide whether it's intentional or unintentional, or if you just don't want to answer the question. So I put the question to you a few different ways, and you went so far into the weeds that you were saying things like, I don't care if a blind person breaks my nose with a cane, or if someone intentionally comes up to me breaks my nose with a cane. Those are both the same to me because the
you're
hospital bill is the
obfuscating
same.
your main criticism in order to sound like again, whether you do this intentionally or not does not matter. Whether you misrepresented things intentionally or not in your report or in this conversation does not matter. The only thing I care about.
Wait,
the only thing I care about is are these things accurate?
I'm so sorry. Wait. If you call someone a liar, and then they say, well, what do you mean by liar? And then you say, I don't care what liar means.
I'm calling you misrepresenting. I'm saying you misrepresent me. I'm pointing to an action you are doing. Misrepresenting is an action. It's not a state of being. You're not a misrepresenter. You have misrepresented me, and you are misrepresenting and other people and have told that they have misrepresented them as well.
Wait, stop. I hear you. I get what you're saying. The problem is you called me a liar. Then when I asked if it was intentional, you said, you said, I'll give you the grace of not thinking it's intentional, but it feels intentional. Which again, so you're still signaling that you kind of do think I'm just a malicious liar.
Yes, you're saying you're saying I don't think it's intentional, but I think it's intentional.
Which also implies that you do in fact care about it, because obviously you care about it, or you wouldn't call me a liar. And of course I care about it. Like you can't it would be like if I said that you raped a dog, and then you said, well, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, I don't care if you raped a dog. Like you can't like, yeah, you're the one calling me a liar. So I'm just the structure of this conversation is confusing. You call me a liar. I say, what does that mean? And you say, I don't care.
It may be confusing, but I think that you are in refusing to let me respond to you, you have increased rather than decreased the confusion. Whenever I try to clarify things, I don't want you to clarify.
Hey, are you a libtard? No. I am a right-wing progressive.
I understand you don't want that to happen because you are thriving in the confusion.
I love you too, Larry. Thank you. Thank you for the sub.
Right? If you can throw up this cloud.
Now give me your money.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, Zach. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
This conversation of talking, then you don't have to actually deal with what I'm actually accusing you of, which is misrepresenting me. You have misrepresented my intent, the style of my questions. You have misrepresented the reason I brought you on here for. You have misrepresented me and my place in this sphere. And because you have done that, and not only that, but because others have accused you as well of misrepresenting their words in the report, much like White Nervosa says that you misrepresented her.
Who's that voice? That's Aiko.
In order to get Anna's to come forward, right? Then yes, I think, wow, look, maybe there's a pattern behavior here that we should probably explore. Now, before we come into this, you hadn't misrepresented me. So I was willing to, I was like, okay, well, let's see what the guy has to say.
Wick, please. I just have one question. Do you think I'm intentionally misrepresenting you?
I don't know, and I don't care at this point. Whether you're intentionally doing it or not, I'm still getting hurt, and it still needs to stop.
Okay. So would you agree that I did not actually lie about you?
You know what? Fair. We'll say you misrepresented me. Whether you lied or not, I'll leave that to God. I can't judge that.
Okay.
So I will take that back. Is that fair?
Okay. I don't know. Next question is.
There's the next one.
Okay. If I did misrepresent.
Tom, remember when we both used to be on really good terms with Aiko? I'm still on. Aiko's my best friend.
You. Is it possible that we just have different interpretations of what's happening? Whether you think I'm wrong, whether you think my interpretation is because I'm delusional, because I'm wrong, because I'm crazy, whatever.
Sure. It's possible that you thought that like I get it. It's possible
that
I just
actually think you're. I
and
genuinely
understand
think
things differently, but the harmony is still the same. Whether you.
What's your thoughts on the Biden administration policy? Oh, that's a long one. Well, come back next time and ask me again. We'll get into it.
You think you harmed me, or you think you didn't at all? The harm is still the same, which is what I
agree.
care about.
I think it is. Yes, I think it's totally possible.
Hey, Larry.
Larry Hutchinson super chatted $2. Sure, here's $2 for the entertainment.
Hey. 07's in chat. Let's get some cheers for Larry. Hell yeah. Appreciate it, man.
That this conversation will harm your reputation. I think that's really, really possible. Okay, so, but that's not my question. My question is, do you think...
Tom, my main critic for characters like Max, Lav, and Brittany is that they use I feel / think statements as you are statements. Yes, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but the last time Destiny was on here, we literally talked about this, that people use I feel as a statement instead of I think, because now it's their feelings, and their feelings are justified. And if I say, I feel like you're a douchebag, and you say, what? I'm not a douchebag. Then, whoa, are you saying my feelings are invalid, bro? But all feelings are valid, dude. You can't say that my feelings are invalid, bro. So it's like, yeah, it's a good way to kind of get cover for your statements, I think. And so I don't like the I feel statements when you're not able to like actually latch it onto reality. And that's the part. Like if I say sometimes I'll say I feel or I think, but if you ask me about it, I'm going to be able to give you some like logic behind it and tell you how it attaches to reality and give you evidence for this. And I feel like, yeah, lots of times Lav and Max both will say I feel or I think. And then when you like question them on it, they're like, whoa, I'm just telling you my thoughts. I'm just telling you my feelings, dude. That's it. But if I think or if I feel that you are a douchebag, I will be able to explain why I think or feel you are a douchebag.
Do you accept my position that we are merely interpreting your behavior in this conversation differently?
I think you're interpreting it unfairly for a variety of reasons. And I can elucidate those reasons if you'd like, but I don't think it's helpful at this point. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm looking for an exit because I'm done.
I know that.
I've stopped.
You've been looking for an exit for quite a while now.
Yes, because I think that this conversation isn't productive, and nor do I think that...
I know, but you can't really just call...
Oh, it's not productive. Damn, got him. It's not productive. It's got to be productive, guys. You need to produce.
Call me a liar on your way out.
Yes,
so,
I can. I can do
well,
whatever
you
the fuck
can.
I want. You know what else I can
Okay.
do? I can send you to the fucking void. Gone. Bye. Done. Awesome. Excellent. I can do whatever the fuck I want on my own fucking show. That's what I can do, okay? That's what I can do. Look, I get it. I get it.
Speech time. Let's go. Speech time.
There are a lot of people, and I knew this going in.
Here we go. I knew it.
I knew this going in.
I
knew that
knew
no
it.
matter how this went, and I
I
didn't
knew
expect
it.
it to go this way. I thought we were going to have an actual productive conversation. More fool me, right? More fool me. I thought we were going to have an actual conversation on this and explore some of this, explore some of the accusations, explore, right, some of the wider picture here, the incentive structures in the streaming world, because there are problems with the incentive structures in the streaming world, okay? There are huge issues with parasociality, how we interact with each other, how we interact with our audiences, how we interact with the admins of places like that, of YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all that. That's a fucking issue, okay? And we need to discuss that. We can do so through the lens of the Destiny Report. I think that's a fair thing to do. We can look at it and say, okay, what are the incentive structures that leads to these kind of abusive, negative behaviors? And we can talk about that. But god damn, we couldn't. I couldn't get past go, right? I couldn't get past go, and it's a fucking problem. Okay, hey, hi.
Okay. So one of the big problems is Max has a worldview that he cannot step out of, but he also doesn't feel the need to justify. So the issue you're running into, and ironically, it's kind of the issue with his report, is that in Max's worldview, being mean to people online is a form of abuse. And that's just kind of taken for granted. That's why when he DM'd you, that's why he said he didn't want to have to justify.
Right, which is why. So when I ask him, like, hey, how is this abuse? And he's like, oh, well, it's based on your feeling that it's abuse. Like, that can't be the abuse. Like, and so I explained, like, well, I saw some videos of you where there's this very creepy music in the background, and they're saying that this is you abusing Shaylin, and this is all this, horrible, these are all the horrible abuses that you did of her. But I, stepped back and logicked my way through it and said, oh, well, there's like other scenarios where you would do X, Y, and Z, and this would be justified, and compared it to my relationships and other relationships, and said that this is perfectly fine. Like, this is, and so, yeah, so if we're just going off of our feelings, like, people would say that Mr. Girl abuses Shaylin, right?
Or defend the fact that I abused Anna, that I abused Lav, that I abused him, because that's just a given, that being mean to people in a certain way is abuse. And the reason why his article or report or whatever the fuck he wants to call it, the reason why it didn't land the way that he wants it to, and the reason why it won't land the way that he wants it to, is because he's missing the crucial section where he needs to lay out what abuse is and how people like me further abuse. Instead, what he does is he just gives you a whole bunch of actions of mine, assuming you've already bought into his paradigm, because in his world, no other paradigm exists, and then it should be self-evident that Destiny doing XYZ action is obviously abusive. Well, because if you're in my world, you already know these things are abuse. Like, that's kind of the issue with what he's got set up, and it's why he was getting so frustrated with you. A really good example of this is that rape analogy is very telling, right? When you still hear me, right?
I can still hear you. Go on.
Yeah. When Max uses the rape analogy, the reason why that analogy hits so hard for him, because in his world, rape is analogous to being mean to somebody. If somebody gets raped, and then you ask them, well, hold on, you said that you got raped, but doesn't everybody rape here? Or you said you got raped, but was it really that bad? Didn't you rape somebody? These would obviously be ridiculous questions.
He did use that. Yeah, he did use that analogy a few times. And again, as I said to him, and I'll say to you, right? Like, if that
Destiny hasn't even gotten to the point yet, and he's already interrupting.
that was his accusation, we would have an entirely different conversation. But his accusation.
Yeah, but the reason why the rape accusation or the analogy works for him is because in his mind, me being mean to somebody is the same thing. It is wrong. It is abuse. It's maybe not just as bad as raping somebody, but it is. But the problem is he never actually takes any time to justify that. So instead, it's just a bunch of garbage that's spewed that you're just supposed to believe.
So do you think he was I guess to kind of piggyback some of the last exchange we had, do you think that he was good faith, quote unquote, in this article, in the sense that he believes that you are abusive, manipulative, you take advantage of power dynamics that are sexually abusive, etc.? Do you think that he's honest?
Yeah, I think he truly believes it. Yeah, I do. I don't think he's dishonest. He doesn't strike me as a dishonest person. You just have to keep in mind that he's coming from a very particular frame of reference. And in his frame of reference, everything kind of makes sense. But he never does anything to justify or build that frame of reference, right? So, for instance, if I was going to argue the DDoS story to somebody, that I wanted to kill this kid and his dad, which I did and still would, based, fuck those two people. But if I wanted to argue...
I told you guys. I had my debate with Chud recently. He was saying that Destiny does not believe that anymore, that he's totally against that now, blah, blah, blah. But nope, I was like, nah, dude, he still stands by that crap. He still holds that position from what I remember.
Argue that. I know that to most people, that's going to sound really crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a lot of groundwork to try to lay out, well, I believe in self-defense. I think that if you're going to try to take somebody's income, especially if they've got a family, I'm going to do work to build that out. And you might agree or disagree along the way, which is fine, but I'm at least going to make the effort to do that. In Max's world, he needs to take time to justify why the actions that I'm taking are abusive. Not just give actions that I'm doing and claim they're abusive, right? But he plays a few tricks where he'll rely on some things that are obviously bad, like grabbing somebody's boob on stream, or obviously bad, I guess, ostensibly, like threatening to kill somebody. But then he'll conflate these with things like being mean to Lav, or being mean to him, or like him being mean to other people as part of the ecosystem. But the frustrating thing for him is that when you ask, well, isn't this part of the ecosystem? In his mind, these things are already like obviously immorally wrong. That you asking that question just feels like a giant a diversion.
They're immorally wrong. Oh my goodness. Immorally wrong? No. No way.
Version of whataboutism. It's the equivalent to saying like, okay, well, sure, you got raped, but don't a lot of people rape in this fraternity? That's why he's getting so frustrated. But he hasn't laid the groundwork out to justify his worldview, because a narcissist doesn't need to. His worldview is just correct, and it doesn't need justification, I think. That's how I view it.
It became evident in the conversation that it was going to be very hard to actually get him to answer the questions because he felt it was manipulative, and because he felt he was being manipulated, he was going to respond as if he was manipulated. And I think that it was a demonstration to me, who has not engaged in this space at the same level as he has, or other Destiny orbiters have, or other people in other orbits like Vaush's orbit have, that just kind of drove home. Man, I don't know what I can believe from him and what I cannot. Like, what is he saying that is true, and what is he saying that he believes to be true, but is just the result of kind of this conspiratorial mindset that he's kind of.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the issue, and that's why these interviews would have been so important. He needed an editor to weave. What he should have done is, if he wanted to tell the story, first he needed to figure out what the fuck he was even trying to argue, because I'm not sure what he was trying to prove with me. Was it that I was sexually abusive? Was it just I was sexually coercive? Was it just that I'm mean to people? Was it that I used my platform? I don't even know what point he's trying to sell. So we're already off to a really bad start. But once he identified that, what he needed to do was he needed to hone in on like 2 to 4 stories that like play a big aspect of furthering that abuse. Right?
He tried to cover everything, but ended up covering nothing. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what happens, right? Yes. Yeah. Maybe he wants to what he could have said is, Destiny engages in retaliation in a way that makes future criticism of him impossible. Here are 3 examples of that happening. When Mia Rose attacked Destiny on stream, he attacked her. When a kid, DDoSed his internet connection, he threatened to kill them. When he got into a scuffle with Nicole, Blue T, because he leaked her nudes where he was in the wrong, he threatened to get her fired for a situation that he started. He could have built on these 3 stories, and in a very, very short.
Okay, Sass, yes, I started at the right spot. Okay, I know you want me to start when he first jumps on. I don't want to start there. Okay, it's a bunch of freaking bull crap of him not turning on his camera. Oh, I don't know if this is really you. Let me fix this real quick. Let me pull you up. This is where he starts talking. This is where I went to.
Short, cohesive manner, laid out this idea, and then he could have left it open for the future. Maybe there are other orbiters in the future that are scared to criticize Destiny because they've seen the retaliation he's taken in the past. Even if those were justified, other people.
I didn't just randomly go to a spot. He starts talking about this when his camera gets turned on. I went to the spot where his camera gets turned on, and he literally said the first thing that I was trying to go to.
This is like a potential storyline that he's got all the material there for it, but in his world, he doesn't need to justify or write any of that. You should just agree with it automatically without even thinking about it. But the presentation and everything is obviously so fucked and poor because he doesn't feel like he needs to justify himself, and that's like the perpetual problem that he has in his life. That's why the only people he'll ever find himself surrounded with agreeing with him are people that he's manipulated. So Lav and his zombie fuck girlfriend Shaylin. Nobody else will ever agree with him, but as long as he's got the people around him he's manipulated, it's enough for him to I guess infinitely vibe into the fucking echo chamber. Yeah.
2 things. One just real quick, the idea that it needed to be more concise. There was a reason, regardless of what you think of this, that the Twitter files were released drip, and so people could digest them. Releasing them all at once would have been even worse than the reception that they had. The second thing, since you're here, right? I guess I'll ask you this: do you think, right, that what do you feel is, if you had to kind of critique yourself or write a manifesto or report on yourself, what's your biggest regret in this space of doing? What do you wish you were oh man, I fucked up. I wish I would never engaged in that. That was a terrible thing. I was legit bad for doing this.
I have to think a lot. I think something that Max has made me aware of, although I become more aware of this every time, is there. So I have I've got a model of charitability, and I've got a model of engaging with non-standard creators that's very unique to my model of success. So I'm the only streamer my size that would ever talk to somebody like Max. I'm the only streamer of my size that would ever engage with a lot of with all the politics people, for instance, right? When I left the Twitch when I left the Twitch politics, Vaush isn't engaged with any of you guys. Hassan sure as fuck isn't engaged with anybody. None of the people that are hanging off of Hassan are trying to engage with anybody, right? So in one way, that's a benefit to me and to the ecosystem and to everybody else around me. I guess in a Machiavellian sort of sense, I kind of figured that I see the benefit to myself, I see the benefit to my audience, and I see the benefit to the people around me, and that should be enough, but it clearly isn't. Something I learned a long time ago in interpersonal relationships, you can't really listen to what people people say. You have to do a little bit of mind reading, or you got to like understand that like, listen, you might say you're okay with something, but I don't know if you're going to be. I either have to like take that agency from you, or I need to like give you more information or something. There's probably better ways that I could go about like integrating people into my stream ecosystem. I'm not really sure how, and it feels really strange to do it with adults. Like, yeah, even
I mean, one substantive criticism that I think I would levy, right? Is that, yeah, I mean, sleeping with your fans or sleeping with other streamers and orbiters probably isn't the wisest thing, and it does have a lot of potential for abuse. So whether or not it was abusive in the instances he's laid out, right? The fact that like someone does sleep with their orbiters, sleep with their fans, yeah, that does raise red flags with people, and I think that's a fair criticism, isn't it?
No, I understand what you're saying. So this is something I would say. There are red flags for sure. A red flag is a red flag. A red flag is not a mine, right? A red flag is maybe there's something there. There's an interesting world that I'm in. I thought about this a lot today and yesterday, actually, is that sometimes people will criticize me for a certain behavior, but it's not actually the behavior that's the problem. It's like an abstraction from the behavior. So for instance, like people might say like, oh, like you've got a problem because you've like fucked too many people or whatever. And it's like, that's not really the problem though. The problem right now is Max. The problem is other people that obsess over it. I feel like if anything, and I know that this won't be the takeaway, but I feel like if anything, Max probably reached out to 40 plus people. He's probably got like 50 plus hours of interviews. He's built his whole Anna and fucking live narrative. All of this shit that he's built out on, unless I missed it, there was not a single instance of anything that he's done of any sexual misconduct whatsoever, except for maybe Mia Rose. We want to say that, which is fair. But that wasn't like an abuse of power. Like I'm doing, that was like me who, for the second time in my life, I got way too fucking wasted on a stream, was being stupid, right? So like, yeah, I mean, are there red flags? For sure. But like, I don't think let me put it this way. Okay. No streamer would ever get their life vetted as hard as I have and come out that clean, okay? I'm not trying to fucking jerk myself or whatever. But like, holy shit,
I don't
like
know
this
about
guy,
that, but okay.
Absolutely, bro.
Okay. I gotta go to sleep. Appreciate everybody joining. Yeah, I appreciated Mr. Girl coming on. I appreciated the conversation. I definitely think I understand better what it was that he was trying to communicate, what it is he's talking about, and what it is he thinks abuse is. But like, he was very patient with me there. Like, he totally could have, when I'm saying, oh, well, you didn't do this, he says, well, no, I listed this like right at the beginning, here's the list. He could have been like, bro, you didn't even read it, like, why are you talking to me about this, right? But instead he went and started reading to me the points that that he felt like I missed. So he was very patient and charitable in the way that he had talked to me, and I think we had a good conversation. I know that it was lagging for you guys on your side. I recorded it on my side, and so I will be able to upload a full version where it's not lagging or skipping or anything. So if you missed some of those parts, or it was hard to understand at the beginning, that will be up as soon as possible. Till then, appreciate you, love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.